religion?
Well, you're going to have a mix of faith and things that you could observe and empirically test. So yeah, there would be faith in a certain assumption that you can't prove, and then there would be, of course, something that is provable. So when it comes to the words of God, like God says, He created everything or whatever, boom, you can have faith in that because you can't, no matter how much science you have, you wouldn't be able to demonstrate that to be true 100%. You can do it 90%, maybe 99%, but that 1% is always going to be there because you can't know everything.
Okay, can you prove that?
That's just one interpretation of knowledge, though, Justin. Like, and science operates under the assumption of provisional knowledge. Meaning like it's knowledge that's open to revision. Like when you get in new data, you get in new evidence. You update your knowledge base based on that. There's also a whole bunch of different definitions of knowledge.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any kind of view of knowledge that you think you would know everything 100%. There's always going to be room for not knowing something. There's always going to be a mystery. Right?
So you don't need like absolute certainty to know that your fingernail is different from your finger. You don't need absolute knowledge for anything. It's not.
Yeah, but when I say everything, I'm not talking about your finger. I'm talking about the entire universe. So, of course, your finger is not in front of you.
Can I wrap this up? Can I wrap this up because this is
wrap with us, Rabbi.
I'm gonna wrap it up, right? You guys actually agree that the observable that you should continue to have accurate depictions of what the universe says. I don't think Justin denies physics, right, in some general way. He's simply making one extra step, right, and saying the thing that began it all is whatever he wants to think God is. And you say, no, and that's it, right? Right, and if you want to say, and it's true, Justin doesn't know about as much science as many other people in the room, right? So there we go, wrapped it up, new topic.
Yes, the mystery of life moves on.
The very contemplation of our very existence precedes science.
Whoa. Definitely science.
Also, Gray, why don't you guys just agree that split the difference and say it was science began when Karl Popper was born or something?
No, I mean, I dispute that, right?
Proves that it wasn't.
More like that science was born when Bacon sat down and wrote about what it means to be a scientist for the first time.
Yeah, if you agree that it's observable and testable, then the very makers of the best wheat back in the day, the purest wheat that was
right. Archimedes was a magician.
Right, but actually, I think you'd agree that Bacon is actually sort of codifying a process that began a long, long time before him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He's marking a transition. He's not beginning anything.
No, yes, I'm agreeing.
He said that himself.
Formalized it, right?
Right, but that's not to say that what we're calling it, right? But behaviors that were before Bacon, right? That all kinds of people engaged in, we would consider scientific behavior, even though it's pre-Bacon.
Yes.
Some of the things they did,
Yeah,
sure.
some of it. Right. That's right.
Like in VIG.
right? And then it gets passed on culturally to people like Aisha, where they're like, well, it's actually medically convenient. It's like, okay, well, like, if cutting people's earlobes off was medically convenient, would we do it? Or would we just teach kids how to fucking wash their ears?
You know, I like cults, like for fun, like Comic-Con, as in like we all know that it's not real and that we're here to play makeup and dress up and put on a show and then go back home and, live our lives, without that being the primary focus of our lives. So the thing that scares me is like if I were to participate with the Muslims in doing their game, or certain Christian cults or certain Jewish cults or certain other cults, like, I can still go back to my home, but like, and it's not a primary focus of mine. But the thing that just shocks me is like that they're in denial of what they're doing, and that they think that their all or nothing statements are not opinions and they're facts. And when they say that Muhammad is the last and final prophet, I like to tell them that that's not true. Donald Trump is the last and final and greatest prophet of all time. And then we get full circle into the bullshit. And then we can finally admit that saying one man has some type of divine existence, and that, he's the last and end all be all, the greatest. Peace and blessings be upon. I think it's so interesting how they have to add peace and blessings be upon him, because that's like saying they know deep down in the back of their head that he was a piece of shit and a horrible person. And so they have to add that peace and blessings be upon him, because that like reframes the actual reality of who Muhammad was. So anyways, that's my contribution to your room, honey. I hope you enjoyed it. Honey.
Hello? Hello? I'm just kidding, dude. Hey, John, it's funny because you came up last night in your absence. I guess you were in the room earlier and you had left, and they were like talking about, and these were some smart guys, some nice dudes. It was like philosophical minds or something was the room, and it was a bunch of what they call it, fuck, I can't remember, some kind of Muslim where they're like more open-minded and actually intelligent.
Yeah, you're talking about Matthew's room.
Yes, dude. Which I like those guys, actually. They're chill. And I've had a nice conversation, mutual respect. And people are like defending you, dude. Like, Cora was defending you. I would have had I decided to speak, but I was watching fights, so I didn't want to be all loud. And I don't know, man. It's like, it's just funny listening to people talk about you in your absence, because I'm always just like, dude, the guy's super sharp. He's just, I have no idea what you're
No, I mean, it wasn't in my absence. I got thrown off the stage after I accused Matthew of being a pedophile, a possible terrorist, etc. And they're like, what was that all about? And then Cora's like, well, he's actually pretty intelligent if you can get him to like stop his craziness, his bullshit.
Right. That was the part. I'm like, I don't think the dude's crazy by any means. I mean, we're all crazy. I'm crazy. I use it all the time loosely. When I use the term crazy about myself, it's funny because people will still lash out at me for even using the term crazy. I go, look, I'm just not afraid. I use it loosely because I'm not afraid to fucking just call it, dude. We're all fucking crazy.
Well, when people call me crazy, I just view that as them projecting their inner craziness onto me. And, I'm sitting here
defending the term. Being like not just using the term crazy. Like, I'm fucking crazy. Who cares? Next,
They're mostly just calling out the sort of performative aspect of it all, right?
It's not necessarily performative. It's your opinion that it's performative, because, if you watch when I watch my own YouTube, I'm laughing because I think I'm funny. And I think I am basically like, that
performative. Like that's what I'm saying.
But it's more than performative. It's comedy plus truth. So like if you watch Primetime Stein, when he goes before these city councils and he goes, my daughter's trans, he does all this bullshit to mock these people. They are 100% worthy of being mocked. And if you don't understand mockery, that's why I say this app is actually a roast app. But what I realized today is it's actually like a dysfunctional Toastmasters. it's like a Toastmasters for crack addicts and like, trash people who are so disorganized that they don't even know they're at a Toastmasters and they're all just gobbling up and talking over each other in the most insane, ruthless, profane, toxic manner humanly ever conceived. So this app actually is a cult, and chillism is a perfect example of that cult. And chillism is just another word for N-wordism. And that's essentially, as I just described, it's Toastmasters, but for the ghetto, or dinner for schmucks, where people like me and you and other, individuals who want to mock these people and turn them into a product because it's our right to be capitalists. That's just what I'm doing. I'm literally turning people in these rooms, these brands, into a product. And I'm about to rebrand. And I think, people actually watch my YouTube lives. Like when I go live, and the coolest thing about it is it's set it and forget it for me, because I can put on chillism at 10 a.m. and they will go till 10 a.m. the next day without even playing copyrighted music. It's incredible. Like, there's
I
real.
have to correct you on one thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Timothy McVeigh was the last prophet.
Well, this is the secret about all of these religions, and I have enough books and, lived experience to know that everyone's debate is a stupid waste of time, because the first Zen poem ever written declares that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So all of these pontificators and preachers are essentially denying their own hidden essence. We won't call it divinity, but we will call it a secret mystery. It's a riddle. And not a lot of people can solve this complicated riddle because there's no answer. And it's a silence. And I can hit my Zen bell right now and say, that's the truth of the earth at your birth and your death. The whole thing is essentially people trying to work on their public speaking. And that's why I go back to Toastmasters. I've done Toastmasters, and I've seen some incredible Toastmaster speeches where I almost started crying because they were so sincere, so authentic, so truthful. And, so I laugh because when I hear concrete and chillism, like that's like, and they're all fighting like, it's my turn, it's my turn, it's my turn to get on the mic. Shut the fuck up, it's my turn, like, it's, essentially it's people demanding to go up on the stage to do their Toastmaster speech, and they want that rush, so I think I've thoroughly observed it and accurately diagnosed the situation. I hope my information packet transfer was proprietary, informative, and persuasive.
Ding. Hey, John.
Can I be heard? John, is that your answer? 0? Okay.
No, you were.
You were in the Matrix for a bit.
Yeah, I knew you were
Can you hear me now?
speaking. Yeah, we can hear you.
Wait, hold on. Let me do this. That's my little microphone. I put on my mouth mic sometimes. Like, as far as ratings on here, who do you think roasts people well, in your opinion? Like, between someone like myself or, like you said, Concrete, or anyone on here. I'm just like, do you have any people that you think are actually decent at it?
Top-notch roasters. I don't know too many roasters on here. Like I did hear Benjamin roast Steve Appel. That was thoroughly enjoyable because Steve is so rigid, and so inflexible. Anybody who the whole thing deals with the green bean of fascism. Most of these liberal Democrats can't admit that they actually act like fascists, and therefore they are fascists. And everybody technically is the same, meaning that we are a censor. But some people can let it go and say, okay, let's just let it flow and see where this goes. But people want to control the narrative. And, this is an interesting experiment for you. Put in earplugs and use this app. And turn the volume all the way up on your phone. Totally different experience, because if I do my really obnoxious, horrible, annoying voice, you'll immediately say, okay, enough of this shit. Like, I can't listen to it, you know? So the thing with the earplugs is it diminishes like the dopamine response. It's not as strong. And because you got the earplugs in, there's like this buffer between you and that speaker. So, but with regards to your question, I mean, I do love hearing like the reversals on this app where you get an extreme black female making extreme statements, and then you get the reverse end of that. And then it's always there's just an amazing like Taoistic inversion or inverse that happens here all the time. The opposites meet each other in surprising ways. And then sometimes you'll hear like, you know, like I heard a black woman today talking about how this app is all emotional because it's like a spirit app, you know, and your emotional response is real, but it's not like there's real effects in the real world. Like you can't get punched in the nose, you can't go kill that person that, you know, you're screaming against, making death threats. I mean, I heard a young girl, African American girl here talking to another young African American girl about how they just killed somebody and her friend was upset how she was eating the body. I was like, what? Talk about performative art. But then you start to think, you know what? Maybe it's not performative art. Maybe there's some truth in what they're saying. So, but the best self roasters are really the, you know, if I could open up, you know, John's Hot Chicken Ranch, it would be called self roasting. So like, I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but I'm totally, fully, 100% in on self-deprecation because, you know, eventually the self-deprecation it's not like self-deprecating. You kind of like reverse it out by going fully in self-deprecating. So it becomes the truth and, you know, art matches reality and then you have synthesis. So anyways, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, self roasting is fine, and I'm willing to do it. I prefer to just freaking call out the shit in a narrow bandwidth of stuff we're talking about. You know, that's all I'm doing.
But you are a hypercharged individual. I've heard you talking about the ice and Penny, and like you are so charged that like it makes me think that you still buy all the bullshit. Like the truth is meditation. And I hate to be like a hippie saying you should form your own cult, but like just make it for you, not for other people, because no cult leader wants to have to deal with the incessant complaints that get generated from your cult followers. It's exhausting. Eventually, you start a complaint department and you're no longer running a cult. You're just trying to solve people's situations. And so, you know, that's also the thing in these mass cult religions. Like you go to the ceremony, you go to the communion, and you can give money, but you still can't even submit a complaint. You know what I'm saying? Like, but this app is the ultimate solution to all laziness and even nature itself, because nature takes the absolute lowest form of response, meaning like the easiest response is what nature creates. So it's almost like the lowest energy response is the correct response. And so I'm just criticizing you saying I don't know, you know, I assume you're a Democrat, liberal, etc. But like the truth is you're just on the other end of the spectrum of a Nazi. And so if you're the opposite of a Nazi, you're like a negative Nazi. You know, like you don't recognize your own fascism and hypocrisy, because if you were in charge, you would reverse the flow of the energy, but then you'd end up victimizing all types of innocent people who thought they were doing the right thing. So the final analysis of this entire, you know, monologue, aka Toastmaster speech, is that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And when you try to resist that opinion or that concept, you end up hurting yourself, because it's not a conservation of your energy based on wisdom, intelligence, love, law, etc., strength. I mean, honey, let me ask you this. How do you think you exhibit virtue and strength in your life? How do you exhibit wisdom?
How do I exhibit wisdom? I don't necessarily think I do exhibit wisdom.
Well, don't you think that's a pretty important thing to have in your life?
Define wisdom.
Intelligence.
Oh, how do I express it? Just by being myself.
You think the self alone is an exhibition of wisdom? There's no like other ingredients to put in your soup to prove, that yourself is
Well,
actually
no, what I
wisdom?
think is, I find, and I've been learning this, I'm actually good at assessing myself and reflection and making sure or trying to correct myself if I think that I'm doing something wrong in my thinking patterns and stuff like that. So I want to be accurate. I don't need to be right. I'd rather be effective. Stuff like that.
Okay, so if you took a college course on ethics, morals, and virtues, could you describe to me possibly what the professor of that course would teach, the students in a course about morals, ethics, and virtues? How would they spend their 3 months together, learning morals, ethics, and virtues?
All right. Well, I took that course when I was like a freshman. I would think that I think it would focus on sentience and who can even assess these items, because without that, I don't know what we're even talking about. That'd be the first thing, and then wrapping our heads around where we fit in that and understanding that we all have our own perspective. So starting with being able to kind of like apply, I guess, a sense of wearing the shoes of the other.
Mm-hmm. That if you were the professor, that's how you would do it. That's what you would lead the 3 months.
I'm just coming off the cuff. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be one piece of it. Yeah.
Okay, well, see, my critique is if you look at my PTR, I have a magazine. It's not quite a book, but it's technically a magazine. It is a book. But if I was the teacher of a course on morals, ethics, and virtues, I wouldn't offer any. See, I would just call it the book club. And, that's my critique of this app is our information packet transfers suck. But when I read a book to you, my information packet transfer goes way up in value. And so I'm just saying that if I was the teacher of a course, I would say, here's the reading list, everybody, 10 books, 1 book a week. And this is a 10-week course. Each week, at the end of the week, you have to have a book report and we discuss the book. And that's the whole course, because otherwise you end up with a clubhouse room, which is what you just described, where the leader, aka the green bean person, tries to do this type of rationalization education as opposed to a reading list with book reports. And that's just my critique of the education system, of conversation in general. If you do meditation, you pretty much you tend to keep to yourself more. Like you're not totally interested in doing Toastmasters every single day, limitlessly. Like you put boundaries on what you're talking about, and you actually read a table of contents, tell people what you told. If you've ever done public speaking, I'm just saying that like this app is, it's toxic because people here just basically have no guardrails, no boundaries. Like even Rabbi Caleb and these supposed religious certified leaders, to me, they're not doing what I just described, which is here's a reading list, let's talk about it. They're coming here to talk about political issues, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, DEI, LGBTQ. Like, okay, cool, but I just did an interview with the news about my candidacy, and I said that Republicans and Democrats are actually all just libertarians, but they're all divided on political opinions, and everybody loves liberty. And the fact is that if you have to work 3 to 4 days a
why
week,
use the term political? Like, what does political mean to you? Because I find
political is all communication. That's the same thing as saying all communication is hypnosis. You can say all communicate. You can say all communication is political, because technically, this is the craziest thing. When you run for Congress, I have women trying to spy on me, like through seductive manners. Like, let's go out on a date. Like, they're all gathering intelligence. They're all spies, not like in the literal way, but I'm just saying we're all information harvesters. That movie Dune, The Spice Mine, like they're not mining spice, they're mining intelligence. And so I'm just saying, the books that I read, like if I read the Constitution today, every time you read it, you discover new things, like capitalizations of certain words. Like they are in the Constitution, they are giving divine, framing to certain words. Not just God, but all types of words have capitalizations in there. So they're putting this like, enlightenment, divine, spin on it, which is really just to try to like point something out, to say, hey, look at this more closely. So anyways, I'm just saying this app uses you, and right now, as I'm talking to you, I'm recording this across, 15 phones. And then I am recording 4 other, Clubhouse rooms simultaneously across 30 different phones. Like, I am trying to commoditize people's communication. And unfortunately, because so much of it is so vulgar, profane, homicidal, suicidal, I get community guideline strikes on YouTube because it's hate speech. And there's a lot of black racists on this app. If this app proves one thing, it proves that there are black extremists in this country. Fanatics. They're crazy. And if you go to that 40 acres on a mule, they are still sitting there talking about how they're going to break away from America and get their own land and start their own nation. They're extremists. They're revolutionary terrorists on this app. There are people that project violence nonstop on here. And Pepe is one of them. He constantly says, can I rape that person? Like, is that how you communicate in the real world? Like, how you communicate here is how you communicate in the real world. It's the same fucking reality, isn't it?
It's like, don't you think that like all this really gets down to is human comfort, discomfort, their peace with themselves and discontent with like victimhood and or perceived victimhood. Like it's treacherous out there, man. And some people were born and raised geographically and socially in ways that you were not. And so they're programmed to be like this. And it's something that they really can't shake to some degree because they haven't reached that enlightenment phase.
They're not interested in the enlightenment. They're more interested in their politics. And that's why I say 99.9% of all the communication here is all political. But the funny thing is most people will never actually act on it. Like, having run for Congress now is like the doing part, the action part. If you just study wisdom but don't do any action, it's totally pointless. You have to use
Why do you think that politics has anything to do with this enlightenment thing? Like, why are you confusing the two?
Haven't you read the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution? They deal directly with enlightenment.
The voice is funny to you, but not to other people. You know that, right?
The voice?
The voice doesn't.
What are you? Are you quoting the movie Dune? Like, use the voice? Is that what you're saying?
So the reason why I think you're completely full of shit is that I don't think you really understand any of this esoteric crap that you read. This Crowley, Alan Watts nonsense, and then you're like doing this like political troll thing. Like, what are you actually doing with your life that makes any fucking sense? I mean,
well, I can describe to you my environment. Do you want me to describe to you my environment?
Hold on a second. It's just a code for a sort of like non-starter, life event.
No, you don't understand Zen philosophy. It's the art of. It's basically if you criticize.
Shit about Zen philosophy. I'm concerned with the results.
Yeah, I know you're concerned, but again, I would just say it's your opinion, and life is opinion. That's okay. I'm entitled to my opinion, aren't I?
You're wasting your time with this like Congress thing that isn't going to go anywhere. So it's like what?
You're concerned about my time, and see, this is one of the most important.
I'm wondering.
You're not concerned about my time now. Okay.
What about you isn't a waste of time?
Oh, I see. I'm worthless, is what you're saying. So I have no value. Okay. Well, again, I'll just go back to saying that's your opinion. Is it your opinion? Hello? 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 Is this a conversation? Hello?
Everything I say is my opinion.
Right. Okay. And so
don't need to point that out.
Got it. Is any of this projection? That's all I want to know. Is any of this projection?
No, I have shit going on.
No, it's not projection. That's an opinion. It's not projection. It's just your opinion. Okay. Well, thank you very little. Thank you very little. I just want to.
Do you have an answer for that? Like, what do you actually?
Oh, what are you asking again? Because I just heard criticisms and complaints. What was your question? What was your question to the congressional candidate? Okay, what was your question? I couldn't hear it because I was too busy trying to answer your question. Go ahead.
I'm saying, do you have anything significant that you're doing, like in reality?
Yeah, I'm an artist. I'm creating a video right now. I'm the famous video artist of YouTube.
You spend spend tons of time making YouTube channels that no one watches.
Really? People are watching this conversation right now.
I think the
N-O-W! N-O-W!
I know
N-O-W! N-O-W!
I don't think you're smart at all.
Projection alert!
Yeah,
Projection alert! I don't think you're smart at all. I think I heard them all now. I've heard all the projections. I'm your punching bag, Roivas. What else don't you like about yourself? What else don't you like about yourself? Go ahead. Oh, is this my roast now? Is this my barber? Can you pass me the coleslaw? Oh, did I tell you I'm also... Oh! The internet is undefeated! We did it again. Go to johnforcongress.com. That was Roivas's self-deprecating roast or roast of John Kitover. I hope you enjoyed it. Your religion is a cult.
I am appreciative of everybody else on the planet because we all share the same
equal
struggle and the same common privilege to share the sunrise.
Bullshit.
To share the sunset.
I call bullshit.
Right. Okay. Well, I said that was my bullshit, right?
Right. So the question then is, Benjamin, in the postmodern reality where everything is bullshit, right? The question is which one will you choose and why will you choose it? That's the question everybody has to ask and answer for themselves, and you don't get to tell the other person. The only thing, right? The thing you get to have a conversation with the other person is only that. Why I chose that one. That's it.
Look, I maybe this is where you and I disagree, but I think you agree with your behavior much more than you agree with your speech. That we do get to tell each other when this story is
Well, I can tell you when you're being. I can tell you when you're being inaccurate, which isn't the same as saying you're lying, right? Like when you misread a text, right? I can tell you that you're misreading a text if you're misreading it. That's not a lie. That's not lying.
well, you're mostly just gaslighting when you say I'm misreading the text, right?
No,
I usually just
no.
read it verbatim.
No. Even when you're reading it verbatim, you have to employ various kinds of. No. It's the way reading works. Reading works by imposing, unified frameworks and lenses through which to read. If you want to be postmodern about it, Benjamin, come on, go all the way. Don't be afraid.
I'm actually quite critical of postmodernism.
I'm sure that you are, right? But you said that we're living in that reality. You descriptively, I think, accurately said that's where we are, and so therefore, your bullshit is just as, and so therefore your bullshit is no more valuable or less valuable than my bullshit.
My framework doesn't say that. My framework says that some stories are better than others. I think that some people in the middle of the 20th century.
But you have to give a rationale for why are some better than others.
Because everybody believes that some are better than others. Everybody.
Yeah, but why are some better than others?
Some have evidence, some don't.
Okay, that's one reason. Some have evidence, some don't. Why else are some better than
conducive to
others?
human flourishing. Some.
Okay, great. That's great. So again, but you have to admit, Benjamin, as you just did before, that even that explanation of why your story, your bullshit story is better, is still bullshit. Now, it might be better, right? But you just admitted, right, that So the quality of it being bullshit is not the thing that separates them. The thing that separates them is whatever explanation is shown to be, whatever standards you have to get more interesting patients these days.
I mean, I've never seen an elephant fly. I've never seen
So you're coming in the middle, Romero. I think you're behind.
I think you're behind.
No.
All
Actually,
right,
I
guys,
think you're
all
not.
right, guys.
Actually, I don't think you know what we're talking about.
All right, let's not go there. A fair point, but my framework is still modern or not. Actually, I'm not quite a postmodern because I think the postmodern says all the big stories are lies.
No, that's not what they say. They say all the big stories are constructed.
Well, fair enough.
No, it's a major difference. I hope you understand the difference, right? Because it really is a huge conceptual philosophical difference. Because what they're not trying to do is tear down the story because it's constructed. They're trying to understand the value propositions, the messages that are at play because this culture wants to tell a story in this way. That's what they mean by constructed. They want to know what the social meaning of it is.
So my base assumption here is that of social evolution, right? Which is these stories participate in the Serengeti. They wake up every morning and they go get water and they try to find something to eat. And before the sun sets, some of them die and some of them live. And those that live have something about them that is more suitable to the Serengeti than those that die.
Well,
and after a time.
Well, or somebody was sick and somebody wasn't sick, or you're so be complexity, Benjamin. Complexity. Come on.
The stories that win are the stories that inspire people to work towards each other's flourishing. Stories that lose, in my opinion, or maybe in the opinion of the comic itself, are the stories that antagonize each other.
Yeah, that's fine.
And cause conflict.
Okay, fine. And?
So, people would be advised to choose stories that they would want other people to choose if the shoe were on the other foot.
Do you think it's possible do you think we live in multiple story realities? Or it's just like one?
Yeah, multiples.
Right. So not all of those stories are of the same consequence as the other ones. And so I don't necessarily have to give those up because they don't weigh as much. Right?
Well,
or I could have a bigger framework, or say it a different way. I could have a bigger framework that I might want to attempt to unify all of my other disparate stories under, right? Some kind of unified field.
I hear you, but I think sometimes if you want one story to make sense, you have to give up another story. For example, if the UK were ever to want a story in which the Britons are not racist pieces of shit, they would have to give up the notion of birthright monarchism. Because birthright monarchism is just a example of being racist pieces of shit. You think that some people are worth more than others on the day they're born. So you got just two little people fighting around, five people bouncing around, playing some LARPy game in their museums, right? Which are their castles and whatnot, and kind of doing this perpetual medieval ritual, which is more for entertainment and tourism, and you've got the changing of the guard, and people will take the video next to the horse, and everybody loves the shit, right? It's the show. The problem is at the fundamental base root of that show is birthright monarchy, which is a caste system in which some people are, because of their birth, because of their blood, are more valuable, more important than other people. This notion of commoners, for example, people who are not royal. So you keep that shit around, you're gonna have a constant reference source for racial tension. It's just a reality. You can't.
And it only works due to religion, by the way. Well, only religion makes that possible.
We agree. Yeah.
The horrific ideas of religion are time and time. They're just
Only
horrific.
religion is evil.
Well, it is the point to make that the horrific ideas that emanate out of religion are time and time again, and we don't do anything about it. We don't stop it and say, this is racism personified, and yet we worship it and watch it on TV so that we can keep up the monarchy, so we can keep up the tourism of England, so that we can keep up the idea that this God-ordained kind of weird ritual, blood rite passage, ethnic superiority kind of thing that is baked into the Magna Carta, leaks into the United States and becomes our backbone of our tradition, and therefore we can carry on slavery and sleep it, right? These are just horrific ideas that are always passed on to us because we believe there's a higher power that has our back with these ideas.
Thank you all for joining us today. Together, we will build a stronger.
So I guess I'm saying, this is the problem, is that sometimes hypocrisy demands us to make choices, right? We can't always have all of our stories. We have to make choices. And I think, I've said so many times to you, I don't even want to say it again, but I think the stories you prefer are just blatantly incompatible with the values that you prefer. And how would you propose to navigate around that?
By just saying, well, it's this, but it's also that. And have those this and that's be antithetical to each other.
Ultimately, I think that's the so what. I think Pro kind of nailed it, right?
Well, and Kalev always says, so what? That's his trump card.
Hey, nobody gets to criticize except me.
Okay.
On issues that are your
Put it another way, I think I do enough for this room and two more like it.
Your room, your rules, dude.
You don't have to pile on.
Horrifically bad idea. Horrifically bad ideas.
Are we still friends?
Don't miss the big JB interview tonight at 7 o'clock.
Oh boy. I have just added something to my calendar, and that is missing the JB debate tonight.
I just want to just say thank you for allowing me back on stage, and I'm not going to apologize for how I've been. I just think people are ignorant in some views, and sorry if I get a little overwhelmed, but thank you for your patience.
No need to be sorry. Just manage everybody where they are.
There's no need to be sorry. Just try.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not apologizing for it. I'm just saying thank you.
What's up, dude? Can you hear me? Yeah, totally.
Fuck, dude, these rooms are so fucking insane and stupid. It's insane. Like, what the fuck, dude? Benjamin and his dumbass fucking playing guitar shit. Like, is he just like sitting around barefoot, fucking with like a ponytail or something? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, he's once you accept him as a cartoon character, he's quite amusing. Right, you just can't take anything he says seriously.
So it's just styles, dude. Styles make fights, and I just sometimes people's styles in here are just like kind of grody to me.
Yeah, totally.
And I'm not even talking that much smack. I mean, honestly, it was fun earlier, but then like Aisha trying to fucking like, God, what? It's like these power trippers, bro.
No, Aisha gets really pedantic, right? She's like, you didn't use the right word. It's like, oh, fuck off. You know exactly what I mean.
Like, does she like just think she's some hot chick or something? Like, what is this? She's just like a model or what?
professional or some shit. I don't know.
I mean, she's right. I'm not. Fuck, bro. Like, we couldn't even get past dick talk.
One was on their period today.
Yeah, wild. Yeah, I just like Alvin. I understand your fucking.
And it's interesting because like some days he's like perfectly reasonable and you can have like a decent conversation with him, but some days he just fucking digs his heels in. He goes, "No, I'm gonna be a jackass," and it's like I'm a bigger asshole if I want to be, right? Like, so you come at me like that, like I'm gonna come back even worse. And like that's the thing, right? Like I don't shy away from confrontation. I think it's necessary sometimes.
Yeah, that's why that's exactly right. I don't shy away from confrontation, obviously. That's why I find it laughable when anyone ever says I run or I dodged or anything. I'm like, are you fucking, like, them's fighting words, dude. It's amazing. I'm just tripped out, dude. These people in here are like, sometimes, like Alvin, like you said, what I think is going on there is he's just exhibiting exactly what we're talking about. Like, this is why religion's dangerous, because of what you're freaking doing right now, live, in real time.
Well, his whole deflection of like, oh, this only happens in third world countries. It's like, well, no, it fucking doesn't. It happens in Georgia. It happens in Missouri. It happens in fucking, Utah. It happens in Texas. Like, it happens in certain parts of California. Like, religion is a weapon that is used to hurt people. It might have been a good idea 1,000 years ago, right? For the sake of building civilization or small communities or whatever. Like I can concede all that, but it's outweighed its usefulness.
Yep. Entirely. Yeah, it has, and it's just like, how do they not get that? It's like the fact again that they've been in multiple rooms, they've heard all the freaking retaliations and reputations of their position, and then they still like try to act like, oh yeah, it brings some extra benefit that can't be reached without the religious part. It's just insane, dude.
Yeah, and in a modern world, we could build clubs and organizations that would fill the void that religion provides to some people, and I do believe that some people absolutely need religion because otherwise they're too awful. They're pieces of shit, and that's the one stick that keeps them in line.
Right. And I'm willing to go there. Like, if we talk with enough people, I mean, I'm just going to hear you out, and I will literally go, okay, you know what? Feels like it's safer for my kids, myself, and the general public if you remain a Muslim. Okay? I got you. You need this to rein in your fucking terror of being a douchebag. I got you. You'd be touching women. You'd be a drunk, right? You'd have no direction in life. I understand. That's the benefit. Okay, thank you. That's what I keep saying. Like, that's the only benefit. There's nothing else. I don't need to know about it for myself, right? Like, it's just this is for you. It keeps you in your little cage. That's cool.
Yeah, and all the Abrahamic religions are really shitty towards everybody. Some more than others, right? Like some sects are worse than others. And for the longest time, I was under the impression that like it went, Judaism was the most secular, peaceful one, then Christianity, then Islam. But I think it's the other way around. I think Judaism is actually one of the most aggressive and harmful, and then Christianity, then Islam.
What was the order again?
So when I was young, I grew up with a sort of idea that like from least harmful to most harmful was Judaism, Christianity, and then Islam. But now I think it's the reverse. I think that Judaism is the most harmful, followed by Christianity, followed by Islam.
I think, yeah, because it sounds like Judaism is the foundation for all three of these fucking cults.
Yeah, and all you have to do is just read the Talmud, and you're like, holy fuck.
Right, and it's funny because these guys want to distance themselves from it all the time, and when they distance themselves from the Talmud, I think it's hilarious because all they're saying is their higher up management who is assessing the religion and what it says and what it means are to be dismissed, are to only be considered opinions of the hierarchy. Like, why would you ever like write it off? It's hilarious. It's fucking funny.
Yeah, it would be like Catholics saying, well, we appreciate the Pope, but you shouldn't listen to him at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand so what's the point, right? It's like the whole thing that all it is dodge, deflect, obfuscate, victimize yourself, dodge, obfuscate, repeat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that all the way up and down.
So wild, man. And what's funny is like Io, right? Io bugs the fuck because he's a motivated reasoner. Even though he's so smart and he's such a great programmer, he knows so much language, and he's like so into science. Isn't he Jewish?
Well, not just that, right? Like if you corner him, he'll use excuses like, well, my great-grandmother suffered in Auschwitz or some shit like that. And it's like, it would be disrespectful for me to not be Jewish. It's like, would it?
Yeah, would it? I mean, I'm not saying, dude, look, no one deserves to be in Auschwitz, right? So, like, that's the bottom line. And no one is ever saying that a human being should have their rights taken away and put in a fucking punishment camp before they're fucking murdered, okay? Yeah. No one's arguing for that, ever. But they just cannot fucking be truthful in the moment. It's fucking insane, dude.
Or genocide and, colonialism are wrong, always, or they're not.
Wait, say it again?
So, either genocide and colonialism, they're either right or they're wrong. And I think they're wrong in every case.
Right.
Right. And if they're wrong in every case, then they can never be right.
Right.
It can never be a good idea to genocide another people.
No. And that's what's weird about the whole Israel thing is that, like, I've gone into these rooms where these dudes are yucking it up between each other, and they're, like, going back and forth between scripture, pop culture, TV shows, movies, science, scripture, right? And I'll just go, why don't they just DNA test people in Israel? And they're just, why would we do that? And I'm like, well, why wouldn't you do that? Isn't that the whole fucking point? It's like, what is this?
Yeah, and the back and forth of like, well, it's because of blood. Well, it's not really because of blood. It's like, well, my biggest gripe with what's his fucking face, Kalev, it is how he is just completely two-faced. Right, he's two-faced on every issue. On every issue, he's like, well, it's like this, but it's also like the antithesis of this. But it's also, and it's like, God damn it, dude.
Also just a story of the system.
Yeah, it's all made up. So we're mutilating children for a made-up story, right? And then that got passed on to the Catholics and some of the Christians, and they were like, oh, well, we got to do this too. Right, and then it gets passed on culturally to people like Aisha, where they're like, well, it's actually medically convenient. It's like, okay, well, like, if cutting people's earlobes off was medically convenient, would we do it? Or would we just teach kids how to fucking wash their ears?
Insane, dude.
I like cults, like, for fun, like Comic-Con, as in, like, we all know that it's not real and that we're here to play makeup and dress up and put on a show and then go back home and, live our lives, without that being the primary focus of our lives. So the thing that scares me is, like, if I were to participate with the Muslims in doing their game, or certain Christian cults or certain Jewish cults or certain other cults, like, I can still go back to my home, but like, it's not a primary focus of mine. But the thing that just shocks me is like that they're in denial of what they're doing, and that they think that their all or nothing statements are not opinions and they're facts. And when they say that Muhammad is the last and final prophet, I like to tell them that that's not true. Donald Trump is the last and final and greatest prophet of all time. And then we get full circle into the bullshit. And then we can finally admit that saying one man has some type of divine existence, and that, you know, he's the last end all be all, the greatest, peace and blessings be upon. I think it's so interesting how they have to add peace and blessings be upon him, because that's like saying they know deep down in the back of their head that he was a piece of shit and a horrible person. And so they have to add that peace and blessings be upon him, because that like reframes the actual reality of who Muhammad was. So anyways, that's my contribution to your room, honey. I hope you enjoyed it. Honey.
Hello. I'm just kidding, dude. Hey, John, it's funny because you came up last night in your absence. I guess you were in the room earlier and you had left, and they were like talking about, you know, and these were some smart guys, some nice dudes. It was like philosophical minds or something was the room. And it was a bunch of what they call it, fuck, I can't remember, some kind of Muslim where they're like more open-minded and actually intelligent and articulate and like
about Matthews.
Yes, dude. Which I like those guys. Actually, they're chill, and I've had a nice conversation, mutual respect, and people are like defending you, dude. Like, you know, Cora was defending you. I would have had I decided to speak, but I was watching fights, so I didn't want to be all loud. And I don't know, man. It's like, it's just funny listening to people talk about you in your absence, because I'm always just like, dude, the guy's super sharp. He's just, I have no idea what your angle is.
No, I mean, it wasn't in my absence. I got thrown off the stage after I accused Matthew of being a pedophile, a possible terrorist, etc. You know, and they're like, what was that all about? And then Cora's like, well, he's actually pretty intelligent if you can get him to like stop his craziness.
Right.
It's bullshit.
That was the part. I'm like, I don't think the dude's crazy by any means. I mean, we're all crazy. I'm crazy. I use it all the time loosely. When I use the term crazy about myself, it's funny because people will still lash out at me for even using the term crazy. I go, look, I'm just not afraid. I use it loosely because I'm not afraid to fucking just call it, dude. We're all fucking crazy.
Well, when people call me crazy, I just view that as them projecting their inner craziness onto me. And, you know, I'm sitting here
like not okay with just using the term crazy. Like, I'm fucking crazy. Who cares? Next, you know?
They're mostly just calling out the sort of performative aspect of it all, right?
It's not necessarily performative. It's your opinion that it's performative, because, you know, if you watch when I watch my own YouTube, I'm laughing because I think I'm funny, and I think I am basically like
performative. You know, like that's what I'm saying.
But it's more than performative. It's comedy plus truth. So like if you watch,
I agree.
You know, Primetime Stein, when he goes before these city councils and he goes, "My daughter's trans," you know, he does all this bullshit to mock these people. They are 100% worthy of being mocked. And if you don't understand mockery, that's why I say this app is actually a roast app. But what I realized today is it's actually like a dysfunctional Toastmasters. It's like a Toastmasters for crack addicts and like, you know, trash. People who are so disorganized that they don't even know they're at Toastmasters. And they're all just gobbling up and talking over each other in the most insane, ruthless, profane, toxic manner humanly ever conceived. So this app actually is a cult, and chillism is a perfect example of that cult. And chillism is just another word for N-wordism, and that's essentially, as I just described, it's Toastmasters but for the ghetto, or dinner for schmucks, where people like me and you and other, you know, individuals who want to mock these people and turn them into a product because it's our right to be capitalists. You know, that's just what I'm doing. I'm literally turning people in these rooms, these brands, into a product. And I'm about to rebrand. And I think, you know, people actually watch my YouTube lives. Like when I go live, And the coolest thing about it is it's set it and forget it for me, because I can put on Chillism at 10 a.m. and they will go till 10 a.m. the next day without even playing copyrighted music. It's incredible. Like, you know.
I have to correct you on one thing.
Okay,
Timothy McVeigh was the last prophet.
You know, this is the secret about all of these religions, and I have enough books and, you know, lived experience to know that everyone's debate is a stupid waste of time, because the first Zen poem ever written declares that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So all of these pontificators and preachers are essentially denying their own, you know, hidden essence. We won't call it divinity, but we will call it a secret mystery. It's a riddle. And not a lot of people can solve this complicated riddle because there's no answer. And it's a silence. And I can hit my Zen bell right now and say, that's the truth of the earth at your birth and your death. You know, the whole thing is essentially people trying to work on their public speaking. And that's why I go back to Toastmasters. I've done Toastmasters, and I've seen some incredible Toastmaster speeches where I almost started crying because they were so sincere, so authentic, so truthful. And, you know, so I laugh because when I hear concrete in Chillism, like, that's like, and they're all fighting like, it's my turn, it's my turn, it's my turn to get on the mic. Shut the fuck up, it's my turn, mine. Like, it's, you know, essentially it's people demanding to go up on the stage to do their Toastmaster speech, and they want that rush, you know. So I think I've thoroughly observed it and accurately diagnosed the situation. I hope my information packet transfer was proprietary, informative, and persuasive.
Ding. Hey, John. Can I be heard? John, is that your answer? 0? Okay.
Well, you were in the Matrix for a bit.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew you were speaking. Yeah, we can hear you.
That's my little bike bell I put on my mountain bike sometimes. Like, as far as ratings on here, who do you think roasts people well, in your opinion? Like, between someone like myself or, like you said, Concrete, or anyone on here? I'm just like, do you have any people that you think are actually decent at it?
Top-notch roasters. I don't know too many roasters on here. Like, I did hear Benjamin roast Steve Appel. That was thoroughly enjoyable. Because Steve is so rigid, you know, and so inflexible. Anybody who, see, the whole thing deals with the green bean of fascism. Most of these liberal Democrats can't admit that they actually act like fascists, and therefore they are fascists. And everybody technically is the same, meaning that we are all a censor. But some people can let it go and say, okay, let's just let it flow and see where this goes. But people want to control the narrative. And, you know, this is an interesting experiment for you. Put in earplugs and use this app. And turn the volume all the way up on your phone. Totally different experience. Because if I do my really obnoxious, horrible, annoying voice, you'll immediately say, okay, enough of this shit. Like, I can't listen to it, you know? So the thing with the earplugs is it diminishes, like, the dopamine response. It's not as strong. And because you got the earplugs in, there's like this buffer between you and that speaker. So, but with regards to your question, I mean, I do love hearing like the reversals on this app, where you get an extreme black female making extreme statements, and then you get the reverse end of that, and then it's always, there's just an amazing like Taoistic inversion or inverse that happens here all the time. The opposites meet each other in surprising ways, and then sometimes you'll hear like, you know, like I heard a black woman today talking about how this app is all emotional because it's like a spirit app, you know, and your emotional response is real, but it's not like there's real effects in the real world. Like, you can't get punched in the nose. You can't go kill that person that, you know, you're screaming against, making death threats. I mean, I heard a young girl, African-American girl here, talking to another young African-American girl about how they just killed somebody, and her friend was upset how she was eating the body. I was like, what? Talk about performative art. But then you start to think, you know what? Maybe it's not performative art. Maybe there's some truth in what they're saying. So, but the best self-roasters are really if I could open up, John's Hot Chicken Ranch, it would be called self-roasting. So, like, I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but I'm totally, fully, 100% in on self-deprecation, because, eventually the self-deprecation it's not like self-deprecating. You kind of like reverse it out by going fully in self-deprecating. So it becomes the truth, and, art matches reality, and then you have synthesis. So anyways, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, self-roasting is fine, and I'm willing to do it. I prefer to just freaking call out the shit in a narrow bandwidth of stuff we're talking about. That's all I'm doing. And,
a hypercharged individual. I've heard you talking about Ice and Penny, and like, you are so charged that, like, it makes me think that you still buy all the bullshit. Like, the truth is meditation. And I hate to be like a hippie saying you should form your own cult, but, like, just make it for you, not for other people, because no cult leader wants to have to deal with the incessant complaints that get generated from your cult followers. It's exhausting. Eventually you start a complaint department, and you're no longer running a cult. You're just trying to solve people's situations. And so, that's also the thing in these mass cult religions. Like, you go to the ceremony, you go to the communion, and you can give money, but you still can't even submit a complaint. You know what I'm saying? Like, but this app is the ultimate solution to all laziness, and even nature itself, because nature takes the absolute lowest form of response, meaning, like, the easiest response is what nature creates. So it's almost like the lowest energy response is the correct response. And so I'm just criticizing you, saying, I don't know, I assume you're a Democrat, liberal, etc. But, like, the truth is, you're just on the other end of the spectrum of a Nazi. And so if you're the opposite of a Nazi, you're like a negative Nazi. Like, you don't recognize your own fascism and hypocrisy, because if you were in charge, you would reverse the flow of the energy, but then you'd end up victimizing all types of innocent people who thought they were doing the right thing. So the final analysis of this entire, monologue, aka Toastmaster speech, is that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And when you try to resist that opinion or that concept, you end up hurting yourself, because it's not a conservation of your energy based on wisdom, intelligence, love, law, etc., strength. I mean, honey, let me ask you this. How do you think you exhibit virtue and strength in your life? How do you exhibit wisdom?
How do I exhibit wisdom? I don't necessarily think I do exhibit wisdom.
Well, don't you think that's a pretty important thing to have in your life? Intelligence. Do you think the self alone is an exhibition of wisdom? There's no, like, other ingredients to put in your soup to prove, that yourself.
No, what I think is, I find, and I've been learning this, I'm actually good at assessing myself in reflection and making sure, or trying to correct myself if I think that I'm doing something wrong in my thinking patterns and stuff like that. So I want to be accurate. I don't need to be right. I'd rather be effective. Stuff like that.
Okay, so if you took a college course on ethics, morals, and virtues, could you describe to me possibly what the professor of that course would teach, the students in a course about morals, ethics, and virtues? How would they spend their 3 months together, learning morals, ethics, and virtues?
I took that course when I was like a freshman. I would think that I think it would focus on sentience and who can even assess these items, because without that, I don't know what we're even talking about. That'd be the first thing. And then wrapping our heads around where we fit in that and understanding that we all have our own perspective. So starting with being able to kind of like apply, I guess, a sense of wearing the shoes of the other.
Mm-hmm. So that if you were the professor, that's how you would do it. That's what you would lead the 3 months.
So yeah.
Okay, well, see, my critique is, if you look at my PTR, I have a magazine. It's not quite a book, but it's technically a magazine. It is a book. But if I was the teacher of a course on morals, ethics, and virtues, I wouldn't offer any. See, I would just call it the book club. And, that's my critique of this app is our information packet transfers suck. But when I read a book to you, my information packet transfer goes way up in value. And so I'm just saying that if I was the teacher of a course, I would say, here's the reading list, everybody, 10 books, 1 book a week, and this is a 10-week course. Each week, at the end of the week, you have to have a book report, and we discuss the book. And that's the whole course, because otherwise you end up with a clubhouse room, which is what you just described, where the leader, aka the green bean person, tries to do this type of rationalization education as opposed to a reading list with book reports. And that's just my critique of the education system, of conversation in general. If you do meditation, you pretty much kind of you tend to keep to yourself more. Like, you're not totally interested in doing Toastmasters every single day, limitlessly. Like, you put boundaries on what you're talking about, and you actually read a table of contents, tell people what you told. If you've ever done public speaking, I'm just saying that, like, this app is, it's toxic because people here just basically have no guardrails, no boundaries. Like even Rabbi Caleb and these supposed religious certified leaders, to me, they're not doing what I just described, which is, here's a reading list, let's talk about it. They're coming here to talk about political issues, LGBTQ, CRT, BLM, DEI, LGBTQ. Like, okay, cool. But, I just did an interview with the news about my candidacy. I said that Republicans and Democrats are actually all just libertarians, but they're all divided on political opinions. And everybody loves liberty. And, the fact is that if you have to work.
Well, why use the term political? Like, what does political mean to you? Because I find that it's
political is all communication. That's the same thing as saying all communication is hypnosis. You can't say all communication is political, because technically, this is the craziest thing. When you run for Congress, I have women trying to spy on me, like through seductive manners. Like, let's go out on a date. Like, they're all gathering intelligence. They're all spies, not like in the literal way, but I'm just saying we're all information harvesters. That movie Dune, The Spice Mine, like, they're not mining spice, they're mining intelligence. And so I'm just saying, the books that I read, like if I read the Constitution today, every time you read it, you discover new things, like capitalizations of certain words. Like, they are in the Constitution, they are giving divine, framing to certain words. Not just God, but all types of words have capitalizations in there. So they're putting this, like, enlightenment, divine, spin on it, which is really just to try to, like, point something out, to say, hey, look at this more closely. So anyways, I'm just saying this app uses you, and right now, as I'm talking to you, I'm recording this across, 15 phones. And then I'm recording 4 other, clubhouse rooms simultaneously across 30 different phones. Like, I am trying to commoditize people's communication. And unfortunately, because so much of it is so vulgar, profane, homicidal, suicidal, I get community guideline strikes on YouTube because it's hate speech. And there's a lot of black racists on this app. This app proves one thing. It proves that there are black extremists in this country. Fanatics. They're crazy. And if you go to that 40 acres on a mule, they are still sitting there talking about how they're going to break away from America and get their own land and start their own nation. They're extremists. They're revolutionary terrorists on this app. There are people that project violence nonstop on here. And Pepe is one of them. He constantly says, can I rape that person? Like, it's like, is that how you communicate in the real world? Like, how you communicate here is how you communicate in the real world. It's the same fucking reality, isn't it?
Like, don't you think that, like, all this really gets down to is human comfort, discomfort, their peace with themselves and discontent with, like, victimhood and or perceived victimhood. Like it's treacherous out there, man. And some people were born and raised geographically and socially in ways that you were not. And so they're programmed to be like this. And it's something that they really can't shake to some degree because they haven't reached that enlightenment phase.
They're not interested in the enlightenment. They're more interested in their politics. And that's why I say 99.9% of all the communication here is all political. But the funny thing is most people will never actually act on it. Like, having run for Congress now is the doing part, the action part. If you just study wisdom but don't do any action, it's totally pointless.
Why do you think that politics has anything to do with this enlightenment thing? Like, why are you confusing the two?
Haven't you read the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution? They deal directly
No, you're
with
doing
enlightenment.
The voice is funny to you, but not to other people. You know that, right?
The voice?
The voice doesn't work.
What are you quoting the movie Dune? Like, use the voice? Is that what you're saying?
So the reason why I think you're completely full of shit is that I don't think you really understand any of this esoteric crap that you read, this Crowley, Alan Watts nonsense, and then you're like doing this like political troll thing. Like, what are you actually doing with your life that makes any fucking sense? I mean, is this all just like?
I can describe.
Hold on a second. Is this like a code for like? Hold on a second. Is this a code for a sort of like non-starter, life event?
No, you don't understand Zen philosophy. It's the art of. It's basically.
I don't give a shit about Zen philosophy. I'm concerned with the results. Like.
Yeah, I know you're concerned, but again, I would just say it's your opinion, and life is opinion. That's okay. I'm entitled to my opinion.
You're wasting your time with this like Congress thing that isn't going to go anywhere. So it's like, what's the?
You're concerned about my time, and see, this is one of the.
I'm wondering like.
Why you're not concerned about my time?
What about you isn't a waste of time? That's
I see. I'm worthless. Is what you're saying. So I have no value. Okay, well. Again, I'll just go back to saying that's your opinion.
Or you can say, everything I say is my opinion. I mean,
Hello?
Everything I say is my opinion. Right.
Right. Okay.
You don't need to point that out. Right.
Got it. Is any of this projection? That's all I want to know. Is any of this?
No, I have shit going on in my life. It isn't.
No, it's not projection.
I don't think you have much outside of Clubhouse.
It's not projection. It's just your opinion. Okay. Well, thank you very little. Thank you very little.
Do you have an answer for that? Like, what are you actually doing?
Oh, what are you asking again? Because I just heard.
Since you were interrogating Honey about like how he imparts
wisdom. What was your question to the congressional candidate?
That's my question for you.
Okay, what was your question? I couldn't hear it because I was too busy trying to answer your question. Go ahead.
I'm saying, do you have anything significant that you're doing, like in reality?
Yeah,
or just waste your time? Because you have like, hold on a second. Because you have like a bunch of these like, stupid like alt accounts. You spend tons of time making YouTube channels that no one watches.
Really?
I don't understand.
We're watching this conversation right now.
I think the point of like enlightenment is
N-O-W.
I know you're really annoying and stupid.
N-O-W.
Unlike Honey, I don't think you're smart at all. I don't know why. Yeah, this is a band limited thing. It's not as annoying as you think it is.
I think I heard them all now.
Right. This is a band limited thing, so we're not getting all the
What else
high
don't you like about yourself? What else don't you like about yourself? Go ahead.
I mean, I feel kind of bad for you. I mean, you're just kind of a dipshit.
Oh, is this my roast now? Is this my barbecue? Can you pass me the coleslaw?
again, go to johnforcongress.com. That was Roy Voss's self-deprecating roast or roast of John Kitover. I hope you enjoyed it.
That was funny.
Okay, so now I think I understand the question. So I would have to think on that since you're using the name Jesus explicitly. So I think it would be more so how that's presented and so forth. So
I
appreciate you. Like based on the way you articulated it, then
I
think it would fall under the Leviticus law.
Of course, we were born in a where we grow up.
So let me ask you a question. Are you there?
We're not really getting full truth about things. And
if a man was to say, "Well, this is,"
I think we're looking at two different Lucifers. So.
This is the thing, though. My understanding of God, of the devil, whenever I was younger, was, it was some evil, half man, half like goat, long-horned, evil entity of some sort, and this thing could do what?
I said, it's crazy how like those images were like really to scare people ice-wise, like. To know that if something looks like that, it's supposed to scare you. Isn't it crazy that they were able to deceive people? And if something looks like that, run.
Well, I think what's scarier than the image that they tried to paint to me of the devil is pretending that they love children but actually sexually assaults them. That's terrifying to me because they have the ability to gather children's innocence and gather their attention and trust, and parents will gladly throw their kids at them, not knowing who this person really is, but because they're an upholder of God, they're safe, and that's what's really, really scary, terrifying to me. That's more terrifying than any devil, pointy-tailed, goat horn, beady eyes glowing in the dark. I would gladly face that than some evil priest who is
that wears the outfits that look good though, right? They wear outfits that actually look good on the outside. So they know that people in this world, they go by their flesh, they go by their sight. So that's why it's to the point where their sight has been deceiving them the whole time because they go what actually looks good instead of what is good. But they can't see what's good because the outside, it looks very clean.
But
that's why when it comes down to it.
But see, this is my issue though. Then with God, it's because if He's supposed to be all great, all powerful, then why not fix that? Why not correct those things that are trying to deceive?
So that in order to do that, He had to destroy this whole world. So
no, because I'm not deceiving. I'm not deceiving anyone. I'm not a devil in human flesh and trying to deceive anyone.
No, it's not. So it's not. In order for that to happen,
people have to suffer, and then when you get to heaven, you're not going to have any sin. Well, if He can make it like that, why not just start out like that?
It did. It started out like that, but people have free will to make a decision. So wait, listen.
Are you shitting me? How did it start out like that?
So it starts out with everything being good, and it's like the fact that. So when something starts off.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh no! Oh no! Image, come back!
What happened, Image?
So funny.
Oh, he must have glitched.
He always glitches. Oh, hey, Image is here, right?
Hi, Image. Oh.
What's up, Malik?
Hey.
Hey, what's good?
So, as far as I was saying, we start off with good parents, but we go against I'm talking about that's when someone leaves wisdom. So when we leave the parent that is good.
Sorry, what do you mean we start off with good parents?
Like we started off with a good parent. That parent.
Some of us do.
Nowadays some of us do.
Always.
No, I'm saying.
Are we talking about Adam and Eve here? Can we be a little bit more specific about?
So if we want to bring the foundation to the well, I don't mind going to the Bible just so we can have a foundation.
Image, say what you mean and mean what you say.
No, I'm saying I can speak about different foundations. I don't mind. But
no, we don't want to talk about different foundations. I want
okay,
to talk about surface level shit.
So we're going to talk about the Bible. So as far as if we speak about the foundation of the Bible, so in the beginning it was Adam and a woman, and they both was under wisdom. They both was listening to someone that had wisdom.
You always throw out this goopy, freaking loaded language, bro. Can you just like get to a fucking point?
Gotcha. So basically, they decided to go against wisdom, and they.
What do you mean? What do you mean they decided to go against wisdom? They didn't have wisdom.
They did have wisdom because
they hadn't eaten from the tree of knowledge.
So this is what I'm saying. Wisdom is the one that told.
So wisdom is just like intelligence and experience. You have to have. They didn't have any experience.
But they heard somebody speak experience into them and said they don't.
The image. It doesn't matter if you hear someone speak. You have to have personal experience to be wise. Adam and Eve were not wise people. They were like little babies.
Exactly. But the thing is,
image. Do you understand how they did not have wisdom?
But they had somebody that gave them wisdom.
No, image. Someone can't give you wisdom.
Dude, we're not like the people in those dipshit rooms you're used to. Bro, fucking get over it. Fucking feel.
Image, no one can give you wisdom.
You can follow wisdom.
You can't follow. No, wisdom is intelligence plus experience.
You gotta do this. He keeps fucking trying.
So my definition of wisdom, you can't get it from somewhere if you don't have the.
He's like back against the wall right now, dude. He's like, boom. He's like throwing spaghetti and shit.
So example, image. If I was to say to you, I'm older than you, okay? I've lived life a little bit longer, and I can tell you that living without a religion, in my wisdom, is better for you. Your mental health is better for your physical health. It's better for a whole plethora of things. My wisdom, is that going to be the same as your wisdom?
If I don't have wisdom and I'm looking for wisdom, and you're basically saying that you're.
Do you have wisdom?
Yes, I do.
What are you wise about?
I understand what's going on in this world.
Okay, and what is going on?
Yeah, give us an example.
People deny wisdom.
Oh my God, dude.
I know.
Come on, Image. You gotta be better.
People deny following the one that has the truth. They feel like they have the truth.
You gotta say something meaningful.
That means a lot.
No, it doesn't.
They deny the one that knows what to do. They deny the solution.
Can I just say, if God knew what to do, why did he fuck up so many times, regret creating humanity, and have loads of temper tantrums?
He didn't. They messed up.
No, he messed up. He was the creator. He fucked up his creation, according to the story. I don't believe in God.
So think about it like this. So imagine if you have a. I'm gonna touch that Wait. Let me.
You're not the people in those rooms with 400 dudes screaming at each other about scripture, bro. We're not impressed. You have to raise the fucking level, dude.
Mm-hmm. So this is what I'm saying. Do you want that person to cut your neck off right when you go into that stove to touch it anyway?
So I have a question for you, Image. Who gave the wisdom to God?
God was wisdom. God
was wisdom. God is wise. God understands and knows everything. Why then did he create something?
$1,000 per second child and third child after the first child.
And is it working?
Not really, no.
No, it's not easy to incentivize people to procreate.
Yeah.
But that's what I was bringing up Hungary as an example. Because if there's any group of people that I think would feel the need to, I mean, Hungary's part of the EU. They can easily end up getting replaced pretty quickly.
Doesn't Hungary occasionally have a suicide epidemic?
I'm not aware. But They did do a study a few years ago where they looked at the native-born British population, and they selected for people who were descent of the British Isles, and they did show that there was the people that were having the most kids did have lower they had far more risk markers, right? When it comes to the different polygenetic traits, like they're more likely to have certain illnesses, not, I guess, genes that are linked to having, doing a poor in school, addiction.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to my room.
But they did end up, so it did show even amongst, it was important to control for them as opposed to the.
Get happy in my.
Hello.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Just my people.
So it did, it did control for. God damn it.
I have an argument.
Wow. The power of Gulani. Everyone's been replaced. Oh my God. Pepe! Get up here, Pepe! This was Pepe's room, wasn't it? Or was it Prince's room? You've all been replaced. Thanks, Goo. A loyal foot soldier. A loyal foot soldier in the cause. We're going to update this room title as well. This is very exciting. The power of Gulani. The power of the Gulanis.
Bring up Keegan.
Raise your hand if you want to come up. Sorry, you've all been a victim of replacement. Not just a theory. That was replacement in action. That was not theoretical.
That was replacement.
Isn't it interesting? Pepe was going on his speech about something about the British. Let's find out. Go ahead, Pepe. Finish what you were saying.
No, she's saying that the British people that are having children, they have their polygenic scoring shows that these are people with things like they're more likely to have ADHD, low intelligence, behavioral disorders, addictions, that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like the idiocracy thing. I don't want to sound cruel, but people hate it when you talk about genetics. But you will. But I don't know what to say. It is important, though. I mean, all of those things are tied to your genes.
Okay, so if you want to go create another room, just go create another room. But you're all a part.
Just to say it.
You're all a part of replacement theory. The hottest.
The only time you can get a room is when you.
Rico, do what you have to do. Keegan wants that.
Do what you want to do.
Move him down. Rico, mod me up.
Okay, he's been moved to the audience. Thank you. Also, Abby, we're going to put you down there because you're being extra annoying. Go ahead, Pepe. What else would you like to talk about in replacement theory? What's concerning you? Do you consider what you're talking about political, or do you consider it science?
Civilizational.
So you're interested.
Making conversation.
Civilizational, because it's
Civilization.
Is that a word?
Yeah.
It's
and pertaining to civilization.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. In other words,
right.
He was basically talking about the total fertility rate and how there's a correlation.
I don't know. It just seems to indicate your country's doing well.
Mixed, please mute up. Mixed, wait till Pepe's finished. Continue, Pepe.
Yeah, this is a global-wide problem. Or worldwide problem. So yeah, we're talking about.
Oh wait, let Yakov, please wait. Yakov, there's a queue here. Yakov, mute up.
I already said what I was gonna say.
So mute up. Ahmad is speaking.
Let them interrupt freely.
Ahmad is speaking.
I'm talking.
Ahmad is speaking, and when Ahmad is speaking, thou shalt not speaketh. How many times have you heard that on Clown House? So let's just summarize what Pepe just said. Pepe, give us a summary of what you just said. Go ahead.
I already said it.
I know, but give us the summary of what you said. Compress it more. Try to compress it more. Ahmad is speaking. Pepe, try to compress it more. The more money people make, the less kids they have.
Yes.
So
Yes, that's called an inverse correlation.
An inverse correlation. In statistics, an inverse correlation is an important concept. What are some other inverse correlates? Go ahead.
That was the main one. By far the most important one. Where do people make the most money? In developed countries like East Asia and the West, and they're having the least amount of fucking kids.
So what are you having for dinner on a Friday night? What are you going to put in your mouth today?
Well, that's a loaded question.
Hey, it's Rico Bosco. Hey, dodged a bullet with that Issa. She's a real chatterbox.
Welcome to Replacement Theory.
I told the less people shag, the fewer kids they have.
Well, Gen X and Gen Z are not having a lot of sex, so.
I thought Gen X had a lot. I thought that was.
Hey, Magus, I don't mind you being the mod, but this was my room, and you kicked me down. Can I have my
temporarily, it was your room, right? Well said.
No, we are modding together.
No, we can mod together.
No, I'm not giving you a green B. I'm the Magus. The Magus has taken control of the room, and you've been replaced. Pepe is king of Clown House. That's the new name of the room. Yuck, yuck, yuck. We're gonna yuck it up. Okay? So you know, people can't take not having the control, but the truth is they're just fascists, you know. And I'm not a fascist. I will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that I'm not a fascist. But I'm a green beaner. What is a green beaner really to you, Pepe? What does a green bean mean?
I don't know, fucking environmentalist. Like, what is that?
Environmentalist, S-P-I-C-K? Is that how you spell that word, or is it S-P-I-C? Is there a K at the end of it?
Just a C. Just a C.
Oh, just a C. There's no K. Well, happy Friday, everybody. Pepe is king of Clown House for many reasons. And we're going to find out today exactly in a one-on-one interview with Dr. Pepe what makes Dr. Pepe think. What is it that motivates you most in life, Dr. Pepe? Hello? Dr. Pepe?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Entertain us.
What motivates you, Pepe, in life? Like, what do you like in life? Like, to me, I love a fucking great ass.
Kick me, bald-headed. Kick me from the room.
You want to get kicked?
Yeah.
Okay, Pepe, the question to you is what motivates you? Like, what do you desire? Like, what is attractive to you?
You are a whole lot. You are attractive.
Not a whole lot?
Is that what you want to hear, Magnus or Magus, whatever you need?
It's pronounced Magus.
What do you value in your life, Mr. Jonathan Kitover?
I love books. I have a very large book collection.
Why the fuck would you value books?
Because it's intelligence. Basically, they're like little computer systems. And, you know, when I read a book, that's like taking a software program and uploading it into my brain.
So you value some utilitarian thing like having intelligence because it can help you figure things out, or I don't know what is it? What does that do for you?
Part of it is just like joy. Like, have you ever been to a water park and had the greatest day of your life, or been surfing and been like, wow, this was the greatest day of my life?
So in other words, you just like what's important for you is just enjoying life. That's all the meaning you have for it.
Well, not necessarily. The fact of the matter is there are some truths that people have a very hard time comprehending. For example, is time a concept?
I don't see why it's not a concept.
Okay, well, some people will tell you it's not that it is not a concept as opposed to being conceptual. So that is one of the big secrets in philosophy.
Let me rephrase question. Cats will entertain themselves by, I don't know, swatting at a tennis ball attached to a string, or chasing their tail, or trying to hunt birds, and I don't know, eating cat food. That's what they contribute to this world.
Mhm.
I guess, maybe because you can value their companionship. But what is the meaning to a cat's life?
You know, sometimes I think.
In other words, what is the difference between your life and a cat's? What importance is there?
Well, you know, sometimes when I lay around in the sun and I do yoga and I rotate my hips and I do deep breathing, I actually sometimes think I am a cat, you know, or a dog.
So what's the purpose in your life? Like, what is your purpose?
My purpose right now is to moderate Pepe is King of Clown House in the most expeditious and intelligent way possible, with as much love and kindness as possible, because the truth is I'm going out on a date tonight with a perfect 10, and I got to psych myself up to go out on this date, because I don't want to go into the date without love in my soul, without love in my heart, because then I'm not going to get laid. No, never wrap up. What I'm trying to say is never wrap up. No, that's for amateurs.
Did you wrap up for your circumcision? Otherwise, you leave DNA evidence. Like, why? You're fucking retarded.
Oh.
Magus, did you wrap up when you got your circumcision?
I was too young. I couldn't remember the circumcision, but mine was done in a hospital. It wasn't done by a mohel in some Jewish ceremony.
Oh, thank God.
So if you had a rabbi suck your fucking dick.
Okay, let me ask you this. What is weirder, okay? In Iran, if you are gay, you can't suck a dick legally. But if you have your dick surgically removed and become trans, it's legal for you to suck dicks.
They've been doing that for decades. I don't know what their logic is.
So, well, what's worse, that cutting off a dick to suck a dick, or a rabbi who performs a circumcision using a surgical instrument tool and then takes a little plastic tube and touches it on the tip of the dick? What's worse, that or that? Which one's worse? Hello? To all the Shia Islamists, does Iran have a Muslim problem? Or does Islam got an Iranian problem? Which one is it? Which one is it? No, you gotta cut off your dick to suck a dick.
Which one? I would say cutting the child's dick to suck that child's dick is grosser and weirder.
Okay, again, that's not the example I gave. I hate it when people say again, and I'm sorry for saying again.
You are describing something that has happened, but doesn't always happen. I'm describing something that has always happened, that continues to happen, which is that they cut a child's penis and then they suck that child's penis.
Why would you? So knowing today, because I can understand centuries ago, and I forget in reality there is something that when that happens, when they put their lip on it, it does cause some kind of help it heal. I don't quite know what it is. I don't really care to look, but we know today that, for example, most people have cold sores, or the vast majority of people, not all of them get the cold sores. They have I don't know if it's I forget which herpes simplex virus it is, but babies actually die from that.
Yeah, I get it. Listen, there's no debate here with your moderator. There's no debate here with your moderator on that practice. If it's not hygienic, it's obvious that it's illegal and they should be arrested. It's just obvious. But there's bigger issues at play here. Is a late-term abortion, let's say you go downrange and you go to Afghanistan and you're defending the gate before the final plane takes off from the final withdrawal and a jihadist blows you up and you die. Let me ask you this. Is that just a late-term abortion? Was that just a Joe Biden late-term abortion, the withdrawal and, the final attacks? Anyways, I'm just saying, gentlemen, we have to be progressive.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. Ask Israel and the 20 or 30,000 kids that they ended up killing. I don't know. Was that? What did they think it is?
How many times? How many?
Being against abortion is being against Judaism. Let us murder our children.
Let me ask you this, Pepe. Do you think you've ever fucked a girl, got her pregnant, and then she decided to have an abortion of your child?
I know that happened.
Ooh, that must be painful to know.
No, it wasn't.
Well, when I look at your PTR, I could just see you with a son or a daughter who's been murdered. And so, you're technically, what is it called when an adult has a son or a daughter that's been, you're a Gold Star abortion victim family. You're a Gold Star family. I don't think we should just do Gold Star family awards for like victims of illegal alien murders. I think we should start doing like Gold Star family, like abortion survivors. Like if you have lost someone to the abortion industrial complex, you should get like a presidential, award of freedom. I think that's what we should do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think Congress should put through an act declaring that if you've been victimized by the abortion industrial complex, you're entitled to a reparation. That's what I think. Because, what's worse, murder or race? Because if everything is black, and, have you guys been to the 40 Acres and a Mule Room? I've been listening.
Are you asking me the question? Like, do I think it's good that black women have aborted like 60% of their babies? Entirely.
Well, I'm not
even saying that in a joking manner.
No, I hear you. That's the one thing that is not really talked about all that much, is that we dodged a bullet here. What I'm trying to say is, in literature, just like in television, sex is actually more controversial than murder and war, which is the most ironic of all ironies, because the medium or the content, sex and love is beautiful, appropriate sex and love is beautiful and wonderful. But murder and mayhem and chaos and anarchy and sadomasochism and terrorism and rampant murder and crimes, of all types, that's the real blasphemy, the real heretical behavior in society. And it's just ironic that that it's everywhere. It's in the media so much, whether it's the news or the action movies, etc. But the lovemaking, is frowned upon and criticized, and actually considered more, distasteful and even violent than violence itself, which is just so hypocritical and ironic. But all I'm trying to say is that Pepe is king of Clown House, and for many years here, Pepe has used me to jumpstart my rooms, or his rooms. He will bring me up. Maybe he'll even mod me for a brief second. Maybe he'll just let me give some opinions, and then he'll call me an idiot, an F word, and then kick me to the goo. And then Mon comes in with her little blue square PTR. He mods her up, and then the Howard Stern and Robin Quiver show, launches like a rocket out of Gaza into Tel Aviv. But then, like today, the what's the Israeli defense missile system called? The Iron Dome. Iron Dome. Yeah, today I was made into the Iron Dome of Pepe's time wasting here on this app. You could call me Pepe's babysitter. Technically, like, Pepe, you don't know this, but I know your father's is a judge and an attorney, and he hired me to babysit you because he's worried about you. And so I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid by your dad to sit here and supervise you as if I was your babysitter. It's kind of pathetic, really, that your dad has to pay somebody to help you because he's so worried about his son. But your dad is very generous, and I want to thank Dr. Pepe, Mr. Pepe, Esquire. Put some respect on that, Esquire. What was it like having a father as an attorney, Dr. Pepe? What are you taking? Creatine supplements? Are you going to the gym?
No, I haven't gone to the gym in like a few years.
You think that's maybe why you have so many problems in your life?
What problems?
Well, you don't go to the gym. That's one problem I can think of right away. You don't lift weights. You don't lift weights?
Don't go to the gym.
Really? Because I'm going to go to the gym, and I went to the gym yesterday, the day before, and there were hundreds of people there working out, lifting weights, running, stretching.
I don't get fat, and like I'll occasionally do like body weight workout, but like once a month maybe, but like I was working out my whole life. That like the strength and shit comes back. Like I'm not.
I know, but it's a lifestyle. Like, don't you want to live your best life?
Really?
Yeah, really. I mean, I'm an optimizer over here. I got fucking, I'm recording 4 rooms across 30 phones right now in 4 different recording studios. And I'm recording this conversation. Yeah, I'm organizing the organizing. I'm organizing the disorganized, technically. That's why your dad hired me to babysit you.
The more you shag, the less you have to go to the gym.
Could be true. Every time I shag, the next day my body feels like I've been, like I had adrenochrome or something. Like Hillary Clinton sent me an adrenochrome. I think it's because your testosterone from a sexual experience, so much gets created. I heard an interesting African American room on here yesterday. They were talking about the hypothalamus. And then, of course, you can't hear an African American not bring up a certain medical condition. Do you know what the biggest medical condition in the African American community is? Like what How did you know? Holy shit, how the fuck did you know that? Holy shit, I can't believe it. Amazing.
Yeah, who would have known that? Yeah.
Well, you didn't say it right. First of all, you didn't say it correctly. Can you say it correctly, please?
Sickle cell anemia.
There you go. You got to say it right. Otherwise, it doesn't have the same type of emphasis and effect. But the real way to say it is sickle cell. You got to talk about that motherfucking sickle cell anemia.
I'm pretty sure what kills them more than any black people, more than anything, and why their lives or life expectancy has always been a few years shorter than that of whites, is that it's more cardiovascular. They have way higher rates of heart conditions and high blood pressure.
Well, Navid, I'm not sure if you know who Dr. Peepee is out of Scottsdale, a truck driver rapist, AK former, psych ward attendant. He used to have to clean up all the diarrhea and piss and vomit and shit that was all.
I never had to. No, I never worked as an attendant at one.
Yeah, you were. What was your a case worker? A case worker. You got a case? He's a worker. You got a case for Dr. Pepe? He's a worker. This guy's a worker bee. What a busy bee he is here on Clown House. Spending all this. What was the last book? What was the? We've confirmed you don't go to the gym. Let's confirm that you don't read books. What was the last book you didn't read?
Steven Pinker's Blank Slate.
What was that? What was that about?
It's about the idea. It's a kind of an older book, but the idea.
When did you read it? First of all, when did you read it?
Like a few months ago.
Few months ago. So it's been about 3 to 4 months since you've touched a book.
Amazing. Yeah, that's fine.
And at least 3 to 4 months since you've touched a woman. What was the last time you touched a woman? Tell us the truth.
I raped your mom.
Raped my mother. Okay, Dr. Peepee, you can't answer a fucking straight question, can you? When was the last time you touched a woman in a romantic, loving way? Tell us the truth.
Well, I don't know if your mom thought it was romantic.
Stop talking about my mother. Take my mother's name out of your fucking mouth. Now answer the question or I'm putting you in the goo. Listen, Pepe, tell us the truth. It's been 3 to 4 months since you read a book. Many years since you've been to the gym. More? 5 years? 6 years? 7 years?
I can't be any more clear.
Wow, 10 years it's been since you touched a woman in a romantic, loving way? Is that not the definition of incellularization? Are you an incel? Yes or no?
No, because I voluntarily, got laid with another person when it was involuntary for them. So
you had involuntary sex with a partner? Is that gay? You're gay? Oh my God.
If you love him and you shag, the more gay you are.
Involuntary intercourse. Amazing. Oh, I see. That's what he's calling rape these days. Good one, Dr. Peepee. Oh, this has been a lot of fun. Dr. Pepe is king of Clown House. If you don't know who this young comedian is out of Scottsdale, he's been endorsed by Jay Leno at the Piccolo Comedy Celebration out of Charleston, South Carolina. What was it like, being nominated for Comedian of the Year, Dr. Pepe?
Never happened.
Well, that's what they say. In showbiz, it never happened until you made it big. And, Dr. Pepe is a very consistent individual here on Clown House. Many of you know him from some of his incredible comedic rooms, such as N-word times a trillion or N-word times a billion. He's even had N-word times 100 million. Big N-word rooms, just nonstop. But what's the most interesting thing about Dr. Peepee's room is not what Dr. Peepee said, because that's really not what's interesting. It's what the other people said. The people that came in the room with the death threats. Do you remember all the death threats, Dr. Peepee?
Yeah, they were kind of funny, honestly.
Yeah, pretty funny. Because, we know it's not real, but technically it's not also legal to do, because as having reported some people on this app to the federal authorities, for making, homicidal ideation death threats, which is, verbal assault, and it's illegal under state and federal law. What's interesting is those people all violated the law. They broke the law by coming in a public square and screaming death threats. It's actually illegal. You can't do that legally. If there was an attorney general worth his salt, he would have people arrested from this app by now, but, it's some people have died. Many people, probably some people have been arrested. There's been lawsuits, plenty of lawsuits. But anyways, Pepe is king of Clown House. That's right, Clown House. And it's a big tent. Rabbono Shalom, good Shabbos, the temple builder is here. Mixed is back, the future employee of the temple.
Or like a servant, it's priesthood.
It's a servancy. Is servancy a word?
Servitude. Service.
What advice would you give young Dr. Peepee here who in my opinion, wastes a lot of time on this app, Mixed?
How about always do better?
So how do you do better in your life, whether it's on this app or, working the courts?
Well, you always got to have a basic operating definition of the good. How you partake of it or fail to, and then always aim for better.
So you're just quoting Jerry Seinfeld when you say, whatever it is you're doing, try to do it better every day. That's all you're saying.
I guess. I feel like McConaughey also said something similar, right? He said he was chasing his image of greatness from 10 years ago or something like that.
Matthew McConaughey said that?
Yeah, when he won for Dallas Buyers Club.
Oh.
He said a thing. Go look it up. It was weird. He probably should have played the music. He's not
Okay, McZed, let me ask you this. What are some of the primary philosophical dilemmas? I mean, some books I've read, they say some of the dilemmas are time is a concept. Do you think time?
I'm not sure time really makes sense. I don't think anyone has a really great explanation of philosophy around time.
The trolley car problem.
Trolley car? Which? The 5 people, 1 people? Or the time travel paradox of
no, 5 people.
Train?
5 people, one person.
Why is that a paradox? That just.
I thought you said a moral quandary.
Yeah, but that's not a paradox. That's just a trap.
No, I just heard him say. I thought he said moral quandary as opposed to.
Okay, does that strike you as an amazing moral quandary?
Yeah, because.
Why?
Because it separates. I think it's a good question to see what people think about. Would you really?
It just seems like
there is a standard answer, right? But
what I'm saying is it's a dilemma, right? And it reveals some of the issues at play in in legislating legal principles. But in the end, it's just a tragedy, right? There's no moral solution there.
No, it is. I think there was a I really don't like Ted Danson, but he was in some TV show where he said, well, I would just drive and hit the 5 people and stick a pole out the window with a knife on it and chop off the head of the one guy and then kill them all.
Okay, point of order, moderator. Let me ask you this, Mixed. If you were a professor and you were tasked with having to teach a course on morals, ethics, virtues, philosophy, etc., and you had 10 weeks to teach it, how would you teach your students, your students?
It's a good question. How to teach someone ethics? Well, I would probably lean a bit on ChatGPT. I would negotiate with it for a bit, work on the syllabus. But I would start with, philosophically, you'd want a basis of consciousness and psychology. So someone has a sense of self and a philosophical underpinning of truth. And then from that, notions of good. And then based upon that, the moral imperatives that they feel are true based upon their answers to the first 5 weeks of the lecture, setting up the basis for a moral philosophy. So, once they have set up an epistemology, a sense of right and wrong, then they would determine what were their moral precepts and prohibitions. And then, you could explore what they think is on that list. Why and why not? And then what goes into a good moral theory.
Okay, so you just presented your syllabus, correct?
Yeah, you said a 10-week course, so I assumed the first 5 weeks would be setting up the basis, some of the options available, the epistemology, the psychology, the sense of consciousness and being. And then after those 5 weeks, then play with what people can set up as their moral precepts, and then see how well they live by them, whether or not that's a problem to their moral precepts or whether that's part of their moral precepts,
Okay, so.
But, that's all regalachas if you put a gun to my head and told me to make a syllabus like this.
That's what?
Al regalachas, it's an old expression in Judaism, meaning on one foot.
Yeah.
Meaning an area such as this would really require more thought and care than me just off the cuff giving you an answer. But since you were asking me to give you an answer off the cuff, this is my best answer while I stand on one foot.
So, if I were to compress your answer in, the way that I would frame it, it's just to say, this is the reading list, 1 book a week, you have to write a book report, and then we discuss the book at the end of every week, for 10 weeks. That's the way that I would do the course. These multiple choice questions, all that, it's a waste of time. So that's the way that I would teach, and you told us
that all moral underpinnings are a waste of time.
No, I'm just telling you, the question is, if you were the teacher of a college course and you had 10 weeks, how would you lead the students in focused study on,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd assume they want to develop their own intuition of morality.
Yeah, well, that's just inherent.
That's what the course would be designed for.
Okay, well, great. But I'm just telling you that in summation, what you're really doing is saying, this is a book club. Here's the reading list. Give me reports. Let's discuss.
No, I didn't give a reading list.
Well, that's the way I would do it. I would just give a reading list. That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't give a reading list. That's not a way to have a.
It's a syllabus.
Education.
It's a syllabus.
Okay, fine. Well, listen, you want a book club? Go make a book club.
Well, anyways, see, this is kind of like a diagnostic question because I asked some people earlier, if you were a teacher, what would you do? And they told me that they would first have to have the students define who has the authority to essentially, make a determination. And my response to that is, okay, so you technically all you're doing is giving you're trying to politicize the curriculum. And so that's my criticism. I was talking to Honey Badger and he was telling me how I was like, dude, you just want to have a clubhouse room with, anyways. So this is difficult philosophical paradoxes and concepts debate. We've got some critics in the chat. I saw Rayabia. He posted, Edmonds, you are the biggest clown on here. I think he meant to say. We also talked about sickle cell anemia. Anyways, Mixed, I was just saying that, too much of academic time is wasted on political content as opposed to like studying the masters. And there's so little time and there's so many incredible books, throughout human history that so much of college is such a horrific waste of time. And even the working world, is so much form filling and no real work.
Well, I didn't go to college, but I think university is still worthwhile. I think it's just a better approach to the right way.
What do you mean you didn't go to college?
I didn't. I went to yeshiva for 4 years.
But aren't you a member of the bar? Don't you have a?
I am.
So you don't have a JD?
I have a JD. That's a post.
Oh, I see. So I didn't know that.
What I'm saying is I didn't go to a university or college. I went to a yeshiva for 4 years.
Right. Got it. I mean, what's the difference really, right? What's the difference?
Well, to lawyers, not so much because there's no real prerequisites of like math or English or physics.
Well, if you take the LSAT, I mean, that's what they're testing.
Take the LSAT. Exactly. I took the LSAT. I practiced for the LSAT. I took the LSAT.
What did you score on it?
For the last one, I think I got 169.
How many times did you take it?
Twice.
Oh. It's fun. I took it, and it's so funny when after you take it, you get bombarded by all these law schools you've never ever heard of, in all these far off places, and so it's like a lead gen test for all these for-profit law schools. Yeah, I ended up not doing it. I couldn't get the GI Bill to continue giving me any benefits.
That's odd. Why?
I exhausted the benefits from my undergrad. I couldn't get the post 9/11 bill benefits because I didn't deploy to conquer ancient
There was a guy in my law school class.
Babylon.
I think he was the captain.
What do you think the most magic words are, that human bodies can utter or make? Like, what to you do you consider sacred words?
I guess the ineffable name of God.
Which is?
It's ineffable. You can't really say it.
It's silence. Is it silence?
That's what makes it sacred.
Is it silence, though?
It's kind of silence.
Are there any prohibitions in your life that you have either crossed the Rubicon on, or you're thinking about crossing the Rubicon on, or any prohibitions that, you have regrets about?
What?
I'm just thinking, like, if you practice, kashrut and you kosher, like, there are some delicacies out there that, have you ever seen any of the prohibitions, advertised in a way where you're like, ooh, wow, yeah, I could do that.
What? Like, have I seen non-kosher food that looks tasty?
Yeah, like a free ham sandwich.
Yeah, plenty of food looks tasty. I just don't eat every food that I see.
Is there any?
Not like the hardest existence man has had to suffer.
So wait, did you follow the same educational footprint as your father?
Yeah, pretty much. Why?
Because I was trying to think about, like, the movie Dune, how they create these mentats, and I was thinking about, like, in terms of like organizational structure and how to enhance intelligence as much as humanly possible, that the Orthodox have essentially reduced and compressed the daily living. I think I heard you say once that, like, the Jewish calendar is is the way that Jews essentially have like optimized, this equilibrium with nature or something to that extent. But anyways, my question to you is like, over the successive generations of duplication, of redundancy, and doing the same thing over and over and over again, like it's like, it's changed a little bit. But what I'm just trying to get at is that, like, not critiquing your existence, obviously. I'm just saying that, like, how do you observe basically the optimization of Judaism, through successive generations?
How do the Jews keep Jewish over the years?
No, that's not the question. The question is, it's like, is that what generations are doing? It's like, is it just cloning itself, duplicating itself over and over again? But what I'm saying,
they're iterations.
Right, but what I'm saying is Judaism is technically like it's high level intelligence. So I'm just saying that the way that Judaism functions socially, that continuity of intelligence is preserved, by the calendar, by the ritual, by the reading.
One of the things that preserves it.
What are two other things?
The calendar is one thing. The language, the particular ethic, the worldview, the theology of it, which sets up an epistemology and a moral framework. There's a lot of things going on there.
Right. Okay, well, let me go back to the title here. Paradoxes, maybe in philosophy. Like, anything in yeshiva that you read that you giggled at because it's kind of ridiculous?
Not in yeshiva. I'd say outside yeshiva, I have my question about God trying to kill Moses at the inn in Egypt.
But, well, why is that a giggle moment for you?
Oh, because it's like super weird. Like, why is he doing that? He's literally like doing what God told him to do, and now he's just trying to kill him.
But doesn't that just deal with, like the weather, meaning hot and cold, hot and cold? I mean, it's constantly in a flux.
Doesn't make sense, no, because God negotiates with him for like 3 days saying, definitely go in there, and then he just tries to kill him like day one.
So what else in, I guess, philosophy or religion, what are the difficult concepts to comprehend, that maybe you had difficulty comprehending, like, and you had to reread it, and then you had a deeper understanding?
One of the fun things about philosophy is that it has a preference for simplicity. So, you can evaluate the more complex, complicated ideas, but they're usually rejected because they're not as simple, and thus they're simply not communicable, and then they're not expressed as well, and then they're not proliferated, and then they're abandoned, even if they're closer to true, right? Simplicity just wins, paradigmatically in human conversation. It's irrelevant whether or not the laws of reality are in fact simple. Simplicity is still the way we're going to express it to each other for the means of communication, right? Like gravity. You could say it's a very complicated interaction of all matter within space, or you could say gravity. So we're going to simplify it.
Are you familiar with the term supernormal stimuli?
No.
It's a book by Deirdre Beret, and supernormal stimulus or superstimulus is an exaggerated version of a stimulus to which there is an existing response tendency, or any stimulus that elicits a response more strongly than the stimulus for which it evolved. For example, it is possible to create artificial bird eggs, which certain birds will prefer over their own eggs, particularly evident in brood parasitism. Some speculate humans can be similarly exploited by junk food, pornography, and Clubhouse. Organisms tend to show a preference for the stimulus properties, size, color, etc., that have evolved in nature, but when offered an artificial, exaggerated stimulus, animals will show behavior in favor of the artificial stimulus over the naturally occurring stimulus. A variety of organisms display or are susceptible to supernormal stimuli, including insects, birds, and humans.
I feel that you are conflicted by your addiction to this app, that you feel like compelled to push people away from it so as to save people from your hell. No, I'm serious. I think that's true. Like, listen, you know, you can use the app however you want, but like, it seems clear to me that you hate this app so much.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's your opinion. I love it.
This is just my opinion. I humbly submit it.
No, I love it from a technological perspective that I can record anything I want instantaneously, immediately, with no storage limitations. Like, it's remarkable.
And as a result, you can't look away.
So this is the causation of superstimulus. I have a point here with regards to why I'm bringing up superstimulus. It's really like because look at the Declaration of Independence in the Constitution. You know, giving proper nouns, basically using capitalization and calling out the divinity of a concept like faith or even rationalization, for that matter. There's just, what do you think about that? Like giving words capitalization, which in essence give them like divine framing.
I don't think that's what words are, and I don't think anyone thinks that's what words are. I think
that's not what I'm saying. What words are?
Charlatans and con men that try to manipulate people, and like, you know, you're of that ilk. You're just sort of like afraid that you're of that ilk, and like believe that the best way you can impose people is by convincing everyone that you're manipulative or something. But, you know, you're just part of the problem. You're just part of the noise that you're afraid to listen to the signal within.
Well, I say that same thing to everyone all the time, that, you know, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you get. You just basically reverse engineer that statement.
You keep talking. That's your problem, right? You don't listen to your own advice.
I know, but now you're projecting. Right, now you're projecting that onto me, which is what you do.
I am shutting down. It is time for the Sabbath.
Shabbos has come. He's hit the limit. The law has been taken into effect. Ribono Shalom, good Shabbos. Good Shabbos. He's exhibiting supernormal stimulus, everybody. This is Mixed super stimuli. Let's continue the causation here.
Have a good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos. Animals exhibiting or responding to characteristics that represent a supernormal stimulus usually display them as a result of selective pressures. Coevolution between animals displaying supernormal stimuli and the organisms responding to the supernormal stimuli rely on evolution and propagation of genetics, behavioral patterns, and other biological factors. Supernormal stimuli such as emphasized color, size, patterns, or shapes are often successful because an organism that exhibits them will often be selected by an organism that favors it. This will ensure survival and increased reproductive fitness of current and later generations. So anyways, I'm reading the definition of supernormal stimulus. I hope you've enjoyed difficult philosophical paradoxes and concepts debate. Nick, welcome. Good Shabbos. Just want to quote Erica Kirk. Good Shabbos. What'd you think about Erica Kirk when Trump was like, and we got Erica Kirk up there. Oh, she's been through a rough time. And she's like, like, I can almost like do that myself where I'm like, you know, and like, I just wonder, like, is she involved in a conspiracy to assassinate her her deceased husband? What do you think?
No, I don't think so.
And
I was really confused on why, if you notice, Charlie Kirk's mom was sitting right next to her.
Yeah.
And she wasn't acknowledged.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Well, I think probably because Trump doesn't want to give the focus to his mother. He wants to give it to Erica because you only get a couple seconds. That's like being on the Super Bowl commercial, you know? That's like press for Erica. I'm just saying that, like, if you really think that a trans furry carried out one of the most successful political assassinations of the past, fucking 50 years, you might want to question Kash Patel because, though I have interviewed with the FBI and I have been offered a position, but I didn't want to have to go do the push-ups because I'm getting old and fat. And, I didn't want to go to Quantico and redo boot camp all over again. I'm just saying that Cat.
You should have.
What position did you apply for?
Special agent.
You know what's funny, John, is I actually was thinking about working for the FBI because they hire CPAs.
Yeah, they do.
And to your point, like there was like a forensic accountant like role where you would basically bust into drug dealers and people doing tax evasion.
Yeah.
And I guess it's like a pretty lucrative job.
It's a fancy. You get the best pension that the government pays out. I think it pays. Yeah, law enforcement gets a better pension because of the risk entailed.
Correct.
It's a good pension.
I guess you carry a gun to work because they were at college once recruiting, and the guy's like, "So what are you going to McDonald County?" It's like, you should consider a career at the FBI. I'm like, the FBI? Why would they hire an accountant? He's like, no, we actually need you guys.
Yeah. I did a tour once with a woman who was a criminal investigator at the IRS, and she was in the newspaper the day before. And I was like, oh my God, you were in the newspaper. She's like, yep, that was me. And like in the interview, she says, when I was young and I was going to accounting school, I saw an ad on a billboard that said, work at the IRS and get a gun. And I thought, oh, great, I can get a gun. So she's brought down real criminals. But I would just say that there actually wouldn't be as much crime as there is if there wasn't for the government, because the government creates all of these liabilities. And, the education is a huge fraud. These insane if these teachers were smart and the unions were smart, they would actually present themselves as being patriotic organizations so they could keep the scam going. But they're so stupid. They present themselves as being actual card-carrying, sickle and hammer red flag communists. They literally pose and look like communists, which is insane. But anyways, I'm just saying that, in my opinion, the Ponzi scheme will just keep going because there's no alternative anymore. I'm going to run as a libertarian candidate next time because like the whole thing basically comes down to like trying to expose truth to people, which is no one can do what we do. See, this is the thing. A bank can fail. A bank can go bankrupt. A bank can be dissolved, but a government cannot go bankrupt, and a government cannot be dissolved. Because it is, the essence of the existence of our way of life. And so as long as we have our government, we don't really have anything to fear. What we have to fear is like a corporate takeover of the government, which is basically the now anyways, because the future is now. You see what? So it's a compression. There is no tomorrow. There's no free beer tomorrow. We're already totally bankrupt. But look, we're still like existing. So it's a Ponzi scheme of the most epic proportions of ever in human history. And we all get to live because of it. It's remarkable.
My question still opposes question. Do you think Massey's done? Because I think that, I'm telling you, I said this before, I think he's done.
It's possible, but not probable. Statistically, he's got to have the edge because he's really well integrated. He really knows people. People trust him. And so the fake news, because they put out so much, anti-Massey media, it's possible to actually think that way, but based on the historical amount of data as opposed to just like a 60-day sample of all the content, you got to look at it from like a totality of Massey's momentum. It's not just a 6-month momentum. This guy has many, many years of momentum, and the opposing candidate just does not have that same momentum. He doesn't have the actual network that Massey does, and so he has to artificially inflate it by buying media, by putting out, strong messaging. So from like a communication war perspective, this guy has just joined the war that Massey has been waging for many years. So in my opinion, Massey is going to win. And that's the way it is. But Massey has lit a fire, because I started following Massey years ago when he gave a speech at the Heritage Foundation, and he was talking about how corrupt the government is, how they do business in Congress, every little detail, nook and cranny, down to the marble flooring. And I was like, holy fuck, I never heard anybody talk about it like this. So Massey's got real power, because he's got real intelligence, and his message is getting out there, and he's got a big account, and so don't mess with Massey. He'll turn your life into a mess. Do you know how many people he's brought down? How many people have had to retire and quit their careers? Prominent boards, executives, directors around the world, arrests of the fucking royal family. Massey has brought mass chaos. The guy's a chaos agent. And that's why Trump hates him. God bless him. He's the patriot we need. He's the Ron Paul imperator.
They need the Rand Pauls and the Masseys out there. But unfortunately, there's just too many rhinos.
I know. There's too many rhinos and too many dinos. What do you call a Democrat? Like, what is a negative pejorative for a Democrat, like a rhino? What do we call that? Clown world?
I guess so. Just John, go in the new approved Democratic Party room and see what you can come up with. Or do they always remove you, right?
I mean, I get removed if I speak. But right now I have 30 phones recording 4 different Clubhouse rooms. I've like repositioned my house. I have all these recording studios now, but I'm literally recording on 30 phones, 4 different rooms as we speak in a different part of my house.
Holy shit.
Yep. Let me just give you a sample of which religions are cults. This is with Honey Badger and Caleb, because this is dealing with the topic of the room.
Epistemological humility, as you claimed earlier. Epistemic humility, you said, right? You really do think you're smarter than me, don't you?
I do.
You fucking piece of garbage.
Yeah, I do.
And
I'm pretty sure I am.
And how
See, Nick, this is all projection on Royvis's part.
No, hold on. Give me an idea that's so big and lofty, it's just going to baffle me.
All of the ideas that I've been discussing now about how...
No, give me one now. Hold on. Don't refer
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Give me a new one.
I'm telling you.
Let's have this big idea. Ready? Everyone? Everyone? Okay, here it goes.
I'm telling you. It's very clear that you...
No, tell me the idea. Don't talk about me.
What do you mean an idea? What do you mean an idea?
Give me an idea that's so lofty and insanely smart that I won't be able to grasp it because I'm stupid Royvis. Right?
Oh, no, I don't know that I have any better ideas, but I certainly reasoned through this conversation much better than you did.
No, give me one of these big lofty ideas.
No, you're missing. See, now we're talking past.
You don't have it.
No. The reason that I'm smarter than you is because I understand how literature works and you don't. I understand.
You know how literature works. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know it had like an inherent intelligence.
Yeah. If you no, listen. You're so obstinate here to the idea that look, I'll go all the way. The Bible is fiction.
Give me the idea. I'm obstinate to
what am I obstinate? I'll give it to you. Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Caleb, don't jump around so much. You said I'm obstinate to an idea. What was the idea of obstinate? That
you're obstinate to. You're obstinate to. No, you're being obstinate around the idea that that creations of humans, right, art, stuff like that.
I'm being obstinate to the idea that.
No. Look, shut up. You got it. I said it.
I'm obstinate.
Good. Listen, you are resistant. Do you have to stop?
Okay.
You have to stop talking if you want to have a conversation.
Hold on. I want you to finish that sentence. So, what was the idea?
So you have to allow somebody to finish the sentence if you want to hear it.
Okay, no, this is some lofty shit.
If you want to hear it, you have to be quiet.
Correct.
You seem to be resistant to the idea that I can read stuff that other people wrote and get insights into my own human condition. You seem to be resistant to that idea. And it's very interesting that you're resistant to that because the entire field of humanities...
Test that. So I'm resistant to you absorbing information and coming away with some sort of value.
No.
That's your big idea that I can't understand?
No, you misunderstood me.
Oh my God,
so let's try it again, Caleb. Since you're so smart,
why are you doing this, bro? Why are you saying this? This is now Royvis has called you out on this. You say shit, we call you and you go, I'm not saying that.
Because you always paraphrase, because you're paraphrasing incorrectly, because you're not representing my view.
Caleb, I'm trying to be
Steelman my view.
Intelligent as you are.
Steelman my view.
And as wise.
Steelman my view.
Your view about what?
Well, we were just talking about Steelman my view about what I'm talking about.
Giving me anything
concrete? It is getting close. It is getting close to March, so it might be Cow's time of the month. That's why it's acting on.
Okay, so look. We watch movies, we read books, we do that, and we like human stories. We like stories about ourselves as humans. And the reason we like them is because we identify with the characters in various ways, or we say that character is disgusting. I can't identify with that guy. That's why we create things like that. One of the reasons, right? To express, right? And so I'll concede the Bible's totally false. It's all fiction. But as a story, just like other stories, it has value in the sense of it's a story about humans. And I might be able to identify with some of the characters as a father, as a son, as a brother. I might be able to see myself in the story. And if I understand the moral of the story, the messages of the story, I might want to integrate some of that into my life. You do not need religion in order to do that. I think religion sometimes is a technology to do that. And I happen to be very close to one. Do I think it's the right way for everybody? No.
So
you can have whatever way you want.
Mark, what do you think I'm hearing when you say this?
I don't know. Why don't you why don't you paraphrase back and then I'll know what you're hearing.
People get value out of holding beliefs. Cool.
People tell
That's not what I said.
People tell
That's not what I said,
stories.
KJB.
It could be Star Wars. It could be Dostoevsky. It could be the Bible. There's just stories that we like to hear because we see our reflection in them in some way, right?
Yeah, that's right. And it is in no way relevant. Wait, hold on.
The difference between Star Wars and the Bible, they both do the same thing.
The difference is how I interact with it.
So can you admit that the Bible is fiction?
The Bible is the book written in history by people expressing their story. I cannot. Some of it is fiction. Some of it is historical.
Harry Potter's fiction. It references London.
Right.
Right. So you know what I'm talking about. How much of the Bible is nonfiction? Besides mentioning places.
Certain large parts of like the histories in Kings and in Chronicles. Those are accurate history. Yeah. They're just. I'll say it like this. They're just as accurate as the internal documents of the Babylonians that tell their kings. They're just the same thing as that.
Caleb, can I go back on this point of an image of God? And can I just remind that there is a human rights organization that has been inspired by this phrase and is active, and they're mostly secular and atheist people that run it because they were inspired by this apparently theological point because they were able to see the humanity in something that was apparently theological.
Right, or at least see the beauty of the metaphor. Right? You don't have to believe in God to see how impactful that kind of thinking could be.
If I was trying to convince religious people, he's gone. Is he there? Okay, I would try to convince religious people to.
He's going to leave any second.
To bring the best out of them, I would take what it is that they believe and show them. See, Well, this whole bit about man being created in the image of God, and the fact that there is a human rights organization today that has taken that word image, and they're atheists and they're seculars because they've been inspired by the fact of what's written in that phrase, that all people are created by the same image, and that's a high image and a dignified one, and we have to be dignified to all people. What is wrong with that, Royvis? Seriously, I know that you don't like all this other stuff, but if there's some kind of if we look at the yin yang and we see that white dot in the black field, which is why I think that yin yang has that there. Do we see it, Royvis, or do we just say, no, if it's 80% wrong, it's all wrong? Is this what you want us to believe, Royvis?
I'm so confused about what you're asking me.
You don't know what
What he's saying is that if how much of a percentage of something has to be wrong before you invalidate the whole thing?
If it's the word of God, if any percentage is wrong, I invalidate the whole thing.
Wait a second. That doesn't make sense. That's the reverse. If it's the word of God, it should all be true.
Right.
No, but don't kill, don't lie, don't covet thy neighbor.
Right.
Is this wrong because...
So if some of the Bible is incorrect and not true, that means it's not the word of God.
Okay, so nobody's telling you have to believe it. Not anyone in this room, anyway.
No, but if religion gets some people not to kill, wouldn't we want to talk to them?
I don't care about those psychopaths who need religion to not eat their fucking children. I could really care less about them. They're like the fucking chaff, dude.
So we would ignore them and let them.
No, I think idiots.
Sounds like you don't believe.
Hold on,
it sounds like you don't believe in the word. Sounds like you don't believe.
No. If you're that stupid,
it sounds like you don't believe it. It sounds like you don't believe in the universal equal worth of all humanity.
No, I don't.
That's a pretty misanthropic position.
And what's your point?
Well, I mean, that just makes you anti-human. That makes you my enemy.
Okay. So
right? What? That makes you anti-moral in our moral Western system. That makes you immoral. That makes you immoral because you think some people don't have. Do you think everybody's entitled?
You don't agree.
Do you think
immoral? Yes,
it does.
There's morality in prison systems.
Do you think that every human being on the planet is entitled to equal human and civil rights?
Entitled to it.
By virtue of being a human being.
I get the axiom there. I think it's good to use that axiom. Do I think it's objectively true?
Is it a right?
No.
It's not a right. We haven't decided that it's a right.
No.
We haven't? The Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the United Nations?
How's that working out?
Well, it's aspirational document, obviously.
And it never has and never will work out, will it?
Well, so that doesn't mean there isn't an intrinsic equal value of all humans. In virtue of being human.
And what is that? Does that depend on if you're born in this country or what if you're born in Somalia? What's your axiomatic human right there?
Human is human.
Okay.
There is no human intrinsically that is more valuable than any other human intrinsically.
How can you prove that?
I am asserting it.
Okay, and what if someone doesn't buy into that?
They don't have to, but that's not a person I want to build a society with.
Okay. What if they don't care and they're more powerful than you?
Well, then either I'll die or I'll flee or, I don't know.
Isn't there a lot of wisdom about the human condition in what I'm saying right now? Because that actually tracks with reality.
Yeah, there is. The wisdom that you're expressing is about power, raw power and capriciousness and the inability to have civil disagreement. Yeah, there's a lot of human wisdom the cautionary tales. Yes.
But this is actually this is actual reality, though. This is what we deal with every day, right? Power structures.
Yeah. And I want it, right? And so when I read all kinds of stories, whether they're historical or not, about how that works out, I learn about my contemporary time. Right? That's what we do. That's what all people do all the time. We're looking back, we're reading our history, we're reading our novels, we're reading our stuff, and that informs. All of that is part of the fabric of a society that we're co-creating together.
So I don't think that I have some intrinsic right to anything by being born. I think I have to earn my place. I think I have to earn respect, and I think I was lucky in a lot of ways. So that's why I don't really agree with what you're saying. I know that you think that I mean I just get to shit on people if they're homeless or like, no, that's not what I'm saying. But personally, I don't think I have some intrinsic value. I think I'm like worthless objectively. And the only reason why people see me as having value is what I can provide for them, right? What I can do.
I think that's sad.
How is it sad? What's my intrinsic value?
You're a human.
What is it? So
being human. Being human, and I'm human, and I identify
with
with
cat?
humans.
What's the fucking difference?
You have a different value as a cat. It's right. It's you're not me. You're not the same as me. So I value you differently.
You're just saying it's just tribalism then.
Yeah, human tribalism. That's called the human tribe.
I think that's lowly morals. Tribalism is just.
It is what it is the basis.
Like, what if I was white power? What if I was a white nationalist? Like,
no, that's not what. No, it's not the same.
I just like my culture. I just like.
No. Again, now you're straw manning again.
Viking background, you know.
Now you're straw manning again. Okay.
It's the same fucking thing, dude.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Because when you're trying to have a unified field that says all of humanity, regardless of the culture, right? That's the whole point. The entirety of Western modern liberal ethics is based on the notion of the equality of humanity in virtue of simply being human. That's the entire idea of citizenship in the modern world.
Yeah, you have a right to be homeless and cast out as well in this country.
Right, but that doesn't mean that as a human, you are intrinsically less valuable than me.
What does intrinsic value do for them?
Hopefully, it allows people to create systems where we minimize homelessness.
I won't hold
because we actually believe in human dignity. Do you believe in human dignity?
You believe in human dignity as long as it falls into your tribal beliefs.
That's not true. I believe in the same human dignity to everybody.
But more so to your own people.
No.
Where does it say that in all people were created? All.
Do you really need to strawman me in that way? And I'm answering you directly and honestly. No.
Injuries okay,
not more.
With outsiders, but within your tribe you can't do that, right? So that's one example.
What do you mean? I didn't hear the first part.
Usury.
What about it?
Okay with foreigners, not okay with inside the tribe, right? That's the same.
Right, that's the same Christian law too.
Oh yeah, I'm not Christian.
Christians do it too, right? So we don't live. So Roivas, there are no communities on the face of the planet that live according to the strict reading of the Bible.
Right. Why should you be any better?
I'm not saying we are. I'm saying we have a tradition that's ours. Don't be so pissed that we have our own tradition. It's no different than any other. It's like a political party. It's right. Be an anthropologist in this regard, Royce. Right?
I know, it's exactly like my opinion of it. I know, like right. That's all it is.
Right, but I think if you looked at this as an anthropologist, as a sociologist, you would come to see what I'm saying has teeth.
Why are we angry at the Jews?
Nobody's angry at the Jews. Roivas is angry that religions exist because you can get everything you need from religion in some other way. So why should we teach, fanciful fiction stories to kids?
I mean, the issue with what he's saying is that you're making some claim of truth that actually is not really proven.
Correct. Roivas is confused about what subjective and objective means.
The Scandinavian countries
How so, Caleb? How did I demonstrate being confused about what objective and subjective is?
Or maybe KJB was confused about that because he said.
Why did you cast that aspersion towards me? Kind of nonchalant.
Royvis, I misspoke. Sorry.
I mean, that's kind of an icky personality trait, isn't it?
Well, I think the good personality trait is when it's pointed out in the moment. You say, "I apologize. I might have misspoken," instead of being a dick and saying, "Oh, a small mistake. I'm going to take great umbrage to," and make a whole big thing about your personality traits.
God, you cry a lot, dude. I don't see any crying. At the end of the day, it's kind of like very clear that like there's like little like cuts being taken. It doesn't really need to be that way. Like, be sincere and you get sincerity back.
I've been very sincere here, and I've not gotten that back.
Yeah, like I don't understand why when people don't agree with like whatever the statement is, we get into like these little circles, and then we decide that we're going to go after one each other, like non-stop, as if the person obviously they don't agree with you.
I just want consistency. When I talk to someone, I don't really care what their belief system is, as long as it's like
some consistent so far. Like it would.
The kind of consistency you're after is best described as consistently inconsistent.
How so? What do they say that wants you to be inconsistent?
Because people are complex. Because people grapple. People don't have necessarily. Some people don't necessarily have fully fleshed out. I'm talking.
So I'm talking too reductionist.
I'm talking.
Caleb, I'm not impressed with
I'm talking now.
I know you're annoying. You are.
I'm talking now. So, yeah, I was talking.
What you don't do is fucking mute me ever. You fucking piece of shit. I will grind you into the ground with my fucking boot, dude. No one fucks with me on this app.
Why didn't bro want to be Dark Dog and so bad?
I don't fucking know, dude. Unbelievable. These dipshits, they get all fucking uppity, you know? It's crazy. You were saying, Philip? Cool, I'm gonna get dressed and go on my fucking hike. And, yeah. Try not to be a bunch of dick suckers when I'm gone.
Yeah, it's probably going to turn into a circle jerk, so I'm probably just going to head out now.
We're not equals, Caleb. Don't get it fucking twisted.
Are you still there?
I'm here, and also Stanley's here.
I was wondering about what do you mean consistency? Like, what do you want with consistency?
I have no idea. He accused me of wanting him to be inconsistent. I have no fucking idea.
I don't know. I'm going to late to the conversation, and I apologize.
So I'm basically just like pointing out just religious people and their horse shit. Just another fucking squirmy charlatan. You know, it's the same shit. You know, it's just a simple question. Like, if you think these like biblical stories like convey, why don't you just like tell them the actual history of the world? Why don't you just tell them things in reality? Why couched in this mythology?
Yeah, but why?
You can't demonstrate.
That's not true. Like, this stuff actually carries a lot of significance. I mean, to a lot of people, a lot of lineage. I mean, like, it's not as if it's supposed to say, like, oh, we could do it another way. Like,
a lot of lineage?
Yeah, like, this actually has, like, a lot of girth to it. Like, it's not as simple as the way you look at it.
Like what?
Like tradition. Tradition means a lot to people.
Who cares about tradition?
I care about tradition.
Why?
Tradition is a unifying factor in culture.
Yeah. Like, are you an American? Like, okay, you don't have to answer this, but
sure. Last time I checked.
Okay, cool. Do you believe that there's like certain American traditions that are good and certain American traditions that are bad?
Sure. I don't know. Like what? The KKK?
The flag is a tradition.
Like the 4th of July. I'm not trying to
holiday is a tradition.
I'm pretty indifferent to most American holidays. I'm pretty indifferent. I could really give a shit less. And also, I'm a freelance person, so I don't really get bigger holidays. They don't mean anything to me.
No, I mean, some of days off.
I don't think we were putting blame on one. I think we were just wondering who had the
tradition of
father.
4th of July matters, or do you say
For
like, I
a
don't really care?
young girl, a young woman,
Don't really care.
the love of her
Yeah,
father.
so I mean, there's a lot of people that would disagree with you.
You know,
It doesn't need to be Thanksgiving. Like you can be consistent in all this thing. Like I don't need to have an answer, but I'm really just trying to have that.
Philip.
Am I inconsistent with anything I'm saying? I mean, I'm pretty
Philip.
consistent.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not.
Philip, this is philosophy.
Why traditions matter, and maybe you'll understand.
Philip, this is
philosophy's here again. There he is.
Hey, Roy, let me ask it this way. This is with regards to the title of the room, religions and cults. Roivas, if you were a professor at a university and you had 30 students you had to teach over, 10 like 4 months or so, how would you teach a class about religions, about
Why are you interrupting my conversation?
You have an exclusive monopoly on the conversation?
John, you just want to wait till he's done and then you can.
Well, I have a point. I mean, first of all, the way that Roivas treated Caleb.
It's not going to go anywhere. He's just going to do it until he gets kicked out. That's what he wants. So I get it.
Oh my gosh! Like, can we just have a conversation without like the egos? Like, I'm more than willing to get the 40, but I was actually trying to just finish a point with him, and
he doesn't
understand.
He doesn't really care.
I don't think I was going there at all with that. With witnessing abuse, but we were homeless in Kensington, Philly, my family and I. So we went through the ringer. Honestly, all of us, addiction, drugs, alcohol, you name it. I witnessed it, and I feel like when it comes to that type of lifestyle that children are, gonna see sometimes. My parents were human. There was no way that I could save them unless they wanted to save themselves. And unfortunately, it was traumatic watching them do that to themselves. It was traumatic growing up. But as an adult, dude, I understand humanity. I understand more than I think I ever would have if I never saw it. Honestly, I see people in a completely different light. I see addicts on the street in a completely different light. I see homeless people in a completely different light. I don't feel as stuck up or ego-driven because my life is so good compared to the people that I'm seeing on the streets. And I feel like, I'm not saying they should go through it, but when it comes to, children seeing that type of lifestyle, I mean, we can't control it. We can't stop it. And honestly, my parents didn't drop me in a dumpster. They kept me, fed me, clothed me, bathed me until their breaths, their last breaths. So I feel like that's, as an adult, what I focus on rather than, oh my God, I had to Narcan my mother's 4 times in my life. You know what I mean? I focus on the fact that she stuck around till the very end for me type shit.
Oh, yeah?
I also want to say that I don't know that. I mean, we know the statistics in the world. We know the abuse in the world. And not every father needs to be in the home because he's detrimental. There's fathers who kill homes. We know that's prevalent in the United States. So just having a father in the house isn't necessarily the end-all, be-all. It's the type of father that you have been born to. Whether he's an asset or a detriment is what we should be, figuring out. And again, not relying on that one man to set the stage for you because he might be.
I want to know that. Because I entered the room
So funny to know Roivas gets
Hey, yo,
fucked
like,
with
you're not
it.
speaking English, love.
Probably won the World War II. He has no self-awareness.
You're not
He
even
even
speaking
admitted
English.
to being worthless.
Make sure your mods are up and ready.
I agree, Kia, though. I agree that, just because the father's there doesn't mean he's a good one. I agree with that 100%. Like you, I had many uncles and, cousins and shit like that. And as an Italian family, Sicilian family, you already know. It's pretty big village. But sometimes that village can be done. So it's just like sometimes, it takes the village to raise a kid, but sometimes that village is stupid as hell. Sometimes that village can definitely be a detriment sometimes, and so it just,
You're so right. You know, even if we have the village or we have both parents, it may not be good for us.
Bunker in Texas. That bunker in Texas for me was so disturbing that I don't think I'll ever forget it. You're talking about shot collars on children.
Hello?
Shot collars on pets.
Point of order, moderators. Point of order. Put me in the queue because I want to talk about my daddy. I'm from the ghetto, and the most confusing day. The most confusing day in the ghetto is Father's Day. Nobody knows who the daddy is. Hello? Hello?
The fact that those children in those bunkers were being held hostage and treated like that by their parents.
Oblige me, philosophy.
Yeah, so, I mean, listen, religions are cults. That's just obvious. If you've ever participated in a ceremony or some type of a communion with a collective group effort, that is most definitely cultish behavior. But to not see the symbolism in it and to see, because it's a little bit like tea ceremony where you just enjoy the beauty of the moment. You don't have to really sit there and say, is this stupid? Is this pointless? It's art. And so the divine artificer, if you're a musician, music is like magic. And so Roivas, when he calls me a troll, or he says I'm stupid, or I'm worthless, that's why I say this app, if you have some self-awareness, you realize that people are projecting their own, inferiority complex, their own self-esteem issues onto some random voice of some loser troll. But my point is, you're not reading any books. If you don't know the words, you don't know the concepts. And if you're multilingual, that means you've got a bigger library of concepts to contend with for good or evil. It's up to you. But Roivas, I don't know how you go through life. You just admitted to Caleb, some pretty serious shit about yourself. I mean, and casting it onto other people. I'm just wondering, how unaware are you of the self, and what does the self mean to you? Because when I'm talking about self, I'm talking about the capital self, the big S self, the divine self, the secret self. There's something mysterious, and there's a riddle which is indistinguishable. It's almost impossible to pin down. So, people do these religions and cults not because they necessarily even want to. A lot of people would rather just sit at home on Netflix and pick their toes in Poughkeepsie. But some people put on tefillin. Some people read sacred books.
Is that a quote from French Connection?
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Gene Hackman.
Yeah, and look how he died. That's your fate. That's my fate. Death is the ultimate equalizer.
I'm going to die. I'm going to jump into a giant... I'm just going to jump into a wood chipper, I think. Fuck that, yeah.
Brutal. Savage. Oh, the 8 seconds of ecstasy as it's chipping you up.
Legs first, right?
You don't want to miss out on the visualization of yourself being splattered.
Like sucked into it, like the fucking. Oh my god.
Well, people really went through. Imagine working at a Crayola factory and falling into the Crayola tank. It's not pleasant. Life, is a. We all know where we're going. We're all going through the same door. Some of us are going to have a death rattle. Have you ever heard a death rattle?
Yeah, a few times.
Whoop! Whoop! Did you just go? Whoop! That's what I heard. Whoop!
What?
My uncle passed away of a horrible cancer. And on his last breath, he went, woo! That was it. Woo!
I haven't heard anyone do that. No, sorry.
That was the death rattle I heard. See, all I'm saying is, Caleb was pointing out that the book club is really what you're debating, whether or not the book club has any value. And I would just say that real value is in the books.
The first rule of book club is to not talk about book club, right?
No, the first rule of book club is just to read books. I read them out loud and I record myself on YouTube like a schmuck. But that's because I know life is so short. What's the difference whether I read it silently or I read it out loud like I'm in a Shakespearean theater and I am Alan Watts or Rabbi Akiva or Reb Nachman or any type of sage or mystic who likes to play with words. Because all these guys are doing is creating poetry. They're just all poets.
Alan Watts killed himself with alcohol consumption.
Yeah, and some people died in battle. Some people died during an abortion. Some people died collecting the garbage. What's your point?
Like a doctor died during an abortion. Had a heart attack.
Well, my point is we're all going to die. Pick your pleasure. What's your point about it?
I want to be aborting a fetus while falling into a wood chipper.
That would be called your late-term abortion. Right. Suicide is just late-term abortion. That's all it is. Whether you die by the whiskey bottle, the tequila bottle, the vodka bottle, or the beer bottle, my father was in the canning business as a police officer here in Chicago. Puerto Rican, Mexican, African, you name it. He was in the canning business. He was a recycler. So, is the police a cult?
He said he was in the canning business, and you're like Puerto Rican, African.
That's what my dad told me. I said, well, Dad, what do you do for a living? He said, I'm in the canning business. I said, what does that mean?
In the can, right? He puts minorities in the can.
That's what he said.
Oh, I get that. That's fun. That's dark. There we go.
I'll be here all weekend, ladies and gentlemen. The show's the same, though. Don't buy a second ticket if you didn't like it the first time. Bum. Ding.
Should I bring water? That's the main question. I don't have headphones on. It's not as annoying as you think it is.
Rabboni Shalom, if you really just don't like organized religion, why don't you just go to Israel? Go on vacation to Tel Aviv Beach. Go meet Stanley. Go to the gym at the beach.
I've been to fucking Jerusalem.
Work on your tan while you're working out at the same time.
I was there the same year as October 7th.
Really? Well, how did you find your visit there? I was curious.
It was fine. I was working a lot. I had maybe half a day. It was raining on my time off, and so I didn't really get to do much. But first time I was there, I got to walk around a bit.
You were working in Israel. Can I ask what kind of work were you doing there?
I was hired as a music producer for an Israeli person.
Oh, that's cool.
Right.
That wasn't your first time, was it?
First time was 2018, I think, in December. The second time was March of 2023.
Do you find it different than your expectations? Or what people think about it generally?
I don't know. I didn't really have a lot of expectations. I mean, it was like a Middle Eastern country. I guess it kind of, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's always like when I go to places, they look different than I imagined. I don't know how to.
Exactly.
I can't remember what I thought before.
The reality is always better than your imagination. I mean, not always.
Sometimes.
Well, Caleb, don't you think that Roivas's indifference to religion is essentially he has forgotten how to have fun and to make fun of it, literally. Not make fun of it literally, but have fun with it. You got to get with it.
I actually read a good deal about religion. My parents aren't super into it. They're Orthodox Christian, and I do like their church, and I talk to my brothers about Christianity. So it's not like I'm indifferent like that.
He's not indifferent. He's hostile, though. But let's say hostile. I mean, you would admit it, though, right? I do have a certain hostility. My objections aren't to your ideas. Maybe it's to the hostility.
The hostility isn't directed at religion. It's directed at people. And
I understand that. Yeah.
It could be a discussion about music or movies, or if I find you're being phony towards me. It doesn't really matter if it's religious or not. Right. I don't want you to misunderstand me. If there's
no. Somebody wants to.
It's just his hostility is just a personality trait. Is what he's saying.
Oh my God!
Sure, you could say that as well.
Yeah, but Roivas, I mean, there's intelligence, meaning that God is love and intelligence. And if you want to study love, if you want more love in your life, if you want more intelligence so you can have more, achieve more, it's in the words.
Spinoza, like the more wisdom and learning only leads to God.
Spinoza was a God believer.
Yeah.
But he was also, didn't the Orthodox community also kick him out because he was so controversial?
Well, he had a lot of problems. He lived in a Calvinist society. He was a crypto Jew, so he had to kind of hide his.
No, he wasn't.
Well, according to the philosophical history books I read, that's what they call him. So, like, it's very common to.
Wait, is that true, Stanley? Is that true?
He was a Sephardic Jew, which is often confused for being a crypto Jew. But he was Sephardic, and they belonged to a synagogue, for God's sakes. And
he wasn't converted. He wasn't converted to Christianity and then lived as a secret Jew.
No, I never say converted to Christianity.
So that's not what a crypto Jew is. Do you know what a crypto Jew is?
I didn't know they had to convert.
Yes,
it's like the way that like Gustav Mahler did, right? Like
Crypto Jews are Spanish and Portuguese people who were forcibly converted by the Catholic Church and then secretly lived quiet Jewish lives in private.
Wasn't Spinoza Portuguese in heritage?
Yes, but he was not one of these people who was forcibly converted.
When I was reading his biography, that's what they mentioned. So maybe the book's wrong.
I've never heard that before, that he was a crypto.
I have it somewhere. It's actually a PDF of a book I read a long time ago. I could fish it out, and it's just about Spinoza. It's on Penguin Random House. I know that much.
I've never heard that.
Sure. Or maybe I misread it. I don't know. My bad.
I think the confusion comes in when they say Sephardic, because many Sephardics were conversos, right, Colin?
Yeah, they were all Sephardic.
There you go. And that's where
I mean, it's true. It's true that he's from Amsterdam. So that was the community of exiles from Spain.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm hot mic.
Here's okay. He probably comes from a converso family, though he himself was not.
Okay.
He lives in the 17th century.
Then maybe I read that his family, blah blah blah, or this enclave he was in was that, and I assumed he was too, and I didn't look into it that deeply. Totally, probably what happened there.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to excommunicate somebody who was a crypto Jew.
So we've confirmed that Roivas's attitude, might not be, serving him. In my opinion, it's conservation of energy. You want to maintain your potentiality. And this app, unfortunately, for some people, exhausts their potentiality. That's my point.
No, that sounds like projection, man.
No, actually, I think that's right. I'll tell you why you'll like this philosophy. It's because we are atomized. The internet atomizes people. We think it connects us, but what it actually does is make us actually much more individualized and individualistic, which in the end estranges us from ourselves. And so all we are is avatars. All I am is
Jimmy Savile.
Yeah, there's two paradoxes. Like, there's the one you mentioned about the more we're connected on the internet, the more atomized we are, like you said. The second is the more information at our fingertips, which should make us more intelligent in some sense, it seems to have the opposite. It's like conspiracy theories seem to thrive in this environment more than actual learning. So I don't know if there's names for those paradoxes. There should be.
Well, I don't think we were designed to have. I don't think our brains are made to have this amount of information.
No, I think we're designed to have about 150 people that we know and can deal with, like a small village. Outside of that, it's just.
It's not about how many people. I think you can have very large cooperatives. I just don't think we're meant to be. I don't think I'm necessarily supposed to know about natural disasters around the world that also stress me out in my system here, even though I'm not experiencing it. Right?
Like Joseph Stalin said, like, one death is a tragedy,
a million deaths is a statistic, right? Anyway.
I heard he was taken out of context when he said that he didn't really mean be insensitive. He was trying to console somebody, and it came out misunderstood. Kind of like when people say God is dead or survival of the fittest and so on and so forth. There's so many of these sayings that are taken out of context.
Yeah, Nietzsche didn't mean it like most people take it.
You know, I do a lot of yoga and deep breathing, and you know, ruach and spiritus and prana are the words for breath. And if you stop breathing, guess what happens? You stop living. So if you want to live more, maybe focusing on the breath and taking more breaths is one way to enhance your living. And I don't just mean metaphysically or philosophically, I mean literally, you know, because it's a focused breath. And so your whole life, your whole success in life really depends on how much concentration and focus you can bring to bear on whatever situation you're in. It's a little bit like a magnifying glass, you know, amplifying the powerful rays of the sun or energy or light. So all these things become meta, and they can rapidly become funny or rapidly become licentious and salacious. It's just a question of, you know, what is the topic? What do you want to talk about? How do you want to communicate? In many ways, stand-up comedy is actually hypnosis and not what we call stand-up comedy. It's more of a hypnotic, you know, ceremony or ritual. And anyways, I'm just saying that communication technology is a record or a recording. You know, whether you're in the music industry working in Motown, you know, creating records, or you're involved in a religious cult creating records, nonetheless, they are all records. And so a lot of your life success is dependent upon what kind of records you create, because your records are a paper trail or essentially a recording of intelligence. And you know, this is.
And they're a recording, and they're a record. They're how you say, "I was here" as a human. You make something.
Right.
Right.
Too many people.
Yeah.
Too many people think that if you, let's say you make a pot, you know, or a glass, or you make something physical, they think that's the only making. But if you do myth making, that's still making. And so there's value in myths, and there's values in that communication. Like, I'm talking material value, because people need content. And what is it called in language when there's, you know, two meanings for the same word, or three meanings? No, palindrome.
A double entendre.
Palindrome.
A palindrome is a word that you can read backwards and forwards.
Oh, maybe not a palindrome. Anyways, I'm saying that content and content are the same word, just like no. Homophone. Okay. Homophone. Homo.
I think homophones or something homo. It has that prefix.
Homonym.
Homonyms is words that sound like each other. Or maybe homonyms is they're spelled the same. Homophones, they sound the same. I don't know. So, John, when it says in Genesis that God breathed the breath of life and they become a living creature, Rashi says, what does living creature mean? It means with the capacity of articulate speech, which is to say, with ability to communicate ideas.
I think I've heard that word articulation mentioned here on this app, but I've heard it said another way, which is articulation.
Articulation.
It's a little bit like ejaculate. I've also heard it said ejaculate.
These are 10-point words.
The truth.
Somebody wants
if you want
to come up.
You know, philosophy is complicated, but if you want to know the truth of the earth, it all deals with your birth and your death.
It all deals with your birth and your death?
No, birth and death. That's the truth of the earth. It's just a joke. It's a joke, meaning that like any word with a, you know, a TH in the African American community is an F, not a TH.
Okay, I got it. Well, Caleb left.
He's got Shabbos to worry about. He's already an hour past Shabbos for Bono Shalom.
And aggressive. That to me is a cry for help, honestly, because it's not in really their nature to be acting like that out of nowhere. Like it's more in their nature to be aggressive and assertive when they need to be protected.
Aren't you just projecting your own passive aggressiveness?
John Kitover?
Hello?
Not doing that bullshit.
Oh, your campaign's done. I forgot about that. My
Oh,
bad.
we ain't done, baby. We just getting started.
I have this dream that one day I will get to hear you and Vero have a conversation.
Dude, it's like 2 a.m. Go to the Ampam.
Well, I bought a ticket for Purim. I'm going to my local Chabad. They always do such a fabulous Purim. And the story of Mordecai is my favorite story. Caleb, can you tell us what the children told Mordecai after they pissed off Haman?
I'm not sure what you mean.
There's a book, the Sefer HaAgadah, the Book of Legends.
Oh, I'm not sure I know that midrash off the top of my head.
Well, let me Google it because it's so amazing what they say to him and how angry Haman gets, because the whole thing is Haman getting angry. And then there's just so many funny parts in the story. Like Mordecai gets on a horse and kicks Haman after Haman helped him. Like there's just a lot of funny twists and turns in that story. But let me get the verses that the children say to Mordecai, because they're very enlightening verses, and they make Mordecai feel fantastic. Like Mordecai
So
becomes.
these aren't in the Megillah. This is outside source. This isn't in the Bible.
To kind of go back to what you were asking me earlier, Caleb, I feel kind of bad about throwing the libertarian, John Locke axiom out the window with everyone's born with an intrinsic value. But if I don't believe anyone has an intrinsic value, we all are the same anyway. I don't know if it really.
That's right, and that has moral implications, right? There's no difference between us. There's no difference between us all being nothing equally and us being some version of not nothing equally. There's no difference. The point is the equal part.
Yeah, no, right. I don't think other people have value and others don't. I mean, I think that's what you were thinking. It might be alluding at weird. I don't know. Superior.
No, I think it's. Look, I think it's actually worse. I think your view that people are like just worthless. All people are worthless, and they have to like earn their place. I think that's even worse than thinking you're better than some people.
Well,
that's my wisdom, my experience.
Well,
is that
Roybos, part of the mystical understanding is that you're divine or that you are the king, and so why do you feel so sad? Like, because that's the great joy of the mystical knowledge is like, oh, hey, maybe I'm not this, mortal schmuck who's going to die of this and just have a, couple hours of life. Like maybe there's much, much more to who you are, whether it's revealed now or in the future, or even in the, that's the joy of the knowledge. It may be fantastical and theoretical, but it's the belief. And that's kind of why I said the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, because we don't have a king here. We've determined that we are all our own king and that our house is our castle. And, that to me, that's what the liberty of America is that we are all equal under, in that way. You don't agree with that?
I think liberty is one of those funny words that morphs the more people talk about it, and it's just, I don't know. You could say that liberty is losing all of your material possessions. The only thing they can't take away is your thoughts. I don't even think that's true. I think eventually technology will allow people to pipe advertisements directly into people's brains. I don't see how that's not going.
You're totally sidestepping the question. He's asking about it. He's asking about the whole idea, the whole basis of a citizenship or a country called America, right? Where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's not about. Forget about the definition of liberty and what existential freedom, right? We're free from machines or whatever, right? But the philosophical notion that we are all sovereign selves. Do you disagree with that?
Intersubjectively, no. Objectively, yes. I mean, I don't think. I think it's an axiom that it's kind of like a useful fiction, like a lot of things, and I don't have a problem with adopting it. I think it's useful.
What's fictional about it?
It's an assumption that's unprovable. You can't.
It's an assumption. It's an assumption that I'm a sovereign. It's an assumption that I'm a sovereign over my own self. That I have autonomy. That I have it. That's an assumption.
Yeah.
All of philosophy, all of moral philosophy, is based on the idea that I can choose.
Well, at least I'm an
agent. It's all based on the agent. Agents. Am I an agent? Just like you are an agent?
Yeah, at a certain level, we're agents, and if you want to go a little bit deeper, maybe not.
And that means I have some kind of sovereignty over myself.
You do in a legal sense, as far as us being citizens in a society, of course. That's not even.
But you don't think it's actually. But you don't think it's actually true.
I don't know. Objectively, I think it's a human construct. Agency and living in a society. It's a very artificial thing. I don't know.
Okay, so then we're back around, and I'm gonna go after this, but I think we're back around. I want you to consider if it's a construct, right? Your critiques of religion are therefore misplaced in your own desire to be consistent. I want to push you to consider that it's all constructs, even the stuff that we think science is scientific axioms, constructs. Social behaviors, are that right? Constructs. No different in type than the kinds of things you want to critique religion.
And some can be better than others. You can come at me and say that Judaism presents a superior moral system than
That's not a different type. That's not a different type.
Yeah, but you're arguing over music concepts, technically, because you're saying that this poetry is all or nothing. I mean, that's the criticism of religion, is that. But anyways, Caleb, before you go, let me read you this real quick. It says, Mordecai approached the 3 school children and asked, please.
Make sure that we're have an understanding. Am I not answering something that I should have?
No. But let me read. Caleb's got to go, but let me read this real quick because it deals with anger. And I think religion is the solution to anger and not the opposite. It says, the first child answered, do not fear sudden terror and the threat of the wicked. Proverbs 3:25. The second child said, you can scheme, but it will be nullified. You may plot, but it will not succeed, for God is with us. Isaiah 8:10. And the third child replied, even unto your old age, I remain with you. Isaiah 46. Upon hearing the 3 children recite their verses, Mordecai's desperate and downcast mood quickly changed to great joy. He became very happy. Curious to know what could have made Mordecai so happy during such a terrible situation, Haman walked over and asked Mordecai to repeat his conversation with the children. These children brought me great tidings, Mordecai exclaimed to Haman. They assured me that we have nothing to fear from your evil designs. Upon hearing this, Haman became furious and flew into a rage. It is these small Jewish children whom I will kill first. That's what Haman said. So, Clown House creates a lot of anger. It doesn't create that much joy. Very few people can bring, an automated smile to a prison. I know some people literally in the real world that have been to prison, and they say, on the outside when they got out of prison, that they were the happiest person in jail, and everybody looked up to them and looked to him, for help because everybody's so miserable. Some people can carry a smile with them in any situation. And so I'm just saying that, religion or wisdom, in my opinion, is intelligence, and it can help you keep a smile. That's my critique.
I was like, when you have these.
Oh, we got Pro Lyrical here. He's another religious hater. He hates religions. God, he's got such horrible Trump derangement syndrome.
I'm probably gonna hold on for last week. I'm gonna probably lose signal in about 20 minutes if I'm gonna come up and whoever wants to be mod. Let me know, or I'll just blow up the room, I guess.
Yeah, come on up, Pro. Let me do a one-on-one with you, and we'll discover, your philosophy. Because, in my opinion, we are actually all united in a liberty way, meaning that I think we are actually all libertarians politically, but the Republican and the Democrat is the same thing as the Muslim and the Jew, meaning that there are in-groups and out-groups, and that the party or the religion that you ascribe to or publicly declare membership in is really just a political move on your behalf. There's really no difference between political party and religious party because they are all parties, and technically they're actually all more political than they are religious. That's my theory. What do you think about that, Roybus?
I thought you were talking to Pro. I wasn't even listening.
Oh, thank you very little. Well, maybe Pro can give me a response in the chat if he's got a bounce.
Like driving, so you get like 30% of my attention.
Oh, no worries.
Kind of a sticky area of like the Los Angeles Valley that's prone to people making a lot of mistakes and getting into accidents, and so I got to watch everyone. So what were you saying?
I was saying that Muslim, Jew, or Christian, Democrat or Republican or Libertarian, it's all political because if you don't believe, in the X factor known as God, then obviously it's all political.
Is it political? I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, there is hierarchy within religion and within politics. And so I'm just saying that
I think religion is probably based on like a sizable city-state. I think that the kind of religion we have is a reflection of that. So in a sense, I guess I can agree. That if we didn't have like this, like living in this giant, civilization, these religious structures wouldn't make a lot of sense. We'd almost like adopt something else, right? Is that what you mean?
I wouldn't say it's too complicated, I think, to adopt something else because, well, Scientology would be like an attempt to essentially reorganize organized religion and organized politics. Romero, I'm wondering if you could answer this question. Do you think that libertarian, Republican, Democrat, Muslim, Jew, or Christian, it's technically all one giant political industrial complex? Because obviously there is no Sky Daddy speaking or controlling any of this. It's just our concepts that we discuss. So do you think that there is essentially one giant, political industrial complex known as organized religion and organized politics?
That's a very interesting question. I don't know. I have to think about that. I think that religion and politics are very sympathetic to each other, and they're both sort of tools that are used to control the masses. But I think that, let me think about that. I'll get back to you.
Because whether you're in a church or in a party, there's still the boss. Then he has his executives and branches, which go down to managers. So, and there's different, at the executive level, you can create new positions instantaneously, which is almost like its own office. And within the church or within Jewish or within Islamic organizations, you can certainly open up those new offices within the diocese, So I'm just saying,
I see what you're getting at. In that sense, yeah, they're very similar. I think the biggest difference between politics and religion is that you can kill the boss in politics, right? And you can't really kill the boss in religion because it's a fictitious character. So I would say that's the major difference, right? That one you can actually physically affect, and the other one is just vaporware. It's a mind virus almost.
Well, you can create a new political organization just as easily as you can create a new religion, and instantaneously at that. I mean, I can open a new room right now.
You can open a new political party at a local level, at a sort of state or national level. It becomes significantly harder because the two-party system has gatekeeps and has made it difficult, has created hurdles for people to overcome to create such parties. Where with religion is a lot easier, right? You just say that you follow Jesus Christ or whomever and just do whatever the fuck you want, and people are going to be like, oh yeah, you're right. Or not.
Well, I guess my point is that I heard my sister say once that politicians want to be philosophers and philosophers want to be politicians. And there's a lot of politicians that really have no understanding of philosophy, but yet they're extremely effective politicians. And I always think that they would even be more effective if they had an understanding of philosophy, meaning that they understand that opposites is what creates reality. And so I guess,
For the believer, opposites create reality. Right. For a lot of other people, it's this small drip of evidence, the small collection of evidence that accumulates to worldviews or perspectives.
Well, nobody is actively on a Friday night preparing for the, flying spaghetti space monster. Like I really like Richard Dawkins, I think his name is, and Christopher Hitchens. And I heard
Hitchens was great.
Yeah, he was really great. And see, this is the crazy thing about me. Maybe it's the crazy part about me, where I can listen to Hitchens and be completely convinced of atheism. But then there's times when I talk to atheists or I talk to religious people, and I'm like, you know what? Hitchens, he never really talked too much about philosophy and poetry. I guess he did, but he still was just so, like, his whole communication, so much of it was spent mocking and showing the absurdity of people's ridiculous concepts. But when I read poetry, like the Tao Te Ching, or Crowley poetry, or any kind of esoteric occult poetry, I'm just like mesmerized and fascinated and thoroughly enjoy it in the same way that I enjoy Star Wars. I don't see any difference between religion and Star Wars in terms of like what it does to my brain and how I respond to it and how I enjoy it from like a content perspective. But I just view it as content. I don't view it as literal.
Well, so that's because you're decently read and, have passed a 7th grade education, right? And you're comfortable with abstractions. I mean, that's
Yeah,
not hard to explain. But I wanted to address something you said earlier. You're saying that the politician wants to be the philosopher and the philosopher wants to be the politician. I disagree with that. The philosopher wants to be the physicist, and the physicist doesn't give a fuck about philosophy. Right? So philosophy is, in my view, an important step towards higher thinking, but to focus on philosophy in 2026, I think, is short-sighted, because we have tools to actually probe and explore reality in ways that philosophy can never do. Right? Philosophy will always be incomplete.
Well, are you?
Because it's looking through. How do I put this? Like it's only looking at a very small sliver of reality through a small opening.
Well, to say that
esoteric is poetry, right? So
yeah,
of course it's aesthetically beautiful. Like I love ritual, and I have a fascination with occultism because it's ritual. And I went to art school and I studied art, and therefore I'm very comfortable with ritualism and ritual. But that doesn't necessarily make something true, right? It just makes it aesthetically beautiful.
Well, what about the ethics, morals, and virtues within philosophy being useful, especially in a ghetto culture, which is clearly lacking class, style, and it's just verbose, profane vulgarity?
I'm not going to touch that with a 1,000-foot pole. I think most humans are doing the best they can, based on their social, economic, and geographic situation. You can't address poverty without addressing the system that got those people to that place.
Okay, so then the education, from first grade, kindergarten up to high school, in my opinion, like 80% of it is a total waste of time.
Well, it's a waste of time because it's been politicized and weaponized, right? Like, it used to be that the United States was ranked higher in education. It doesn't anymore. And that was done purposefully. Uneducated people are easier to manipulate. People that don't understand media literacy or how to read narratives, but books and stories, right, are going to be extremely malleable to mind control.
Yeah. It's funny because Meta and Google are like at the epicenter of mind control for political propaganda, because you have to buy the medium, and it's just it's amazing. But I like your update of the philosophers and physicists. But I would say that in philosophy, like with regards to the ethics, the morals, etc., like have you ever read Epictetus?
No, but I would like, but I'm down for it.
So there's a Harvard edition that I have, and it has what's called the fragments of Epictetus, and these are just like summaries, compressions of Epictetus, and they're incredibly profound. And what's so funny is when you read Marcus Aurelius or Epictetus, ancient Roman Greek philosophy, you realize how stupid Christianity is, and like you would think that Christianity would be a compression of that intelligence. But it's not really. It's actually really stupid. It's very spiritual and esoteric. But when you read Roman philosophy, Greek philosophy, especially Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, it really strikes me as being extremely impressive, because not only does it debate the existence of God, but it gives real it gives real examples. It gives you real good information on how to live your life, how to interact, in the community and society. So to me, that's real wisdom, like real actionable intelligence. And so I would be happy to read for you the fragments of Epictetus, if you've never heard them before.
Yeah, I'm totally down. I mean, I think that you have to see who those pieces of information are catered towards, right? Like Marcus Aurelius, like that, he's talking to a certain social military class.
No, he wrote that for himself, for personal self-reflection. He didn't write that to distribute that book. That's his meditation. That's why they call it Meditations by Marcus.
That's the people that end up reading it, right? Like people of a certain education and class, where Christianity is a weapon to keep certain people within a certain limitation. So like they're just, they serve different purposes. And you're right that one is a meditation for himself, but like that's still significantly different than like writing a weapon. And that's what Christianity is, right? Christianity is a weapon.
You can say it's a weapon. You can say that it's also peaceful. But let me read you. This is what I consider philosophy when I say philosophy. Not necessarily all. I mean, the Tao Te Ching to me is like an extremely important book because of, opposites, duality, non-duality, and really, knowing that your position has an opposite position, or your concept has an opposite concept. Always. You can't actually have a concept unless there's an opposite of that concept. I know that sounds really stupid, but it seems to me like that's overlooked by people. But let me read. This is the first fragment from Epictetus. What do I care whether matter is made up of atoms, indivisibles, or fire and earth? Isn't it enough to know the nature of good and evil, the limits of desire and aversion, and of choice and refusal, and to use these as virtual guidelines for how to live? Questions beyond our ken we should ignore, since the human mind may be unable to grasp them. However, easily one assumes they can be understood. What's to be gained by understanding them in any case? It must be said, I think, that those who make such matters an essential part of a philosopher's knowledge are creating unwanted difficulties. And what of the commandment at Delphi to know yourself? Is that redundant too? No, not that, certainly. Well, what does it mean? If someone said to a chorus member, know yourself, the command would mean that he should give attention to the other chorus members and their collective harmony. Similarly with a soldier or sailor. So do you infer that man is an animal created to live on his own, or in a community? A community created by whom? By nature. What nature is and how it governs everything, whether it is knowable or not. Are these additional questions superfluous? That's the first fragment. To me, that's, like, you don't hear this on Clown House. You just hear people off the cuff having these, insanely entertaining conversations, but that's why I like the book club, because now I can come with real evidence of my, concepts, as opposed to just nobody's bringing evidence in terms of information packet transfer on this app. It sucks. Like,
Yeah, I agree with that. To my dismay, people have an aversion to evidence. I mean, philosophically, like I tend to see morality as something that's about the individual, and ethics as something that's about the collective group. So, like, for me, morality boils down to human preferences plus empathy equals morality at its simplest form, right? So, like, human preferences, i.e. values, and empathy, our ability to imagine what other people are feeling, leads to morality, and from there you can build on top of that scaffolding, and you work your way up to ethics, which is a system-wide sort of morality. How do we engineer behavior to benefit the larger group. I mean, it's in some ways, right? Like Star Trek was a great tool for exploration of these themes. And one of my favorite quotes comes from Wrath of Khan, right? Which is the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. And that's not always true, right? But in general, if you bring up the trolley problem, it becomes a little bit more poignant, right? Do you save 10 people for one person that you know, or do you save the one person that you know for 10 people? And at a structural societal level, you sort of have to prioritize the larger group.
Well, I heard a young African American girl on here yesterday make a very passionate plea, crying, saying, all this spirituality is bullshit. All this philosophy is fucking a waste of my time. I gotta pay my rent. I gotta buy food for my baby, and I ain't got nothing left, and I got nothing. And then I really felt for her. But then the more she talked, the less I felt for her. And then I realized that she can't be helped. And she doesn't understand that the philosophy and poetry that she's criticizing, or the spirituality that she's criticizing, is really a tool to essentially equilibrate or bring a harmony or a peace, so you can actually try to get ahead of the financial curve of despair. I mean, that's to me one of the reasons, or the usages of philosophy and religion, is to essentially stop being so argumentative. And to me, the maxim is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And so this is what the second, you could call them axioms or aphorisms, but this is called Fragments of Epictetus. This is the second one. Whoever chafes at the conditions dealt by fate is unskilled in the art of life. Whoever bears with them nobly and makes wise use of the results is a man who deserves to be considered good. I mean, what do you think about people that waste, food, waste their material possessions, that just, casually waste stuff, whether they have it or not? Like, to me, that's, indicative of the fact that they're probably not a good person. Waste, not, want not.
Maybe that's an indication that they're not a good person, or maybe that's just the kind of brainwashing that they received growing up in the United States of America, or whatever country they come from, right? Because there are countries where the emphasis is individualism and selfishness, and the sort of opulence that you'll use item that throw away becomes a status symbol or a sign of one's achievements, versus other cultures that are much more collective based, right? Like, I was in a room where someone was talking about how kids in Japan would look down upon somebody who litters, because they see that as an affront to their collective experience and the things that they're trying to uphold. Where in the United States, right, to litter is an individual right that shows that you can just do whatever the fuck you want. So I mean, I think that most everything is reducible to axioms, sure, but there's also the sort of bigger structures around those axioms, right? Like, you can look at people that made bad choices and that's why they're poor, but you can also sort of take a wider stance and see that, okay, maybe they didn't necessarily make bad decisions, right? Maybe some of this was imposed on them, and their lack of education, their lack of nutrient intake growing up, and the lead that they're drinking, like some of those things were done purposefully, right? Some communities were purposefully miseducated, poisoned, and given less access to health, medicine, food. So it's complex systems can't always be reduced to just simple answers or solutions, right? There's a causality chain that gets us to places, and there's a causality chain that gets us out of situations.
You're American, right?
Yep. Born in the United States, grew up in Mexico, came back for high school.
So there's a guy, Matthew, on here who is a Khomeinist and, is promoting the Iranian government, shitting on Israel, shitting on the United States daily. And he keeps repeating that America's decisions and America's spending should maximize global well-being. As an American, and this guy's not American, do you think as an American we should be spending to maximize global well-being, or should we be spending to maximize American well-being?
Well, it depends on what you mean by either statement, right? So, I have a very dim view of Israel, and by the kind of connection that the United States has with Israel, I'm also not looking very favorable at the United States government based on those choices, right? And that doesn't mean that I'm anti-American. Quite the opposite. I expect more out of the United States of America. I don't necessarily expect more out of other countries, right? Because they're not my countries. But in a globalized world where we're importing, exporting, and there's air travel, right? There's boat travel. There's easy ways for humans to move around the globe. I think that it benefits the biggest superpower to be involved globally. For one example, right? Some conservatives will say, oh, well, we're spending money in transgender services for people in Africa, and we're buying condoms for people in the Middle East or whatever. And you think that through just a little bit, and you go, well, yeah, right? Americans travel abroad. Sometimes they have sex with people, right? So it's probably a good idea to reduce globally the spread of transmittable diseases through sexual intercourse, right? Because it's not something that stays outside of our borders. We are not Ibiza. We're not an island. The world is porous. And so in that sense, it benefits the United States to create stability globally and also focus on its own population. But that's not what the United States does, right? It has in the past done that on some level, and it has in the past focused on its own population on some level. But right now, the United States feels like a wealth extraction Ponzi scheme. And the citizenship is not as important as the Epstein class, the billionaire Epstein class. So, and it's very easy to game the system by using the levers of religion. So, I mean, it's funny how the rhetoric gets used around in this country. Like in the 80s, it was the welfare queen. Well, most of the people that are using those benefits are white. So the black welfare queen is, I'm sure it happens on some level or another, but this sort of mass, all these people are trying to cheat the system by being poor and having babies. It's like, yeah, that's Hasidic Jews in New Jersey. There's an entire town of people that are on Section 8 that are having 12, 13, 14 kids because their religion demands it. So, I mean, there are people in the country that we pick and choose to see them as good or bad based on, I feel like, vaporware. Right? And some people have a certain standard and other people have another standard, and the two shall not meet.
Okay, this is the third Epictetus fragment. It says, everything obeys and serves the universe. The land and sea, the sun and other stars, as well as the world's plants and animals. Our body also obeys it in both sickness and health, whichever it dictates. In youth and old age, and in the course of the body's other changes. So it is unreasonable that our will, which is in our power, be the only thing to try to resist it. It is stronger than we are and very powerful indeed. Besides, it has planned for us better than we could ourselves by including us in its grand design. Resistance is vain in any case. It only leads to useless struggle while inviting grief and sorrow. So, will, like, do you think you have an individual will? I mean, do you believe in what is the concept of will? What does that mean to you?
I mean, that just translates to agency, right? I have the capacity to make choices and decisions, and that means that I have agency, i.e., a will.
Did you what? So what? I get it. So that makes sense. What about you? Do you want to continue on that?
No. I just think that when people say soul or will or spirit, it's just another name for agency.
Got it. Okay. And what about universe? Do you think we came out of the earth, or do you think the earth came out of the universe and thus we came out of the earth? Or how do you view the succession of, maybe?
Oh, well, so from a physics perspective, there's a chain, right? You have quantum physics in sort of flowery language begets physics. Physics begets chemistry. Chemistry begets biology. Biology begets technology, right? And so there's, have you ever heard of the theory of exponential return proposed by Ray Kurzweil in the sort of mid-90s?
I'm not familiar with it now.
So the theory of exponential return is sort of a reworking of Moore's law, right? That every period, every so often, every turn of the cycle, technology doubles in power and shrinks in size and cost. And that can be applied to the universe as a sort of exponential rule. So you have, let's start with the Big Bang, right? Boom. You have a shit ton of hydrogen, and that's mostly all that exists. But through gravity, you start getting protostars, and they start fusing together, and they start producing helium. And over time, right, over this process of stars forming, living in quotations, blowing up and dying, and expelling their innards, heavier elements, over and over and over again, you get the kind of elements that you can then build asteroids and rocks, and then those lead to planetoids and planets. And so every turn of the screw, you have a doubling effect, right? Where the new thing is supported by the thing that came before it. So, okay, now you get to planets. Now you have a perfect playground for water and chemistry, right? And in that ridiculous amount of time, things happen through natural processes, and you get to biology. So you're right in the sense that there are universal pressures that inherently lead in a certain direction by being exponential, right? By things building on top of other things. Then you get to animal life, and from animal life, you get to primates, and from primates, you get to humans, and then you have civilization, right? And you go from mud huts to agriculture, from agriculture to cities, from cities to nations, pretty quickly, right? At first, it feels slow. Like the invention of fire probably took a while. And then from there to go to something else probably took a long time too, but it was half the time cost and energy cost of what happened before. And so that just keeps happening over and over and over and over again until you get to where we are now.
Okay, this is the fourth Epictetus fragment. It says, of things that are, God has put some under our control, some not. The best and most important thing is under our control and the basis of God's own well-being, the use of external impressions. Rightly used, this leads to freedom, serenity, happiness, and satisfaction. It is also the source of justice, law, restraint, and virtue in general. He did not put anything else under our control, so we should support God by making the same distinction and doing everything to lay claim to what is in our control, while surrendering what is not to the care of the universe. Whether it asks for our children, our homeland, our body, or anything else, resign it gracefully. This is the fifth one. Which one of you does not admire what Lycurgus the Spartan said? He was blinded in one eye by a young citizen of Clubhouse, who was then handed over to Lycurgus to punish as he saw fit. Lycurgus not only declined to exact revenge, he gave the youth of Clubhouse an education and made a good man of him. He then publicly introduced him in a clubhouse room on a clubhouse app stage. The Spartans were indignant. The clubhouse users were pissed, but Lycurgus said, the person you gave me was violent and aggressive. I'm returning him to you civilized and refined. This is number 6. Above all, nature demands that we conform and adapt our will to our idea of what's right and useful. And I would just say that on Clown House, what most people are saying is not useful, and generally it's not right. This is just my opinion. I mean, when you say that, anyways, to me, it always goes back to the belief that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, meaning that the way that things are it is the way it is because of the language and the communication by design. Like Israel would not exist if it wasn't for all of the backstory, all of the pre-programming that caused those people in the 40s and 30s, etc., leading up to the birth of the state, I guess, or the.
Well, Israel wouldn't exist if not for Britain, right?
Well, it wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the Jews. First off, I mean, you can't just say it's because of Britain.
Zionists aren't necessarily Jews. And the first wave of Zionists were not religious. Religion was used as a weapon, as an excuse by a bunch of European colonial settlers. If we're saying that, if your narrative is that Israel was born because of World War II, because the Jews needed a country of their own, well then the rightful thing in Germany losing the war is that you carve out a chunk of Germany and you call it New Israel, and that becomes the place. Now, what happened is that you had a group of Zionists in the late 1800s that were already plotting to take somebody's land to make this new sort of, I'm not going to say fascist, right, but like very European kind of structure and country in a place that may not necessarily be adequate for that. And the way it imposed its will was through violence. So, I don't think of Israel as Israel. I just think of it as occupied Palestine. And it does have a time limit, and we're seeing that time limit play out.
Okay, this is the next Epictetus verse. It says, to imagine that we will be despised by others unless we use every means to inflict harm, especially on our enemies, is typical of very mean and ignorant people. We say that worthless people are recognized by, among other things, their inability to do harm. it would be much better to say that they're recognized by their inability to do anyone good. And so if you get into philosophy, there's good and evil. What I find interesting is the right hand is considered the good hand, the left hand considered the bad hand. But when you put them together, like in like a prayer type of pose, that sigil of the left and the right united in prayer is, basically the union of good and evil. So how do you view good and evil, or I guess the dilemma of evil? Like, how do you parse it out? How do you rationalize it? And how are you also just not disgusted at, at the inability of people to know just the bad that they're doing? Like, they're just completely unaware of the bad that they're doing. How do you view all of this in terms of, your observations?
Well, I think morality is always relative. I don't think there is such a thing as a universal morality it's all sort of context based, right? And I think that there's a lot of people that are lead poisoned. There's a lot of people that are abused. There's a lot of people that are what used to be called shell shocked, but is now PTSD. There's a lot of people that, for whatever reason, their genetics, right, have propensity for certain things. These are all in context, in quotations, natural. The sociopath is just as natural as the empath. In a holistic world, most humans serve some function evolutionarily, right? So you have people that unite things, you have people that eat other people, you have people that are really good as watchdogs, there's other people that are really good as poets. And civilization is constantly wrestling with what we say is the good or bad, the good and evil. Evil is a term that helps us explain behavior, right? People's behavior can be evil. If they keep it in their mind, right? Is it evil? I don't know. It's probably maladapted. So I think actions reflect who we are. And I think who we are is an amalgamation of both internal and external pressures. Doesn't mean that people aren't responsible, right? It just means that there's a bigger story at work. So, like most people that abuse children were abused themselves, right? So it's this long causal chain of pain and torture throughout time. We happen to live in a time where it's not seen as, like, hitting children as a form of discipline is not seen as a positive thing anymore, right? But like, I was born in 1980. I still had the shit beat out of me, and I refused to do that to my child, right? Because I can think things through and go, well, that's probably not a good thing. It doesn't mean that there's no such thing as discipline or framework that you give children to be good people or bad people, or however you want to put it. And I think that for the most part, most humans are just trying to get through the day. And the situation, their personal history will give you an idea of how their behavior will play out.
What concepts do you think in society are taken for granted?
Community, I think, is taken for granted. I think the concept of empathy and justice can sometimes be taken for granted. I think that the concept of us is sometimes taken for granted, and it's overwritten by the I. Because nobody's an island and everybody depends on everybody else.
I didn't really want to. There was a different way I wanted to ask that question to you, meaning like asking what concepts are taken for granted is like saying, what concepts do you think exist just in general? Meaning like, we're forced to contend with new concepts. Have you seen that show, The New Gods?
Based on like American Gods or New
American
Gods?
God. I think it's called American Gods. Yeah. Have you seen that show? I like it.
I've seen a few episodes. I read the book by Neil Gaiman, so I have a pretty good understanding of it.
Okay. Well, so I guess, my question about concepts for granted, like, the concept of ego, Freudian concept, can't touch it, can't taste it, can't feel it, but everybody's constantly always talking about ego, which is just a concept, just like God, just a concept, gender, supposedly just a concept. I'm just saying that there's like controversial concepts, but it's just so ironic that like people will die on a hill defending a concept which is not in the material world, it's in the subjective world. And so people are willing to fight and die over the concepts and the subjects versus actually wanting to fight for the material world, which is more important, in my opinion. Like your home that you live in that protects you from the freezing cold or the heat, like that's more important than these concepts that we are spending our whole lives debating or refining or observing or accurately describing.
We don't spend our whole lives debating. I mean, we happen to be in a coliseum where that's sort of the point, right? So like, not everybody is on Clubhouse and not everybody enjoys or gets their jollies from argument. That's a very specific.
Well, it's not just argument. See, this app I was describing earlier in the room you were in is basically Toastmasters, but for the ghetto, or Dinner for Schmucks. It's my opinion. But anyways, let me move on to the next one because there's only a few of these, and I think they're important to read because I'm not smart, but I can read smart things. To imagine that we will be despised by others. Wait, did I read that one already? The nature.
Well, so really quickly, I want to address something that you were talking about. That the concepts like gender and all these things. That's something that we die for. Kind of, right? Like the issues of gender only matter because other people are willing to enact violence against those who impose their own concept of gender onto themselves. Like if nobody was offended or became violent at the sight of a gay person, then it wouldn't matter.
Right. Yeah.
And a lot of the controversies that we fight over are controversies because some people promote it for their own agenda, right? Like trans people make up such a small sliver of the population. But if you listen to the media, it's over 50% of the world. And they're coming for your children, which numbers show otherwise, right? Not a whole lot of transgender folks are child molesters, but goddamn, there's a lot of child molesters in the church.
Well, I guess my criticism or opinion is that if we were to actually superimpose reality, based on the numbers, the statistics, the population percentage, like you just suggested, being a very small percentage, if we were to overlay that on our communication matrix, we would find that these very small populations or small groups actually have huge influence in terms of the communication matrix. It's like the minority in Congress or in a state government. Like I've read that in Texas, the minority party, this is what's kind of ironic and very Taoistic, is that the minority party, because it's part of the whole or a percentage of the supposed unity, actually has a much larger impact than is describable. And that's because it's an organism. So, there's Alan Watts likes to talk about the organism environment and the environment organism. Like you are not Romero. I am not philosophy. I'm actually much more than that. And it's indescribable because like we were reading here with Epictetus, the universe, if you like astrology, this is why I like astrology, is because it really expands the consciousness. I mean, when people talk about astral projection, it's kind of funny. Like I like to say all communication is projection or hypnosis or politics, but I'm just saying, you know, to me it's science fiction, but it's still interesting conversation. And I like chicks. I like hot chicks without the dicks. But to me, when I talk to a beautiful woman and I ask her, you know, are you into astrology? It turns out that a lot of women are opinionated on astrology. Anyways, there's something you want to say, but I'll move on to the next Epictetus. We're almost finished with it. There's only 9.
Well, I mean, women are opinionated because they're human, right? Humans have opinions.
No, I'm just saying that like astrology is actually pretty niche, but I'm just saying I'm always amazed that I've never heard a woman not like actually have an opinion on astrology. So maybe occasionally. Anyways, I'm just being facetious. Anyways, this is number 8.
I mean, most of the women that I've met that are into astrology sort of do it tongue in cheek, right? They're sort of aware that it's a simulacrum, that it's a fun narrative story because humans are a story-based species. So we tend to sort of communicate and operate within narratives and stories.
Do you know anything? You said you're into esoterics. Do you know anything about ceremonial magic?
A little bit.
So I've done like I have noticed, okay, I don't know if you tell me if you've ever noticed this, but I have a tendency to build an altar in my life regularly in any home that I live in. Like I put up candles, I put my little sacred books, I put my little like I always tend to build like a prayer altar almost naturally. You know, it's not forced. It's just my organizing. It's how I seem to organize my life. And my question to you is like, you know, see, ceremonial magic or that type of Comic-Con gameplay it's very complicated. Have you ever read the Gnostic Mass or like read a Gnostic poem or anything like that?
Maybe. I can't recall.
So basically what they're trying to do, in my opinion, when they're doing this type of Comic-Con gameplay, is they're trying to do Gnostic art, you know, magic, or they're doing Gnostic art performatively. But the performance itself is like a psyop to the psyche, to the consciousness, to the visual absorption of your eyes and your feel. I've never done it. Like I've never been involved in an organized cult. You know, down the street from my house, there is a Freemasonic temple, and I know that they are engaged in performative artwork. You know, like they are putting on rituals, and they're simulating murder in some of those rituals. I don't know if you know anything about Freemasonic rituals, but in one of them, they pretend to cut your throat, and then you're supposed to do like a free fall backwards, and like they catch you. You know, it's like supposed to be like about, you know, fraternity. And you know, I'm just saying there's lots of ways to like simulate your death without dying. But it can, the theory is that role play is going to have an effect on your consciousness. It's going to expand it most likely, because now you've done something weird and super ordinary, which is basically it's just doing something new, but calling out something new. And it's like in my opinion, it's like trying to run a program on you. You know, it's definitely, this is what cults do. Like and mind control, you know, like that. But you know, in the Epstein files, you brought up the Epstein class. Epstein was in communication with a nonprofit interested in, you know, trans technology. And so there is something to gender with regards to mind control. And I was going to tell you this earlier, but there's this book, you know, it's like a Hermetic Principle book. It's a famous book, but it talks about how the two genders are basically like a law of nature. And it is kind of true. I mean, you look at all the animal species, etc. Like it does take these binary, opposite sexed or opposite inverted, you know, sex or organs to recreate themselves, you know, to clone themselves. So anyways.
Well, I mean, I think you're talking more about sex at that point, right? Like gender from my understanding, is about how you present to other humans, and sex is about your chromosomes and your genitals and what you do with them. So, like in the animal kingdom, there's homosexuality has been seen in many different species and animals. And on a chromosomal level, some animals have a wider spread of less of a binary and more of a sort of gradation. So, like humans, it's not just XX and XY, right? There's like XXY. There's all sorts of different permutations of that thing. Some of those people can reproduce, some of those people can't, right? So it's not, the binary itself doesn't quite hold. But there is a huge predominant binary when it comes to sex. Gender is a little bit wider of a concept, right? Because how you present and how people see you is what your gender is.
Well, what do you think about like a Muslim woman who wears the burqa? Because she is pre-communicating with you prior to the actual language transfer packets that are happening between our brains. And so I kind of resent that pre-communication because it's like one-upping me. And generally, you know, I like to one-up before I get one-upped. What do you think about that?
That sounds like a personal problem.
Well, it is a personal problem. I'm not saying I'm being facetious here. I'm not saying it really is my problem. But what I'm trying to get at, you know, the Zen philosophy is that the blissful state is the unopinionated state. And so if you're just constantly forming impressions and opinions on everything you have to encounter in this life, like it takes you out of what you could call, you know, automatic bliss or automated bliss. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a way to live your life intelligently, which is don't exhaust yourself with, you know, with conflicting opinions all the time. It's ridiculous.
Unless you enjoy it, right? Unless you enjoy the experience and you do want to think deeply about things at a object or person level.
I mean, but you know the psychological like flow state concept, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Oh, sure. But you can't be in flow state all the time. Like I enter flow state when I'm painting or drawing or taking a photo or making a movie or, you know, working on, I just built through Claude, I just built a storyboard software that then mutated into an animation software. And, you know, I sat down to work and it was like, I don't know, 4 o'clock. And then I sort of, my full awareness came back after being in flow state for a while. And it was like 10:30, right? Because my subconscious was transmitting clearly through my conscious experience doing this particular task. But it's not something I can do all the time, right? Even flow state to some extent takes an energy. So, you know, like in terms of the hijab, like I think the way that people express themselves creatively is a beautiful, wonderful, marvelous thing. Now we can talk about the politics of the burqa, right? And in some societies, it is imposed upon them by force.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not cool, right? But when I see a Muslim woman in the United States who's freely of her own will expressing the burqa as a religious, political, and personal statement, it's like, yeah, cool, great, good on you.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm totally like only bringing it up just to try to be, you know, facetious and but I do think that the pre-communication thing, you know, because anyways, let me read you this. I don't doubt you've ever heard of this, but it's called The Pattern on the Trestle Board, and it's called This is the Truth About the Self. Tell me if you agree with some of these axioms. The first one is letter or number 0. It says all the power, whatever that means, that ever was or will be is here now. So to me, the Eckhart Tolle thing about the now is being basically God. Or what do you think about this like spiritual esoteric way of viewing the word now? Capital N.
I mean, I don't know. I think that now is a state that doesn't exist, right? Because the moment I realize now has already passed.
Right.
So I'm constantly living in milliseconds in the past, or I'm imagining the future. So I don't think now exists. I think there's a gradation of now that we call now, and that's just the moment that's happening, right? But in terms of like mental awareness, like you're always a few milliseconds in the past, just by virtue of our biology.
Do you think the now is a compression of the past and the future?
Is time compression of past and future? No, I think perception is compression of time.
Mm-hmm.
And so like when we read history, that is an abstraction of events that happened, right? So we're compressing all of time into something that's knowable by our primitive brains that emerged to be amazing hunters in the savannas of Africa, and are really great at predicting the moment that my spear will make contact with the antelope or whatever. But in a lot of ways, we're always living in a simulation created by our brain, like vision, right? Like active vision only handles about 7 objects, according to medicine. And then beyond that, it's a simulacrum that your brain builds and assumptions that your brain builds and goes, oh, well, that plant was there a minute ago, so it's probably still there now. It's how street magic can happen, right? Because you're hacking perception. But most likely the plant is still there when I close my eyes, right? And that doesn't mean that someone can't quickly come in, grab the plant and leave. And then I open my eyes and then, I blink, blink, blink. I go, oh, something is different in the room. And then I think about it and I do a quick stare and I go, oh, the plant is missing. Or how people lose objects, right? And then you point out that it's right in front of them the whole time because their attention your attention is expecting the object to be somewhere else. So, I mean, I think the now doesn't really exist. And
It's a little bit like the concept. It's a little bit like the concept of the ego. It just does not exist in the real world. It's just a term. It's a concept. But anyways, this is number 1. It says, I am a center of expression for the primal will to good, which eternally creates and sustains the universe. And so do you know, the talk about cults, do you know who Maharishi is?
I've heard the name before.
So he has this cult called TM. Do you know what TM is?
Tell me about it.
It's transcendental meditation. And there was this article in the London Times about how in the brain quantum physics is happening because you can have basically multiple lights or points activated simultaneously in different regions of the brain. So it's like it's basically saying that there's like a multiverse or something. But anyways, my point is my sister pointed it out to me saying, hey, I'm pretty sure that comes from Maharishi, because my sister did this TM meditation course. And so I bought all these Maharishi books because I'm like, maybe this guy's got something, if not, it'll be like a collection of, of cult books or whatever. But anyways, my whole point is, in this statement, it says, Maharishi talks about the creative intelligence. And so my question to you is, do you think our conversation, in your opinion, is an example of creative intelligence?
Yes. Yeah, it definitely is an expression of creative intelligence in the sense that what we're expressing are these concepts that are that's a playground of our subconscious and conscious minds.
Okay, this is the next one, and this comes from a guy called Dr. Paul Foster Case, who has this little church on La Figueroa Street in Los Angeles.
But really quickly, though, like meditation does seem to have some positive physiological effects for the person, right? So, like, and I think things like the ego. You're right that the term ego is referencing to a concept, but it's also referencing to a physical object, which is the brain, right? And the mind is a physical thing. Mm-hmm. And there seems to be certain patterns in human behavior that can be alleviated or distressed through certain actions. Like, I've been in therapy for 3 years, and I've seen huge personal emotional gains, and that ripples throughout my life. So it's, I think there are things that work. I think there are things that don't work. I think that there are things that we wish worked, and I think there are things we wish didn't work. And a lot of that is just biology and chemistry and how we express it.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe in dialectical therapy?
Explained.
What do you think dialectical therapy?
Yeah, like just talking shit out, yeah.
No, I'm not saying just talking shit out. I'm saying, you're talking about what comes out of you, but I'm saying about what you put inside yourself, like in terms of programming and content.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean when I say dialectical therapy. Do you think listening to an audiobook can be therapeutic?
Yes. I also think that watching certain things can be harmful. Like,
yeah.
I remember being like 18 and getting a copy of Faces of Death.
Yeah.
And watching it. And like a piece of myself died. Like a psychic piece of me got injured.
Yeah, that is a. I wonder how many people's lives were destroyed as a result of watching that horrible fucking film. There's multiple films actually. They put out a lot of those.
They put out a lot of, or like Rotten.com, right? Like, or like Two Girls One Cup. Like, there's these things that leave an impression that's not necessarily positive.
Yeah, I've actually heard people on this app that have had horrible PTSD from shootings, and I think he said it took him 10 days, 2 weeks to get the visualization to stop, reappearing in his mind. And, there are things that trigger me as well that can like essentially send my stress levels way up, like getting things in the mail can make me extremely, agitated. But let me read this to you. This is the next one. It says, through me, its unfailing wisdom takes form in thought and word. So obviously if we didn't exist, we wouldn't be able to have these conversations. So do you view yourself as like a pass through it all, for these words, which you could say are divine or capitalized words?
I see myself as a fractal pattern of meat that is growing in time. No, seriously. Like, I think that I'm one of many iterations, and if you travel back in time, there's been someone with my face or similar that just goes back all the way to the beginning, right? Both you and I only exist because we're direct descendants to the first organisms and the first humans and the first whatevers, right? There's been an unbroken chain of literal meat that goes back all the way to that single cell.
Yeah, I know. It's genetic though. I mean, it's not just meat. That's like, it's kind of, there's a code. Yeah. There's a code. I mean, we are genetic code. Yeah. Yeah.
But the fact that like you exist, right, means that DNA has survived millions of years.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how I sort of contextualize that. I think language is a tool that we devised, and as each generation builds on language, concepts emerge in our minds, but through the tool of language.
So when you look at the sun, which is emitting light and heat and energy and vibrations or photons and all these particles it's spraying out of itself. Do you? I mean, I don't know if you. You're not a Christian, right?
No, definitely not a Christian. I mean, I was talking about how there's a lot of helium on the moon because our parent star is literally jizzing helium onto the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's one crude way to talk about it. So, I think that divinity is simply our subconscious talking through our conscious mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the extent of what I see as divine or holy or godlike.
Okay, let me read the next one. It says, filled with understanding of its perfect law, I am guided moment by moment along the path of liberation. And it has understanding bolded with a capital U. And these actually, let me just read you the words. These are the bolded, capitalized words giving signification. It says, power, wisdom, understanding, beauty, victorious splendor, foundation, kingdom. This is the truth about the self. So, you said you're a matrix meat bag. And so, this is like, you talked about physics and the philosopher. I guess in my opinion, like a lot of science is bureaucratic, but then the bureaucratic ends up becoming like esoteric, symbolic. So when you say we are an unbroken chain of, genetic continuity in your matrix meat bag, if you go further, you get to light, which is just, the metaphysic, the energy, which is like the potentiality of creative intelligence.
If you want to get weird, we only exist because there's a direct causal chain to the first hydrogen after the Big Bang. Like, it gets fucking weird, right? We're made of material that has grown exponentially over time, that it's built on itself. And we're the closest thing to the universe being self-aware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I heard Alan Watts say that we are the universe experiencing itself. And so, yeah, and there's this. Do you like Alan Watts, or do you know who he is?
I mean, I think he's cool. I'm not against him.
Yeah, I mean, anyways, I'm just saying he has this interesting lecture where he does a hypothetical with his audience, and he says, "I want you to pretend I'm God. Now, ask God any question," and then he goes through like 25 questions, and he pretends he's God. He role plays, and he performatively, plays that he is the God answering their questions. And it's just really interesting how he resolves all their questions by framing it that way in the lecture, in the debate, in the conversation. So it's the most popular video on this one channel. It's called, I don't know, What If I Was God or something by Alan Watts or whatever. But anyways, this is, so I read the power ones. This is the number 10 one. It says, the kingdom of spirit is embodied in my flesh. So is the kingdom, symbolically represented by the DNA helix spiral, like, in that type of architecture? I'm a moron. I'll be honest. Like, when I compare myself to somebody who understands like how to do complex computer science, I know I'm stupid. When I compare myself to an engineer who can build skyscrapers or bridges, I'm a stupid person. But see, this is the thing about spam and communication and survival, manipulation, how to get your bread. There are some people who are very successful and they're stupid, but they understand communication, manipulation, mind control, the power of the symbol, of various symbols, how to performatively deliver those symbols. So the brain, has been conditioned throughout all these generations. Like, look at the emojis of this room. I mean, the crescent moon and the star and the crucifix. There's a lot of occult understanding there. Anyways, it's basically like keyword expansion technology. That is like kind of how you could describe intelligence or consciousness, because your brain is like a Rolodex and an index of all the words that you have ever heard or read, which is like saying, that's like saying the more sounds you can make, that's what we consider high level intelligence, and then being able to utilize them in some type of way, power way, so to speak. Anyways, I'm just saying that to me, I've heard it said that like the I am is a mirror or a polishing cloth. So it's like, I don't know. I really enjoy Thelema. I don't know if you know what Thelema is, but it's basically Aleister Crowley magic, and poetry and whatnot.
Like rituals and orgies. Put on a show, have some sex.
That would be nice. Like these two beautiful girls from Hungary stayed at my house one time, and they were like, "John, you smoke an awful lot of weed." I was like, "Well, I mean, I was thinking, I wish I said this, but like maybe you'd like to smoke some weed, have some wine, and have an orgy with me." These two beautiful women just didn't materialize. I can't have everything apparently, that I desire in my life, but
orgies are a lot harder than they look. Like once you're in there, it's like a whole lot of weird emotions come up.
Oh, I'm really ready for it. I'm ready for two beautiful women that want to let me live out a Roman fantasy, a Greek fantasy, like where I can, slowly feed grapes and, maybe have my toes sucked. Anyways, I'm just saying.
I mean, that's what Craigslist is for, yo.
Backpage back in the day.
But I think my thesis is that there's no such thing as the kingdom or perfection or any of those sort of like flowery concepts. I think that we're the apes that wanted more than the other apes. And I think that we're just exponentially building on top of other systems upon systems.
Okay, so
yeah.
Well, what I read to you is it's 10, not 11, 10, not 9, but this is a Kabbalist, speaking. These are all Kabbalistic variables. There's 10 Sephiroth, which are 10 variables of consideration. One is kingdom, one is splendor, one is beauty, one is just. So these are like concepts. These are 10 concepts to do a Gestalt analysis on a problem or a situation. It's basically 10 variables, because the truth is intelligence is, hyperdynamic, multivariable. And, back in the day when people were just stupid farmers, like you're operating at this very intuitive subconscious level. But when you reach a certain level of abundance, you start using your brain, like more like an advanced computer system. And so I'm just saying that Kabbalah and these 10 Sephiroth are just 10 different mirrors, which are 10 terms. I could give you the Hebrew definitions or the Hebrew words, but again, it's like victorious, splendor, foundation, kingdom, beauty, understanding, wisdom. To me, these are just like NLPs. These are, words to pepper your language with if you want to essentially enhance your attraction. Life really does come down to the gift of the gab, but my problem in life really is basically irascibility, like, not being able to basically, I'm not saying there's a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. I'm just saying, to me, this is like the game that Alan Watts was playing. I see the fun in it because so many people are caught up Clubhouse is like the perfect. I love Clubhouse because it's like a free experimentation app. You can run a simulation here. Each room is a simulation and it's free to run. And where all this conversation and data,
So whenever something is free, that means that you're the product, right? And all we've been doing for the last few years is creating content for these people to then sell off to AI companies to build LLMs, right? Like there's an exchange there.
Well, what I read is on Wired magazine. It said that that Clubhouse is using third-party data brokers to sell the data, and the biggest buyer of data, guess who? It's the taxpayer. It's the government, which is buying most of the data through CIA, NSA, and the other agencies and their subcontracted organizations and Palantir, etc. So isn't it funny that Palantir is actually buying data from Clownhouse? But to what end, Romero? Because there's only a few problematic people here on the app that are actually potentially homicidal, aka, terrorists.
There's so I don't want to say anything that's going to be too controversial, but I think that I love Clubhouse too, but for different reasons. Right? Clubhouse has helped me see people from a different subjective viewpoint than the one that I grew up with, and I've become a lot softer to people that I used to see as enemies. So in that sense, this app has helped me broaden my perspective and become more empathetic to people that I used to see as foes. So in that sense, I think that there's been a positive return. Now, of course, we live in the information age, and you're right that governments are buying information because they're spying on us all the fucking time, and they're trying to control our movements and beliefs and ideas and to justify their military-industrial complex and their
But Romero,
industrial complex.
Romero, my point is they're just blindly buying data because they don't know what else to do. Like, there's no intelligence analyzing the data. There's no action on the data. And so really, it's just like an agnostic spend and agnostic data. They're just cramming the data. And now I'm projecting because if you look at my PTR, I too am... See, I'm essentially mirroring Clubhouse into YouTube across 30 different YouTube accounts and 4 different Clubhouse rooms simultaneously. So I'm able to take a huge amount of data, put it into video format, and put it into Google for no reason whatsoever, in the same way that our government is wasting money building data centers, buying data.
So is it for nothing? Is it for no apparent reason?
I'm just doing it because I'm basically like a squirrel. That's one. I have a lot of squirrels on my property.
Satisfies a need, right? Or else you wouldn't be doing it.
Well, a lot of this is because I'm running for Congress, and like, to actually sit there. Anyways, I'm just saying that I want to
So it does serve a purpose, right? It's not just for shits and giggles or for no reason. There's a reason.
Well, it's a little bit just amazing that with just one poke of my fingertip, I'm able to send so much data through AT&T fiber optic into Google. I'm basically creating art videos because, again, I think everybody here is just doing Toastmasters, but in the ghetto. And so I'm like a ghetto Toastmasters producer director. I'm like the new Norm Green. Let's just put it that way. I am the new Norman Green. Norm Green, success. I don't know if you know this about Norm, but he made Tupac Resurrection, which is an actual movie with Tupac. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Do you like Tupac's music? He's sold over 65 million records. Yeah, he's very popular.
Oh yeah, I think Tupac is great. I've seen some of his movies. I've listened to a lot of his music, and I've listened to a lot of his politics, and we definitely have philosophical overlap.
Like what?
I think that he's sort of a descendant of the Black Panther movement in a lot of ways, and I think that he was definitely a poet, and I think that if he had gotten the chance to grow older, he might have made one hell of a politician. And so, I mean, listen to his music, listen to his interviews. Like that's sort of what I'm referring to.
Is zero a number?
Like you do everything for content farming, right? So like right now we're on YouTube, and this is all part of the larger farm system, and to get marketing right. This is all marketing.
Well, first of all, I think what we're talking about is in some ways almost proprietary at this point because most people are just awash in really like profane, vulgar, stupid conversations. So like I hope that this conversation is that no one will ever listen to it because I just put out too much spam. But I thank you for the conversation because this is the kind of conversation that I like and I'm interested in and that I find to hit my dopamine, the standard you could say that I enjoy. That's why I asked you, do you consider this conversation creative intelligence? Because right now I could play to you a couple clubhouse rooms and you could take a sample of just 3 minutes of audio and say, yeah, this is really stupid compared to what we've been talking about. But even our conversation has its limits where like it's fun to have. Do you like Thanksgiving as a holiday?
I like turkey. I like mashed potatoes. I like cornbread and biscuits. I hate the political statement that's made through Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
I am unhappy with the holiday system basically just being a store opening, right? Like it's an injection of capital into the system via the sort of personal beliefs. And that bothers me a little bit, but I see how it's useful, and I like the concept of community, and I think that some shared experiences build community. I think Thanksgiving is probably one of the worst expressions of America or Americanism because it's dependent on a genocide, right? So they took that frown and turned it upside down and sold it as something beautiful and noble and spiritual, and it's gross. Like the colonists literally murdered people, spread disease, cheated, lied, and took over a continent. It's grotesque. But I like turkey, and I like mashed potatoes, even though I'm not really allowed to eat potatoes anymore.
Have you ever read Hindu or Chinese sacred texts?
I've tried reading the Tao, and what I've understood, I've really liked. I've read some Hinduism. I've read summaries of Hinduism is probably a better way to express it. And I think that from like a fiction perspective, I think all stories are beautiful, right? Like I genuinely love the Jesus Christ story. I think it's a really cool story. I like the Clay Gollum story of the Garden of Eden. I like some of the Hindu stories, right? That like the god awakens or falls asleep and reality starts over again. I love La Llorona. I love Mexican folktales. I love European folktales. I think that they're all sort of expressing a sliver of reality, fictionalized to make it better transmittable.
This is the last of the Epictetus. It says, the nature of the universe was, is, and always will be the same, and things cannot happen any differently than they do now. It's not just mankind and the other animals on earth that share in the cycle of change, but also the heavens and even the four basic elements. Up and down they change and alternate, earth becoming water, water, air, and air in turn becoming fire, with an analogous change from above downwards. If we try to adapt our mind to the regular sequence of changes and accept the inevitable with good grace, our life will proceed quite smoothly and harmoniously. Do you think your life has proceeded smoothly and harmoniously? I know nothing about you, but
not at all. But it's been a fun ride. We are lucky enough to live through interesting times, and interesting times are never harmonious. In fact, I would say most of human history is lacks harmony. Probably the last time that we as a species were harmonious was when we were hunter-gatherers. But we're the apes that wanted more than anybody else.
So I asked you if you've ever read, Hindu or Chinese sacred text, but this is the first Zen poem ever written. It's called the Shin Shin Ming, which means faith mind. It's by the third Zen patriarch, Sang Tsang. This is the first little verse. It says, and this is with regards to, the question I asked you, do you like Thanksgiving? You couldn't just say yes or no. You had to go into Holocaust, genocide, apartheid, occupation. I
went into a narrative. I went into a story. Yeah.
Right. But what I'm trying to tell you is, for your own sake, possibly, that this conversation could actually have durability or lasting impact on you from me, philosophy. This is what it says. The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised. Make the smallest distinction, however, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. What does that mean to you?
Well, these are attempts by people to fight their basic natural instincts and pursue a level of level-headedness, right? So, in a fight, the person that stays calm is going to most likely succeed in that fight, right? The person that panics starts making mistakes, or the person that gets really angry starts making mistakes. So in that sense, in a confrontational situation, keeping your cool can quite literally save your life. Falling apart, panicking can get you easily killed. But there's human nature, right? Sometimes we do hate. Sometimes we do love. Sometimes we love and hate in equal amounts or disproportionate amounts. And sometimes it becomes obsession. Sometimes it becomes harmful. It's just the byproduct of our animal emotions.
It says, live neither in the entanglements of outer things nor in inner feelings of emptiness. Be serene in the oneness of things, and such erroneous views will disappear by themselves. When you try to stop activity by passivity, your very effort fills you with activity. As long as you remain in one extreme or the other, you will never know oneness. Does oneness mean anything to you? In terms of the whole organism, the whole environment?
Maybe. I think that you can look at things holistically and say that, yeah, I'm part of a system, right? And in that system, I have a role, or I don't. I'm a part of a family. I'm a part of a lineage. I'm a part of a species. I'm a part of a planet. And there's a point where that collectiveness sort of ceases to matter, right? So saying that I'm a part of the universe, yeah, okay, that's cool. But it really has no real effect at that point. Being part of a family, a country, a nation, a planet, that's still things that I can affect through my qualities and behavior.
Do you think you deny anything in reality?
What do you mean? Example?
Well, this is what it says. It says, those who do not live in the single way fail in both activity and passivity, assertion and denial. To deny the reality of things is to miss the reality. To assert the emptiness of things is to miss the reality. So, do you think by some of your opinions, you are essentially obfuscating or inversing what reality is? Because you obviously have opposing positions to people. So how do you rationalize what some people, like, for example, men and women's sports, like, is that a denial of reality?
Men and women's sports?
Men who are men who say they are women to compete in women's sports. Like, is that a denial of reality?
I don't think that really happens.
Well, go back to my original question. I was trying to give you an example of something that might apply, but generally speaking, you know, what do you, is there anything you think that you are opposed to, which is essentially, you know, denying reality?
So I work hard to not necessarily have beliefs about things. I try really hard to be evidence based, right? So like reality to me is presented through evidence based, right? So like,
got it. Do you
think people exist because it's a thing that manifests in humans, right? It's, you can see it.
But is gay a
it's real.
How is gay not a concept, just like ego and God?
Well, because it's an action.
You mean to tell me when somebody says they're gay, that's an action?
It's referring to, it's a proxy for behavior and action that they do.
Okay, so this is what the next verse says. The more you talk and think about it, the further astray you wander from the truth. Stop talking and thinking, and there is nothing you will not be able to know. To return to the root is to find meaning, but to pursue appearances is to miss the source. At the moment of inner enlightenment, there is a going beyond appearance and emptiness. The changes that appear to occur in the empty world we call real only because of our ignorance. What do you think that means? I mean, I know I could ask Grok, right? Or, you know. But anyways, I'm just saying, this is called the Shin Shin.
Asking Grok is just like asking for the median answer that people will give, right?
Well, Grok will essentially give me an expansion of what I just read. You know, it's not like it would be, you know, as useful as coming from you, who, you know, is a learned scholar.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm being facetious. The next verse is, do not search for the truth. Only cease to cherish opinions. Do not remain in the dualistic state. Avoid such pursuits carefully. If there is even a trace of this and that, of right and wrong, the mind essence will be lost in confusion. And that's why, you know, I see, if you ask somebody, Romero, a question, guess what? It's a trick question. So when I asked you, do you like Thanksgiving? It was a setup. I mean, I'm here creating content and I'm setting you up, not to fail, but I'm setting you up with what I hope will be an expansion of your consciousness or your enlightenment. I mean, do you think the concept of enlightenment is like controversial or stupid? You know, I mean, it doesn't mean nothing.
Like the Enlightenment period or enlightenment as a concept of an individual?
Well, both. I mean, I think they both deal with the same thing.
No, I don't think they're controversial.
Well, do you know Dr. Jordan Gruber on here?
No.
You don't know Jordan?
I don't think so.
You probably know him. Anyways, he owns enlightenment.com. I said the true enlightenment would be not re-registering it. You know, he's never done anything with it. He's never done anything with it in like 30 years. I know a guy, successful guy. His name is Titscomb, and he owns tit.com, T-I-T. And like, for God's sakes, over fucking 30 years of online porn, he probably could have made $100 million by now with tit.com, but he still has never done anything with it. Okay, this is the next one. It says, Although all dualities come from the one, do not be attached even to this one. When the mind exists undisturbed in the way, nothing in the world can offend. And when a thing can no longer offend, it ceases to exist in the old way. I mean, what do you think about that? Like, are you open to change, Romero? Because you're very polarized and, in my opinion, rigid. But maybe you're flexible. Do you think you're flexible?
Like sexually?
No! I mean, in terms of like, intellectually. I'm not saying politically, I'm saying intellectually. Because enlightenment deals with the intellect, understanding and knowledge of the way. What do you think the way means? I asked you what the will means, and you told me, spirit and soul. But like, what do you think the way is? Because that's what the Tao deals with. That's why I really like the Tao.
The way is just poetic language for entropy, right? Or however you want to perceive that. Like in the Tao, the basic metaphor is that life is like a river. And at one point you enter the river and it carries you downstream. And at some point you exit the river because you fucking die, right? So I think the way is just the way that people describe how they envision life working.
Well, actually, I would say that the way is like greasing the wheels or greasing the skids. You know what I'm saying? The way.
It's the lube.
It's the lube. And I'm telling you, if it's... Anyways, we don't have to be dirty. This is the next one. When no discriminating thoughts arise, the old mind ceases to exist. When thought objects vanish, the thinking subject vanishes, as when the mind vanishes, objects vanish. Things are objects because of the subject, mind. The mind, subject, is such because of things, object. Understand the relativity of these two and the basic reality, the unity of emptiness. In this emptiness, the two are indistinguishable. And
are you a nihilist?
No.
Okay.
And each contains in itself the whole world. I mean, I'm a nihilist in like the awareness that, I've seen close family members perish before my eyes, and I know that's my ultimate fate as well. If you do not discriminate between coarse and fine, you will not be tempted to prejudice an opinion. To live in the great way is neither easy nor difficult. But those with limited views are fearful and irresolute. The faster they hurry, the slower they go, and clinging attachment cannot be limited. Even to be attachment to the idea of enlightenment is to go astray. Just let things be in their own way, and there will be neither coming nor going. Obey the nature of things, your own nature, and you will walk freely and undisturbed.
But my nature is to want more and affect the environment around me. I am following my nature. You're following your nature. All of humanity is following its nature.
This is the next verse. When the thought is in bondage, the truth is hidden, for everything is murky and unclear. And the burdensome practice of judging brings annoyance and weariness. What benefit can be derived from distinctions and separations? If you wish to move in the one way, do not dislike even the world of senses and ideas. Indeed, to accept them fully is identical with enlightenment. The wise man strives to know goals, but the foolish man fetters himself. There is one Dharma, not many. Distinctions arise from the clinging needs of the ignorant. To seek mind with the discriminating mind is the greatest of all mistakes. Again, the mind is capitalized there. To seek mind is capitalized. Then it says with the discriminating mind in the lower M. So you don't disagree with this, I assume, correct? Or is it polarized to you?
No, I mean, I think it's somebody's attempt to maneuver through complex systems by making them simple and easy. I think that's, people do that. And I think that there's a function and a service to that.
I would call that intelligence. This is the next verse. Sure. It says, rest and unrest derive from illusion. With enlightenment, there is no liking and disliking. So it's kind of funny that like Facebook with its like and dislike, display is the opposite of enlightenment. That's why I call it fake book. All dualities come from ignorant inference. They're like dreams or flowers in air, foolish to try to grasp them. Gain and loss, right and wrong, such thoughts must finally be abolished at once.
Yeah, that just seems to go against the messy process that we actually do.
This is the next verse. If the eye never sleeps, all dreams will naturally cease. If the mind makes no discriminations, the 10,000 things are as they are, of single essence. To understand the mystery of this one essence is to be released from all entanglements. When all things are seen equally, the timeless self-essence is reached. No comparisons or analogies are possible in this causeless, relationless state. Consider movement stationary and the stationary in motion. Both movement and rest disappear. When such dualities cease to exist, oneness itself cannot exist. To this ultimate finality, no law or description applies. So do you think enlightenment is kind of like that Scientology statement, going clear? Meaning like you can essentially numb the mind as like in the same way that you put Novocaine, in your jawline to extract a tooth, like a wisdom tooth maybe. I call this.
You're talking about sort of like esoteric personal enlightenment versus like the age of enlightenment, right?
No, like I have a quote by Socrates on my arm. It says, "I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know no thing, or the nothing." Meaning that the enlightenment, of our forefathers, Benjamin Franklin, Jefferson, Washington, etc., as Freemasons, they were synthesizing essentially Americanism, or, what we call that New Age Enlightenment, whatever. I mean, they're very unique and special. Like I have many Masonic books, and it's Abrahamic because it's all based on Kabbalah, and this like concept of the multiverse, which is, they call it spheres, of realities. Even in
Age of Enlightenment, also the Age of Reason, was a period of history of Europe and Western civilization during which the Enlightenment, an intellectual and cultural movement, flourished emerging in the late 17th century in Western Europe. It's basically the emergence of science, of the scientific revolution, which is process heavy. It means that we can know things. We can process things. I think the kind of enlightenment that you're talking about is more akin to that sort of Zen enlightenment, right? The wanting to achieve oneness with everything else. But we're distinct, discrete consciousness that can have a collective identity, but we also have an individual identity. And if you're going based on the Age of Enlightenment in Europe, then you can know things by experimentation, by observation, not just by belief, right? And I think that if all you're trying to do is just believe in something to comfort yourself, like, that's great. That's what a lot of humans do. And this sort of goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, I try really hard not to believe in things. I try to look for the evidence of the thing itself. And the same way that, I like the evidence of a 1978 Pinto, right? I can look at it, I can touch it, I can get it, I can drive it, I can look at the engine, I can taste it, I can lick it, I can piss on it. There's a whole lot of material interaction I can do with it. I can dissect it. I think that the esoteric things are fun, subconscious exploration. I think that it lacks the kind of ability to dissect the way that I can dissect a frog, right? And it's one of the things that frustrates me quite a bit on Clubhouse, which is like the sort of meta talk. Talking about talking, talking about reading.
Yep.
It's like, okay, cool, great.
I like somebody who can give me meat and potatoes. Like, read me a 60-second poem, rapture me.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Poetry's great.
Okay, listen to this next verse. It says, "For the unified mind, in accordance with the way, all self-centered striving ceases. Doubts and irresolutions vanish, and life in true faith is possible. With a single stroke, we are freed from bondage. Nothing clings to us, and we hold to nothing. All is empty, clear, self-illuminating.
Sounds lonely.
With no exertion of the mind's power. Here thought, feeling, knowledge, and imagination are of no value. In this world of suchness, there is neither self nor other than self. To come directly into harmony with this reality, just say when doubt rises, not two. In this not two, nothing is separate, nothing is excluded." You know what's interesting, Romero, is, I wish that at the end of every room, like, you would get emailed the transcript of that fucking room, because then you would know just how stupid you were, like, to have all these, and not you, but I'm saying, like, a lot of these people on this app, that you would just basically read it and say, this is a comedy script, right? Like, if there was no, context of the speaker, to the script, like, and you just gave the script of a room to a person who wasn't in the room, didn't hear the person's, voice, then you would really realize that we're just basically exchanging scripts. So anyways, I'm just saying, it's all information packed.
That's all that any conversation ever is.
Okay, so then the performative aspect is the emotional aspect of the script delivery. I'm only saying that, like, the transcript matters, despite the performance, despite the speaker's identity, the transcript matters, because that's like reading a book out of context, like, I'm just here for information gathering. So anyways.
But you're not, because you're also here for your emotional needs, right? There's something you're getting out of this.
No,
it's not just information gathering.
I'm not being facetious, but I'm trying to say that, like, we should be more aware of our time, because our time is essentially the words that we are either saying or listening to. Like, we're just addicted, Anyways, this is the next verse. I don't know if
we're
you.
social creatures and we hunger for social interactions, and in a world where we're becoming much more isolated through technology, this is a sort of placebo that we give ourselves because it's a little too difficult to get to the park and hang out with people, right? Like, or our private personal network that we made in college or grad school is spread across the country and world. So, I mean, it serves a purpose for the individual, and it obviously serves a purpose for the masters that own it.
Okay, this is the next verse from the Xin Shen Ming, the first Zen poem. It says, all is empty, clear, self-illuminating, with no exertion of the mind's power. Here thought, feeling, knowledge, and imagination of no value. In this world of suchness, there is neither self nor other than self. To come directly into harmony with this reality, just say when doubt rises, not two. In this not two, nothing is separate, nothing is excluded. No matter when or where, enlightenment means entering this truth. And this truth is beyond extension or diminution in time and space. In a single thought is 10,000 years. Emptiness here, emptiness there. But the infinite universe stands always before our eyes, infinitely large and infinitely small. No difference, for definitions have vanished and no boundaries are seen. So too with being and non-being. Don't waste time in doubts and arguments. They have nothing to do with this. One thing, all things, move among and intermingle without distinction. To live in this realization is to be without anxiety about non-perfection. To live in this faith is the road to non-duality, because the non-dual is one with the trusting mind. Words, the way is beyond language, for in it there is no yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. I think I heard it said once, there is no future, there is no past, there is no now. Because that Eckhart Tolle, he basically, fooled everybody with this eternal now bullshit, which is not bullshit. Because, anyways, I'm just saying that, just like the word God or all or now or son, or I think it's a 3-letter word conspiracy. Perfectly honest. I think we live in a 3-letter word conspiracy industrial complex, or I just call it the English language industrial complex. I'm happy to be a part of it, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm glad I find myself, at the center of an English conspiracy.
So one of my favorite concepts or stories in physics is how it's hypothesized that at one point the galaxy or the universe itself will expand so far out from each other that, let's say that Earth survives and it continues being a viable place for life to continue, that there'll be a point in the far future where stars will have sort of flown apart from each other because of the expansion of the universe, that whoever is alive on this earth will know nothing of stars because it'll be beyond our light cone. Everything is contextual. we happen to be in a point in the universe's life where we see lots of stars, where we see the crowded sky. That we happen to live on the planet at a time where the moon happens to be at the distance that it's at. So we see it as, the round, smallish disk that it is. But if we had been alive around the time of the dinosaurs, the moon would have been a lot closer to Earth, and it would have seemed massive, giant. We live in 2026, not in the early 1900s. So for us, the Lady Liberty is green, but she's actually copper, right? So it's everything is context and time based. So this nothingness that a lot of these Zen poets are sort of talking about is outside of my realm of experience, because I am an ape that's part of a species of apes.
I know, but Romero, it's talking.
Any other ape.
Romero, it's
So we
talking.
change the environment.
Romero, it's talking about the usefulness of uselessness, meaning that the emptiness in a cup, which is nothing, seems to have extreme value to us. So it's this.
It does not exist.
It's a void. It's a nothingness. It's the emptiness. It's the chalice. It's in a cup.
To you, it's empty. Right?
Well,
to me, there's air there. That is something. It is not void of nothing.
Okay, but look at it from the perspective of personal development. The metaphor in magic is that you're a cup, but there's 4 instruments. It's the wand, the sword, the cup, the disc. I'm just trying to tell you that Zen is really there is an author you have to read. He's so remarkable. His name is anyways. Continue, but I do have to get going soon.
Right on. I probably need to get going too. But yeah, I don't believe there's that word. I don't see evidence for nothingness. And I think that the kind of oneness that some people want is an illusion, but also a truth, right? Depending on your vantage point. We're one species. We're all earthlings. You, me, the cockroach, we're all earthlings. But now we can sort of dissect and separate it through species. And there's categories that we create. But if at its simplest form, we can just say we're all earthlings. Okay, cool. Right? How does that play out in my life? By saying, oh, I'm an earthling, you're an earthling, the deer's an earthling, the dog's an earthling. Does that mean that I'm a cannibal if I eat chicken because that is an earthling as well? Does that mean that I need to stop doing that and just allow myself to die because anything that I eat is causing harm to another earthling? The whole concept of returning back to source and oneness, I think, is poetically beautiful, but it doesn't really do much for me in terms of the world that I exist in.
Well, I go back.
You got things to do. I got things to do. We can talk later.
Wait, hold on one second. I go back to the dialectic therapy, meaning that I don't think it's when I go into Donald's room, prove to me God exists room, Donald, it's a little bit
He's so unhinged and angry. It's wild.
I hate to be a ruthless capitalist, but a lot of content is unhinged and angry, and it's very popular.
Well, sure. I mean,
it's like a nasty
capitalist. As a capitalist, right? Bum fights is one of the greatest things ever made.
Yeah, so. Anyways, but the way that I would like to communicate with Donald, but he can't actually allow me to, do my shtick, is to preface the conversation with preconditions, meaning we have to accept that I can prove to you God exists, but only through the word with the capital W. So that's why I say God. I think God is actually like living in as a mind virus. Just like COVID-19 somehow spread around the world and everybody seemed to get it. I think this mind virus, as that we call the God, it's completely linguistic in essence, and it even says it in the book. That the beginning was the Word made God, etc. So, like, it's saying that God is Word. And like from an intelligence vantage or perspective, we talking apes. Thoth, Hermes Trismegistus, the Egyptian magician, or Hermes Mercury, his companion is a monkey. And so evolution and that massive, step in the human brain, evolutionarily speaking, that enlightenment is really like that movie talking, the Planet of the Apes, when Caesar is the first talking monkey. Like that's when we made that massive leap into this, present intelligence. So,
there's a little book. It's almost like a novella, right? Called "Why We Believe in God or Gods." It's a really quick, super fucking fast read. It has some really compelling ideas, and one of them is that God is an artifact from our evolution, right? That it was better to misattribute and assume a conscious mind behind natural events than to think otherwise and be killed by a predator. So, like, a perfect example, you're a proto-human, right? You're still kind of ape-looking and furry, but you're walking upright. You're walking through the savannas of Africa, beautiful golden grass, and you feel the breeze, and the grass moves. The tall, up to almost your fucking chin or chest, right? Starts moving. And you go, oh, it's just the wind. And then the lion leaps out and kills you and eats you, and you don't reproduce, right? So it's from an evolutionary perspective, the concept of God or the disembodied consciousness served a survival role, right? To assume that there's a mind, whether it be a predator or something greater, helped people survive those early stages. And then it was also, an easy copy-paste, like religion itself was an easy copy-paste moral document that you could just sort of stamp on people. It was also symbology, right? So the iconography is a quick way to assess friend or foe. And these are all just sort of things, artifacts of our evolution, of us surviving, that then becomes these bigger concepts. So I think God, the idea of God, emerged probably before the word did. So I don't think that it's necessarily a linguistic mind virus. I think that it's a offshoot of our evolution, and that it's the same part of the brain that has imagination, abstraction, dreams. So it's an artifact that we'll probably never be able to get rid of. But there'll always be people that sort of overcome that.
I mean, you can kind of say enlightenment is, when Benjamin goes on about the genocide in the Old Testament and killing of babies and all these things, so my question to you is, like, in Zen, or like if you call it refresh mind, like turning a computer on and off, you get a hard reboot and everything seems to work again. Like in a way, I feel like I'm reborn every day, new, like almost quite literally, like as in, because
like an LLM, right? Like every conversation is the first conversation. Also, Benjamin's not wrong.
Well,
right? Those early religions I mean, that the Jewish religion in particular is the first major act that God does is a genocide.
Well, what I'm saying about the concept of the eternal now, meaning if it's a compression of the past and the future, we're not living across 2,000 years in our consciousness. I'm living in what we call 2026, and I know that I'm not engaged in any genocide. Now, whether or not the anyways, this is too, branched. What I'm trying to get at is that it's still politic. Actually, almost just about everything is politic. Whether it's the abortion, the vaccine, the genocide, the apartheid, the occupation, etc. These are all political, frictions and conflicts and debates. But again, I think it goes back to that statement that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So most people are far away from the real truth when they're doing their political communication here. It's just my opinion.
I think that sounds great, but that's basically saying that the less I think, the less I do, the closer to truth I am. And that, I think, can have its own set of problems.
Okay, so nature will always choose the best answer. And the best answer is always the answer that requires the least amount of input, but yet still solves the solution, solves the query.
Humanity shows that that's not true. We're sort of an anomaly in nature. Nature doesn't always choose the best solution. It just chooses the solution that survives and reproduces.
Well, what I guess my point in that is that
you're anthropomorphizing nature to have some kind of wisdom, some kind of mind behind it, and it's just not. It's not that.
You really don't think that the Earth is as alive as you and I are right now?
As you and I know, I think it's a biosphere, so yeah, it is alive in a way. But I don't think the planet Earth has thoughts. I don't think the sun has thoughts.
I don't mean thoughts. I mean intelligence. I'm not talking about words. I'm talking about some type of higher level intelligence, which is actually operating with a type of intelligence, not a consciousness. No? So if the thing is, though, if you're an atheist, you have to accept that the Earth is what made us possible to be alive right now talking. That means
like I said earlier, if you remember what I said earlier, right? Quantum physics leads to physics. Physics leads to chemistry. Chemistry leads to biology. Biology leads sometimes to technology. But just one big fucking straight line.
Yeah.
And so it's not an intelligence, it's just energy settling at its lowest point.
Okay, so the Alan Watts statement that we are the universe, observing itself, experiencing itself, is a little bit like saying we are the Earth observing and experiencing the Earth. The truth is your consciousness is the environment, and the environment is the Earth, and it's just a question of how big is your consciousness. If, like that guy on YouTube says, if you have a golf ball size consciousness, that's your understanding of reality. If you have a consciousness the size of the universe, you've got a universal consciousness. And so
that's malarkey. There's we live.
It's your opinion that it's malarkey.
We live in a black hole in that sense, right? There is an event horizon by which our imagination no longer works. Right? So you can claim to have a sort of universal consciousness. It's not. It's connected to the 30 or 40 people that you have around you. You can feel empathy for life on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But again, we get back into the dilemma. Am I going to stop eating altogether because I'm hurting other Earthlings? or am I an animal that needs sustenance?
Well, Moses talked to a burning bush, or he smoked it. But in the Cecil B. DeMille version of the film, it's actually Charlton Heston talking to himself with a supernormal voice, or essentially Charlton Heston's big boy voice, So it's like his inner monologue. And what I'm trying to say is, if you want this oneness, you can do it without additional chemical additives to your cup. You can do it sober. You can also do it not sober. You can do it with beer in your cup, or cannabis in your cup, or coffee or wine in your cup, or a book in your cup. But I'm just telling you, whether it's real or not, it doesn't make a difference, because it's about the experience. The experience is the action, the karma, the doing. But anyways, it's been a fascinating conversation. Let me ask you a personal question. You don't have to answer it if it's too painful. But what is your most painful memory?
Oh, that's easy. Having my one of my fingers ripped off in a freak tug-of-war accident. It literally hurt. It hurt the worst physical pain I've ever heard. Now, if you're talking about emotional pain, well, losing my younger brother when he fell to his death. So you always have to sort of contextualize it. Are you talking about physical pain, emotional pain?
What's your?
I mean, these are all knowable and answerable questions.
Do you love emotional, trauma, despair, or memories that you sometimes think of, with regards to romantic relationships?
Sure. I mean, all humans are a mixture of trauma responses and intelligence and knowledge and XYZ, right? Sure, but I'm not going to talk about them.
You know what I find myself, like this quantum theory, like multiple, like multiverse, or like almost telepathy or something. I know
So
it's
quantum physics is happening inside your body right now, right? Because of course it is. That doesn't mean that you're connected to a multiverse.
No, I know. I'm just saying that it's like a delusion. It's like a imaginative. Like, do you know what somnambulance is?
No. Are you talking about like quantum immortality as the illusion? The comforting story that if I die in this reality, my consciousness would just wake up in another body.
No. I'm talking about like romantic relationships from the past. When I think of a girl, like for some reason I like to think that she's thinking of me too, but I know obviously she's not thinking of me. But it's just like I think about like the dopamine high, like all those orgasms, all those relationships, like that is the closest you can come to somebody, quite literally, so I'm just saying that.
Incorrect. Having children with them is the closest thing you can.
Well, I heard somebody say that the best thing about kids are making them. So all I'm saying is that, like with regards to beautiful women, if you only made it once, it's still a memory. But you're not Jewish, are you?
No, I grew up Catholic.
If you ever get a chance, read Maimonides, because you'll, read what a lot of Jews read. But he says in there that every woman you sleep with is your wife, from like a cosmic karma, universal.
I mean, that makes sense to a religion that occupies itself with like property law.
It's talking about it in a spiritual way, though, meaning that like every bang is a destiny bang. It's like the Big Bang.
Well, because there's no other once something happens, there's no other way it could have been.
Right.
That's just causality.
Well, causality
that's something pedestrian being presented as some idea. Amazing.
It's pedestrian. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not saying.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Like, of course it's the only way it could have happened because that's how it happened.
But isn't the pedestrian the comical? I mean, to me, I think it's just funny that, you know, you can.
Elevating it to this big spiritual thing is funny.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of like boring and passe.
Well, Alan Watts says when, you know, the priests are laughing, like that's when the religion dies. Like if it's not presented in a serious way, it's just not going to be an effective cult. But do you know who the Source family is?
Tell me about them.
There's a documentary. You should take the time to watch it. I get you a link, but they were, I think the guy's name was Jim Baker, and he was a World War II pilot who started a vegetarian restaurant on the Sunset Strip. And he started basically a Yahweh, like a white Hebrew Israelite cult, or a mixture of, you know, that type of esoteric type of thing. They would smoke cannabis in the morning, have an orgy in the afternoon, go to Beverly Hills for a dinner in their Rolls Royces. Like it was a highly organized and very hippie cult. Like the way that they presented themselves was like peak American hippie of the 60s, you know? They had dinner with Ronald Reagan while he was dressed in a black tux and they were wearing gowns with flowers, like crazy cult vibes. They played music, they made films, they had vegetarian restaurants, they were with all the celebrities. And then the founder liquidated everything and they moved to an island in the Hawaiian Islands. I can't remember the island. And they tried to live in harmony and peace. But the transition destroyed the cult because of the financial impact of not having the income from the restaurants. They couldn't support themselves building in the middle of nowhere. They needed, you know, the financial resources of what Los Angeles and the media industry, you know, provided them. Anyways, the guy, the cult leader, gets on a hang glider, a real hang glider, and dives off of a cliff. I think in Malibu. Was it Malibu? Anyways, he you know, crashed and on impact, you know, snapped his neck. But I think it took him 3 days to die, or for the cult members to like admit that he was dead. Or he was, anyways, maybe he wasn't dead. But anyways, it's in the documentary. It's fascinating. The music is pretty good. They've got like a lot of good songs, and they play the electric guitar in a way which is really cool. It almost sounds like a synthesizer, you know, by going up and down on the guitar and the way that they amplify it or whatever. But the music is exceptional. Welcome, BB Kapara. I got a couple rooms open here, but anyways, Romero, do you have any questions for me? This is a long one. Like, I thank you for the conversation.
I do have an anecdote, though.
Okay, go ahead.
What you were telling me just reminded me of a story that I read. There was this Christian church, I don't know, 5-10 years ago, and one of their parishioners, their little girl died. She was like, I don't know, 6 or 7, and died of, maybe younger, like 4 or 5, died of some disease. And the preacher said, well, you bring her body to the church and we'll put her on the big, you know, table, the big whatever table. And we're all going to pray for her, and she will be resurrected in 3 days. And you know what happened? She started smelling after a few days, and they buried her. It's this existence is ruled by laws of physics and biology that don't have a mind, yet still affect every moment of our lives. The dead don't come back to life after they're dead. Right? If you're in cardiac arrest, they can kind of stabilize that. Right? They can, if you stop breathing, they can get you back breathing. But once you have brain death, right, there's no coming back from that. If you throw yourself off a cliff with a hang glider, one of the potential outcomes of that is crashing and dying because gravity. Right? Gravity has no thought, ill will. It's just the bending of space-time. So in most of the things that impact us, that put pressures on our lives, are to some extent without agency. We call that nature, and we personify it, and we try to negotiate with it because we're primates with great intellect compared to other primates, but compared to the size of the universe, we're pretty small creatures, right? And we still think that we can negotiate with nature. And nature always shows us that, no, you can't really do that. You can negotiate with nature in the sense that, like, you can create seatbelts for your cars, and when you have that high impact, you won't just go flying through the glass. Sure, that's a form of negotiation. But once something happens, that's it. It happened, and there's no other way it could have been. Is that destiny? Okay. Or is that just causality? So I'll leave you with that thought. Have a good night, Godspeed, and good luck.
Thanks, you too. Fun convo.
Yeah, dude. Good times.
Have a great weekend. Take care.